Chapter 1255. Mutant Medical Ninjutsu. Flickering Body Rush. This was the source of the numbness that almost made Bai Qing lose control of her body, as well as the power that made her lose control of her body. "You're really obedient." Sei Ito, who reached out to hug Bai Qing, chuckled. "Who are you?" Bai Qing, who was shocked and frightened by Sei Ito's strange means, asked again. "You're a man." Ito Sei lowered his head and put his nose on the nose of Bai Qing, whose chin was lifted by his finger. Without waiting for Bai Qing's reaction, he opened his mouth and kissed Bai Qing's lips. At the side, Fu Junzhou, who was originally on guard against the enemy who might rush up at any time, blushed and turned her head away. "Where did this thief come from? How dare you break into my Qin mansion?" At this moment, along with a sudden roar, a shadow appeared in the attic. Holding a pair of swords, he chopped towards Fu Junzhou, who was guarding the door. Sensing the opponent's biting, cold, killing intent, Fu Junzhou, who had combined her essence, energy, and spirit into one, coldly snorted and waved her hand to stab out with the slender Inu sword. Ding! In an instant, a crisp sound of metal clashing rang out. Amidst the sound of metal clashing, Fu Junzhou and Qian Duguan, who was charging at the same time, simultaneously retreated backwards. Fu Junzhou, who was relying on the geographical advantage and the purity and thickness of her inner qi, only retreated half a step. However, Qian Duguan, who was rushing up, retreated 1.5 steps. In an instant, the gap between the two's inner qi was straightforwardly presented. "Someone is here to make trouble. Let's have some intimacy later." Sei Ito looked at Bai Qing, who was hiding a strong killing intent in her eyes, but her face was as red as a shy girl's. "Who are you? Why did you break into my concubine's attic in the middle of the night?" Qian Duguan, who had regained his strength and was ready to fight again, questioned sternly. Walalala. Just as Qian Duguan and Fu Junzhou were confronting each other, the paper window on one side of the attic suddenly shattered. Then a fat and thin middle-aged man, one holding a spear and the other holding a stick, broke through the window and broke into the room. Needless to say, these two people were Qian Duguan's right-hand men, who had a close relationship with the Inkue sect, Jin Bo, and Ling Feng, who was the gold and silver spear. And because of their appearance, Fu Junzhou's attention was immediately diverted. At the same time, Qian Duguan noticed Fu Junzhou's eyes flashed. With a low roar, he rushed in front of Fu Junzhou and slashed down with both blades at Fu Junzhou with the force of splitting Mount Hua. Fu Junzhou knew that he was definitely not Qian Duguan's opponent in terms of strength. He tapped his foot and quickly escaped from Qian Duguan's saber momentum. Then he rapidly thrust his sword towards Qian Duguan, who was still in the middle of his attack. Qian Duguan roared. The muscles on his arms immediately swelled up, and he forcefully changed the direction of the downward slash. Instead, the two blades intersected with each other and fell to the left and right. Ding, 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 ding. A series of metal clashing sounds were heard. Kacha! At the same time, the falling saber chi left 2 deep cracks on the floor beneath his feet. "Save, madam." At this time, Jin Bo and Ling Feng, who had clearly seen the situation in the room, looked at each other and said in unison. Ling Feng, who was holding a gold spear and a silver spear in his hands, rushed forward. He arrived in front of Sei Ito and thrust the silver spear in his left hand towards Sei Ito's head. At the same time, the golden spear in his right hand fell on Sei Ito's arm, which was wrapped around Bai Qing's waist. Fatty Demon Jin Bo, on the other hand, appeared behind Bai Qing's in a flash. He reached out to grab Bai Qing's back, ready to rescue her the moment Sei Ito was forced away by Ling Feng's spears. A mocking smile appeared on Sei Ito's face when he saw the attack was about to land on him. The next moment, Ito Sei and Bai Qing's figures disappeared, and a new pair of Ito Sei and Bai Qing appeared outside of Ling Feng's attack. Ling Feng's short spear pierced through the virtual image, and Fat Demon Jin Bo's palm pierced through it. Then, without waiting for the two to react, Two wooden stakes as thick as an arm rose from the wooden floor under Jin Bo and Ling Feng's feet. They accurately hit the two men's genitals. Oh! The two men who were attacked in their vital parts had their eyeballs pop out. They let out a strange cry out of tune. It couldn't be helped, no matter how profound their inner chi was. As long as they didn't practice thwart kung fu to the extreme, or had special cultivation methods like shrinking yin skill to protect them, they could only let out strange cries like ordinary men when they suffered such painful attacks. After that, the two thick wooden sticks that had completed the critical attack split from the top and turned into two soft wooden snakes that were as thick as a child's arm. They wrapped around the legs of Jin Bo and Ling Feng. Taking advantage of the few seconds when they were unable to resist due to the critical attack, they quickly wrapped around their bodies. By the time they could endure the pain and twitch to resist, they had already been tightly bound by the wooden stakes. No matter how they struggled, they couldn't break free from the snake-like cork. Seeing Jin Bo and Ling Feng, who were also defeated by the strange attack, Bai Qing's heart immediately trembled. She suppressed the strong, killing intent in her heart and softened her body that was already out of control under the flurry dash technique. She snuggled into Sei Ito's arms. Learned your lesson? Sei Ito, who noticed the change in Bai Qing, in his arms, chuckled. On the other side, Qian Duguan, who was barely able to exchange a few moves with Fu Junzuo, but under Fu Junzuo's increasingly strange attacks, his pupils shrunk, and he became flustered when he noticed the change in Jin Bo and Ling Feng. He no longer had his previous strict performance. Seeing this, Fu Junzuo, who knew that the opportunity had come, immediately attacked Qian Duguan's exposed flaws several times. Then, with a soft bang sound, his sword pierced through Qian Duguan's right leg and nailed him to the ground. Ah! Qian Duguan, who was kneeling on one knee, raised his head and let out a painful cry. However, before he could finish his cry, several streams of water suddenly appeared in the void around him. They were like ropes that tied Qian Duguan's body. Then, they hardened into cold ice crystals, freezing half of Qian Duguan's body except for his head. All of you disperse. Then, Sei Ito pointed to the void in front of him. An intact image of Qian Duguan condensed out under the shocked gazes of Bai Qing, Jin Bo, Ling Feng, and Qian Duguan himself. It automatically walked to the broken window and shouted with a voice that was exactly the same as Qian Duguan's. Yes, the voices of the low-level soldiers, disciples, and guards were transmitted in unison from the broken window. Hearing this, the expressions of Qian Duguan and the others changed again. Poof! Then, the virtual image that had completed the task of passing the fake news dispersed and disappeared into the air again. Do you want to live or die? Sei Ito asked Qian Duguan, Jin Bo, Ling Feng, and Bai Qing, who was in his arms, with a smile. We are willing to surrender. Jin Bo and Ling Feng looked at each other and immediately said, We are willing to surrender. Bai Qing also secretly exchanged glances with Qian Duguan and said respectively, You want to live? Very well. Immediately withdraw your internal qi into your dantian and enter the fixed state. Sei Ito's expression changed. He skillfully threw Bai Qing back onto the bed and said coldly. The expressions of the four people changed at the same time when they heard this. However, they had no choice but to submit under the eaves. Therefore, they secretly cursed Sei Ito in their hearts, thinking that they would join forces with the people of the Yin Sunflower sect to kill Sei Ito after this ordeal. At the same time, they withdrew their internal qi and forced themselves to enter the fixed state where they could not perceive the outside world. After a while, the four people entered the fixed state. At this time, Sei Ito spread out his psychic energy and quickly invaded the minds of Qian Duguan, Jin Bo, Ling Feng, and Bai Qing. Like an inner demon, he created an illusion that blocked their consciousness that was just about to jump out. Then, he quickly invaded their half-open minds and began to operate on their consciousness that had a low degree of activity. Of course, because they were all in a meditative state at this time, their body senses were under the control of Sei Ito's perception. They were somewhat aware of Sei Ito's actions, But even so, they could not do anything. First of all, their consciousness was trapped in the illusion. Now, if they made a mistake, they would create an inner demon that would cause them to go crazy. Secondly, they were under the eaves and had no choice but to bow their heads. Therefore, they could only silently endure Sei Ito's operation and accept the transformation. After a while, Sei Ito, who had finished transforming the consciousness of the four people, withdrew his psychic energy and woke them up from the fixed state. Sir, Qianduguan, who was still frozen, Jinbo and Ling Feng, who were tied up by the cork snake, and by Qing, who was unable to control her body due to the chaotic body dash technique, all tactfully called out to him in unison. I know that the four of you are either from the Yin Sunflower sect or have a secret relationship with the Yin Sunflower sect. You're not the kind of people who will easily obey. So, just in case, the four of you should eat this. Sei Ito flipped his hand and took out 4 test tubes with nanomachines inside. He looked at the respectful Qianduguan and the other 3 with a sneer on his face and said, Junzo, 1 for each of them. Feed it to them. Sei Ito said as he handed the test tubes to Fu Junzo. Fu Junzo, who took the test tubes, did not talk nonsense. He immediately opened the sealing cork on the test tubes and forced the blue liquid in the test tubes into the bodies of Qianduguan, Jinbo, Ling Feng, and Bai Qing. You don't need to know what this thing is called. You only need to know that as long as I am willing, or if anything happens to me, the heads of the 4 of you will immediately. At this point, Sei Ito raised his hand and made an explosion gesture. Just explode into pieces with a bang, understand? Qianduguan and the other 3 who were listening to Sei Ito looked at Sei Ito's seemingly harmless smiling face and felt a chill in their hearts. They suppressed some of the thoughts that had just arisen. Understood. Qianduguan and the other 3 suppressed the unwillingness in their hearts and said with their heads lowered. Chapter 1256. P.S. Thank you to Rose Emperor Wu and 52005200520 for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. A few days later, with the help of Qianduguan, he settled everything in Xiangyang City, including Zheng Shu, an elite who was inextricably linked to the Yin Sunflower sect, as well as some ordinary disciples. Then, in the name of the Han River Gang, he met with Jiang Ba, the leader of the Great River Alliance, Jiang Ba, who had not been killed by Ba Feng Han because of helping others to get revenge. He also met with Zheng Shiru's wife, Zheng Shuming, who was the actual manager of the Great River Alliance after Jiang Ba's death. After hypnotizing her, he once again took the gentle maid, Wei Junjin, and the sword servant, Fu Junzo, to the west, heading towards Badong area. Sure enough, it's a bit early. Bai Qing has not been sold by when cating to that guy, Pai Shouxuan. It's a pity to combine the fragments of the 2 sects to restore the Sei Ito for her to practice. On the way, Lin Fan sighed in his heart as he sorted out the harvest of Xiangyang. Fortunately, the Sei Ito is not a necessary target. As long as there is no problem with Zhu Yuxian, then there is only Pai Shouxuan, who has the title of Wind and Rain Dual Cultivator. At the same time, in Nanyang area, after about 3 days of marching and more than a day of rest, Wang Shicheng's troops and Li Mi's Wagong troops, who had finally recovered and discussed the attack steps and direction with their superiors, launched a fierce attack on the part of Nanyang controlled by Zhu Jie at the same time. In an instant, fierce shouts and screams of death echoed in the sky of Nanyang area. Zhu Jie's Garuda army could be regarded as a force. But as the master, Zhu Jie's temperament was tyrannical and he liked to eat people. Apart from his daughter, Poisonous Spider, Zhu Mei's Gigolo, by Wen Yuan, who had some talent, it could be said that there was almost no one who could take charge of an area. Basically, they were crazy soldiers and crazy generals who only knew how to kill and rob. They did not have any battle strategy at all. In addition to the various negative effects caused by eating people, under the attack of Wang Shicheng's troops, who could be said to be a king's army, and Li Mi's army, who exuded the aura of elites, almost 1 city per day. In fact, The speed of the two cities was slowly eating away at Zhu Jie's forces, forcing him to withdraw his army and plan for a decisive battle. On the other side, Peng Lianghui's and Jiang Huai's armies, who had arrived a day earlier than Wang Shichong's and Li Mi's armies, were also fighting fiercely with the Yuan clan's forces that were defending Zhongli. However, although the Yuan clan was weak, they were all elites and had a large number of Yuan clan experts. Therefore, the Yuan clan resisted by relying on their martial arts. The two armies were clearly outnumbered by the Yuan clan by more than 10,000, but they still failed to break through the city gates. What should we do? Outside Zhongli City, in a large central tent that was guarded by many tents, the manager of the Polyang Society, Ren Mimi, who sat on a chair to the left, looked at Du Fuwei of the Jianghuai army who sat on the main seat, and Li Jing who sat on the right and left. We don't have enough experts. We can only use tricks, Li Jing said with a frown. What should we do? Du Fuwei, who knew Li Jing's talent, asked, using the seneschal as bait. Our soldiers will assist in the killing from the side. Li Jing sighed, but it's still the same as before. We don't have enough experts, and it's very dangerous. If we're not careful, not only will we fail to bait the enemy, we might even be killed by the enemy. If this had been an ordinary ancient battlefield, there would have been no need to worry about such a situation. Naturally, there wouldn't be a situation where a general would have such a headache because of an expert, but this wasn't a normal historical period. Instead, there were a large number of experts who could rely on their martial arts to shuttle through military formations or ambush and assassinate the generals in secret when the army was in a truce. This affected the intensity and duration of the war to a certain extent. It even affected the victory of a war and the rise and fall of a force to a certain extent. From this, one could see the status of experts in the world of the Great Tang. At this moment, Ren Mimi seemed to think of something, and her eyes flashed as she softly said, "Perhaps we can find my lord." Du Fuwei and Li Jing both raised their eyebrows at Ren Mimi's suggestion as they considered this possibility. Looks like that's the only way. After a while, Li Jing sighed helplessly. After that, he turned his head towards Du Fuwei and waited for his final decision. After all, Du Fuwei was the true leader of the alliance this time, and not Li Jing. Li Jing had always been very clear about this. "Let's contact my lord," Du Fuwei sternly said, his eyes twinkling. "Okay, I'll contact my lord." Seeing that Du Fuwei had agreed, Ren Mimi charmingly smiled and took out a jade token from her bosom. She poured her inner chi into the jade token. The next moment, a faint light flashed on the surface of the jade token, and the virtual image of Ito Sei appeared in mid-air, reflected in everyone's eyes. Seito scanned the room and asked, "What's the matter? Who's there?" Without waiting for Ren Mimi to speak, Du Fuwei, who was sitting on the main seat, suddenly shouted. At the same time, his body turned into a shadow and rushed to the side of the tent. Bang! Following that, a muffled sound rang out. A wave of icy chi immediately spread out in front of Du Fuwei, forcing him to fly back. Mysterious ice force. Ren Mimi cried out in alarm when she felt the change in temperature in the tent. Poof! As the cold air burst out, the tent shattered, and an old man with a face that was 70 to 80% similar appeared from behind the cracked tent. I was originally wondering why the Pengliang Association and the Jianghuai army would suddenly join forces to attack Zhongli. After all this fuss, there's another expert behind them. The old man ignored Du Fuwei's imposing manner and vigilant expression as his gaze fell on Sei Ito's illusory image. "Who are you?" Sei Ito asked as he looked at the old man who wore a plain green outfit. He had a square face, a white beard, and ruddy skin like a baby's. However, his facial features were somewhat deep, and he didn't look like a good person. "This old man is Yuan Shang," the old man said with the same indifferent expression. Hearing Yuan Shang's name, Ren Mimi immediately sucked in a breath of cold air. It could be seen that this name represented a shock to her. To the side, although Du Fuwei didn't reveal much, his flickering eyes clearly showed that his heart wasn't calm. Only Li Jing didn't have much reaction because his martial arts were low and he was in the military. The illusory image of Sei Ito trembled and instantly turned into a real person. He gently landed on the ground and said, "What a surprise! As the head of the Yuan clan, you actually didn't recuperate in the clan's land but appeared here." Just as he said, Yuan Shang was the current head of the Yuan clan. However, he didn't involve himself in politics or officialdom and focused on martial arts. He often considered himself a man of the Jianghu. So on the surface, the Yuan clan gave people the wrong impression that Yuan Huaji was the head of the clan. However, it was also because of this focus that Yuan Shang's martial arts cultivation was extremely high, almost second only to the current generation's 3 grandmasters. He sat firmly in the position of a superclass expert. My Yuan clan is about to suffer. How can my old bones stay out of it? Yuan Shang said with a gloomy smile. Father, Big Brother is still waiting for our news. Let's do it, the middle-aged man beside Yuan Shang suddenly said. Needless to say, this middle-aged man was the second strongest expert of the Yuan clan, Yuan Shang's eldest son, Yuan Qingdu. As for why he wasn't the other Yuan Wudi, it was because the image was wrong, and the feeling he gave people was also wrong. All right, Yuan Shang said indifferently. After saying that, Yuan Shang's aura immediately erupted and rushed toward Du Fuwei. Seeing this, Yuan Qingdu didn't hesitate. He immediately turned around and kicked the torch that was used to illuminate the tent. Then, he continued to rush towards another torch. Not good, he's going to set fire. Li Jing's expression changed and hurriedly warned. Bang! At this time, there was a violent explosion. The piercing cold air once again spread in the tent. At the same time, Du Fuwei's somewhat embarrassed figure quickly retreated to the side. Obviously, in this exchange, Du Fuwei was once again injured by Yuan Shang's peak mysterious ice energy. Then, Yuan Shang turned his feet and rushed toward Sei Ito, who had been standing motionless in the same place. Seeing that Yuan Shang had locked on him, Sei Ito chuckled and slowly raised his hand to block Yuan Shang's attack. In an instant, an extremely cold and gloomy internal energy penetrated their skin and rushed into Sei Ito's body through his meridians. At the same time, a visible white mist spread out from Yuan Shang's hand and turned into ice crystals that wrapped around Sei Ito's arm. Then, Yuan Shang didn't show any mercy and sent his other hand towards Sei Ito's chest. At this time, there was a cold snort from Sei Ito's mouth. Then, a powerful energy gushed out from his body like a flood. In an instant, it forced out the cold internal energy that Yuan Shang had sent into his body. Then, through the direct connection between the two, it invaded Yuan Shang's body. At the same time, Sei Ito's other arm lightly raised and with a pa sound, hit Yuan Shang's arm that was attacking his chest. Yuan Shang's arm immediately bounced up uncontrollably, brushing past Ito Sei's shoulder and falling into the air. Then, without waiting for Yuan Shang to react, Ito Sei, who had created a big gap between the two blocks, dropped his hands and gently pressed them on Yuan Shang's chest. Penetrating force. Bang! With a thunderous sound, Yuan Shang only felt his face turn pale and his chest tighten. Then, his body instinctively retreated a few steps as if it was hit by a sledgehammer. Li Jing, Ren Mimi, go out and settle the army in case Yuan Huaji's army sneak attacks. Stepping forward, he instantly appeared in front of Yuan Shang, whose face had changed slightly, as if he had traveled through space. Then, he reached out and pointed at Sei Ito's chest. Yes, Li Jing and Run Mimi, who knew that they couldn't help here, responded in unison. Then, without hesitation, they turned and ran out. Du Fuwei, take down Yuan Shang. Ignoring Yuan Shang's dodging and defense, Sei Ito's finger landed on Yuan Shang's chest accurately and strangely, and ordered again. Okay. Du Fuwei, who had forced out the cold energy that Yuan Shang had sent into his arms, responded in a deep voice. Then, with a stomp of his feet, he rushed toward Yuan Shang. Yuan Shang, who was on the middle finger on Yuan Cheng's chest, only felt his body tremble. A stream of blood uncontrollably flowed into his mouth and seeped out from the corner of his tightly closed lips. Then, Seito's finger turned, and his palm stood upright. At the same time, he bent his fingers, and all the joints of his 4 fingers burst with chi. Then, he hit Yuan Shang's chest again with a 1-inch force. Then he pushed his arm forward, and his fingers formed a fist, and a burst of violent dragon-shaped qigong was sent out in the form of needle forging. Boom! In an instant, the clothes on Yuan Shang's back suddenly exploded, and a pale white column of qi as thick as an arm shot out in a straight line. Why? Yuan Shang immediately coughed up a mouthful of blood. This was a combination of the strongest disciple in history and the first high school's extreme finger, the Amaze sect's 3 tribulations fingers, and the Zhao clan's dragon-shaped qi art needle forging art. Chungo, Yuan Shang, who knew that he couldn't win, shouted loudly. Without hesitation, he burst out with all his potential and turned around to run out. Where do you think you're going? Du Fuwei, who was already full of anger because of Yuan Shang, didn't want to let Yuan Shang go. At the same time, he roared and waved his arms repeatedly, forming an earth-shattering fish shadow that shot towards Yuan Shang. Under Du Fuwei's eruption of power, Yuan Shang, whose martial arts were on par with Du Fuwei's, couldn't escape unscathed and was immediately stopped. Did I say you could leave? Standing still, Ito-sei used the law of space to connect the space node on Yuan Shang's way with the space node in front of him. Then, he instantly teleported Yuan Shang back in front of him. He inserted his 5 fingers into Yuan Shang's dantian and said softly with a smile on his face, "How could this be?" Yuan Shang said in disbelief. Seito smiled and didn't explain. He just activated the yin-yang 5-element sealing technique and completely sealed Yuan Shang's internal energy. Pooh! Yuan Shang, who had already suffered serious internal injuries from Seito's 3 consecutive sure-kill moves, had his internal energy sealed. Without any internal energy to suppress his injuries, he once again spat out a large mouthful of red blood and looked dispirited. This guy should be enough to play with Sintan Meiyun for a few days. Then he hit Yuan Shang's neck and knocked him out. Seito couldn't help but think of Sintan Meiyun, who is currently studying how to integrate the Imperial 10,000 Laws origin scripture with her Sintan Meiyun's jutsu. On the other side, Yuan Shang, who saw his father being captured, didn't dare to continue fighting with Du Fuwei. He immediately took a punch from Du Fuwei and suffered some internal injuries. Borrowing the force, he rushed out without hesitation. "You come back too," Seito said. With a thought, Yuan Cheng's figure appeared in front of him and knocked him out in the same way he did to Yuan Shang. Chapter 12:57. How's the situation? Seito asked Du Fuwei, Ren Mimi, and Li Jing, who were sitting in the main sea of the tent. "They've been pacified," Ren Mimi replied. "Since they've awakened the army, let's launch a night attack," Seito said with narrowed eyes. "Sir, we're not ready for a night attack. Isn't this a little too hasty?" Li Jing said hesitantly after exchanging glances with Ren Mimi and Du Fuwei. "If we start preparing now, how long will it take?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "At least 2 hours," Li Jing said after thinking for a while. "All right, I'll give you 2 hours. After 2 hours, we'll officially launch a night attack on Zhongli." Seito immediately decided. Yes. Seeing Seito's resolute attitude, Li Jing, Ren Mimi, and Du Fuwei knew that they could only act according to orders. They then got up and left one after another to arrange for the soldiers to prepare for the night attack. 2 hours was neither long nor short. However, with the entire army's tense preparations, it quickly passed by peacefully. "Sir, the preparations are ready." Li Jing walked into the tent with a tired expression and cupped his fists at Seito, who was sitting in the main seat. "All right, let's move out." Seito stood up and announced. "Yes." Li Jing, Du Fuwei, Ren Mimi, Suki Mimi, and Yuan Yuan replied in unison. That's right. Not only were Li Jing, Du Fuwei, and Ren Mimi present in the tent, but Seito's newly summoned archer, Suki Mimi, and Yuan Yuan were also present. Among them, Suki Mimi would be the sniper responsible for killing the generals on the city wall. She would also lead the army's archers to launch a volley of arrows at appropriate times. As for Yuan Yuan, she was from the White Feather Six families. The Yuan family was in charge of commanding the army, and because of their strength, they would be the main attackers and commanders in this battle. When I have time, I'll create an army for Roly-Poly and Hui Meili to lead. As for the daily training, I'll just call it Xiao Yao. After all, the staff and spear are interconnected. I think Xiao Yao, who has already reached the level of Miracle Hand, shouldn't have any problems. Looking at Roly-Poly and Hui Meili, Sei Ito thought to himself. Then, he threw these thoughts aside for the time being. He led everyone out of the tent. Wait a moment. I'll use a large-scale illusion spell to deceive the soldiers on the walls. You guys should take this opportunity to set up everything and get ready to enter the city. Sei Ito said as he walked to the front of the soldiers. Sir, what effect can your illusions achieve? Li Jing asked. As long as there are no accidents, ordinary soldiers and generals won't be able to detect it. However, for Yuan Huaji, who is a first-class expert, it won't have much of an effect. I reckon that after a long time, he will be discovered by his spiritual sense, Sei Ito explained. How long is this period of time? Li Jing asked. Obviously, at this time, he was calculating how to make the most of Sei Ito's illusions to gain enough advantages. It's hard to say. It could be a breath, or it could be a moment. It depends on Yuan Huaji's mental state, Sei Ito shrugged. However, you can make the most of it. For now, I don't sense the presence of Yuan clan's mysterious ice energy on the walls, Sei Ito said as he looked up at the walls of Zhongli City, which was 200 steps away. 200 steps. If one step was 80 centimeters, it would be about 160 meters. Although the distance was very short, this godly archer could only shoot 120 to 130 steps with a 3-stone bow. Even if it was shooting from a high position, it would be safe enough. All right, you guys get ready. I'm going to start, Sei Ito reminded them as he slowly mobilized his mental power. Yes. Li Jing and the others received the order. Then, according to the arrangements they had discussed before, they returned to their respective teams. After Li Jing and the others left, Sei Ito's mental power immediately burst out without any reservation. The instant it burst out, it produced an invisible power that caused the air in front of him to tremble violently. Then, Sei Ito's mind turned, and the powerful mental power began to transform into an illusions domain according to his will. It enveloped the entire Zhongli City and the guards on the side of the army. It's done. Sei Ito connected with Li Jing, Du Fuwei, Ren Mimi, Yuan Yuan, and Meili with his mind had said. In the next moment, the allied army in the camp silently moved. A large number of soldiers carrying ladders on their shoulders and pushing siege trucks rushed out of the camp. They silently ran toward the walls of Zhongli City, which was 200 meters away, and began to arrange the siege equipment. At the same time, a group of about 200 light cavalrymen rushed out of the camp and slowly moved to the city gate. Although this group of cavalrymen was small with only 200, it was basically half of the Jianghuai army's cavalrymen. However, this was something that couldn't be helped. Who asked the South to not produce horses? Then, after the cavalrymen and siege troops, groups of soldiers with solemn expressions walked out of the camp. They were divided into 3 groups: left, middle, and right. They arrived at the city gate on the left and right, and were prepared to attack when everything was ready. This strange and silent behavior lasted for more than 10 minutes before it was declared to be over. Fire! At this moment, a soft shout sounded. A large number of arrows immediately flew out from the camp, and the siege trucks, flying toward the unresponsive soldiers on Zhongli City's walls. In the next moment, a series of miserable screams echoed in the silent night sky. As the target of these arrows, the soldiers of Zhongli City were instantly killed by this inexplicable rain of arrows. Attack! A tiger's roar sounded again, following which the group of Jianghuai army and Pengliang guild soldiers who had climbed all the ladders and were only a step away from the city gate immediately jumped over the city gate. They appeared in front of the soldiers of Zhongli City, who were completely confused. They revealed sinister smiles as they brandished their blades and slashed at the soldiers of Zhongli City, sending them back to the embrace of the world. Enemy attack. At this moment, the general of Zhongli City finally reacted and shouted loudly. That sharp shout immediately woke up the silent Zhongli City, causing the entire city to fall into chaos. However, before he could finish his words, an arrow immediately pierced through the air and accurately pierced his throat. There was no need to guess. The only person who could shoot this kind of divine arrow in the middle of the night was none other than Meili Suki. Seeing that the battle had begun, Sei Ito withdrew his spiritual power and flew to the gate of Zhongli City. He used his telekinesis to form an invisible blade and stabbed it into the gap between the gate from top to bottom. With an explosion, the thick bolts behind the gate immediately exploded into a pile of wood shavings that flew in all directions. The soldiers guarding the gate who had just been awakened by the enemy's attack were knocked to the ground. After that, Sei Ito used his telekinesis to push open the tightly shut gate of Zhongli City. Ta-ta-ta! There was no need for anyone to give the order. The cavalry that had been waiting for a long time immediately urged their horses and charged into the city. Kill! Behind the cavalry team, the infantry team, led by Yuan Yuan, who had been guarding the two sides for a long time, also followed closely into the city. They completely occupied the city gate and supported the main army behind them. The main army didn't make Yuan Yuan wait for long. After 5 minutes, the Pengliang and the Jianghuai army flooded into Zhongli City from the top of the city wall and the city gate, attacking and occupying the entire Zhongli City. Sei Ito naturally didn't like this kind of ordinary siege. Thus, he directly flew to the sky above Zhongli City and looked down at the entire city from above. He searched for the Yuan clan members who had the aura of the mysterious ice energy. Very quickly, Sei Ito discovered the existence of 4 men with profound mysterious ice energy near the center of Zhongli City. They organized the soldiers to resist, while they ordered another group of people to quickly escape from the West Gate. TSK, they really value money more than their lives. Even at a time like this, they still want to take the treasures and palace, maids from the palace with them. I really don't know what they're thinking. Sei Ito sighed in midair. After sighing, Sei Ito used teleportation to appear behind a Yuan clan member who was using a pair of hammers and ruthlessly slapped his body. Pooh! In the next second, the expression of the Yuan man, who was using the sledgehammer to kill the enemy, froze. His face was filled with unwillingness and disbelief. His body immediately exploded into pieces, spurting out a large amount of stinky, bright red blood and organs, which fell to the ground with a pitter-patter. To Sei Ito, only Yuan Shang and Yuan Wudi in the Yuan clan were of some value. Next were Yuan Jiji and Shiji, the 2 scholars, who were first class. The others, Yuan Wudi, Yuan Qingdu, and so on, were all useless. Therefore, Sei Ito didn't hold back at all against this guy who used a pair of hammers and had the mysterious ice energy around him. He directly slapped a large amount of compressed energy into his body through his inner chi and killed him in one blow. After that, Sei Ito didn't stay. He directly left where he was and appeared beside the other 2 Yuan clan members who should be Yuan Huaji, Jiji, or Shiji. Using a method that was much gentler than Yuan Wudi, he knocked down Yuan Huaji and the scholar, sealed them, and casually put them away. Then, he chased after the last Yuan clan member, who was leading a large army, to escape towards the West Gate. With the participation of a bug-level existence like Sei Ito, the army without Yuan Huaji's leadership was immediately defeated. Not long after, more than half of them were eaten up by the Jianghuai army and Pengliang Hui's army that surged into the city. As for the remaining small portion, they could be dealt with after Du Fuwei or Yuan Yuan took down the general, who should be Yuqi Jingda. As expected, not long after, Yuqi Jingde was captured without a fight. Zhongli was completely taken down by the Jianghuai army and Peng Lianghui. At the same time, the Yuan clan, one of the four great clans, was completely destroyed. Chapter 1258. After taking down Zhongli and destroying the Yuan family, Ito Sei, who handed over all the affairs to Renmimi and Li Jing, did not stay any longer. He sent Yuan, who was not willing to lead troops to participate in the war, back to the Rubik's Cube world. Then he summoned the four apprentices of Terumi Tuki, who was willing to stay and form a team of archers. After that, he left Zhongli and returned to the carriage that was still heading towards Badong. Of course, Sei Ito's destination was not Badong, but the core of Sichuan, Chengdu. It was just that it was too far to travel by land, so it was faster to travel by water, and the nearest port was in Badong. Therefore, after several days of travel, Sei Ito and the other two smoothly arrived at Badong and boarded the merchant ship that was willing to take them to the nearest city to Chengdu. This journey continued for several days. In the past few days, the invincible Wang Shichong and Li Mi's army won successive victories and finally defeated the last of Zhu Jie's Garuda army in a big battle yesterday. They also captured Zhu Jie and his daughter alive under the plan of the beautiful military advisor, Shen Luoyan. Sei Ito did not have a good impression of these two people whose father was a man-eating demon and whose daughter was a pretty gigolo. Therefore, when Li Mi asked for instructions on how to deal with them, Sei Ito straightforwardly gave the order to behead them. With this order, the hinterland of the Central Plains, which had completely lost the Garuda army, fell into Sei Ito's control. After that, Sei Ito specially took half a day to gather all the leaders of the forces under his command and let them formally meet each other. This, except for Shen Luoyan, who already knew about Sei Ito's forces. Apart from Li Xingji, who had long been accustomed to His Majesty's unexpected actions, people like Luoyang's Wang Shichong, Wagong Army's Chu Rang, Li Mi, Polyang Society's Supreme Leader Nie Jing, Third Leader Ren Mimi, Jianghuai Army's Du Fuwei, and Fu Gongyu, Eastern Sea's Li Zitong, Jukuan Bang's Yun Yuzhen, Si San Bang's Han Gaitian, Yuchuyan, Eastern Darkness Sect's Madame Dongming Shan Meixian, Flying Horse Ranch's Shang Xiuxiuan, Jingling's Fang Zitao, and Xianyang's Qian Duguan, all sucked in a breath of cold air. Clearly, this time, when the leaders of the various powers met them, they were greatly shocked. However, they couldn't be blamed for this. Who could have imagined that Sei Ito would quietly create such a behemoth that took up almost a third of the world? After that, Sei Ito told them about the eunuch Yang's treasure that he had in his possession. This further stimulated their minds and made them even more confident in this faction. Sei Ito smiled when he saw the results and issued two new orders. First, all the factions would officially reorganize. Second, they would begin to occupy the cities in the Central Plains that they didn't actually control and complete their control over the Central Plains. Sir, if we don't have a proper name, then we won't be able to speak properly. Do you think we should learn from the other factions and establish a country? Shen Luoyan asked. When they heard the words establish a country, apart from Dan Meixian, Shang Xiuxiuan, and Li Xinka, who was already a member of Sei Ito's National Junior High School, were not interested. Everyone's eyes lit up, and they looked at Sei Ito, who was sitting on the main seat. Sei Ito naturally didn't have any objections to this, so he smiled and nodded in agreement. Okay, then, what do you intend to choose? Ren Mimi asked with a charming smile. Hua. Sei Ito, who had already made his decision, said calmly. Hua. The others asked in surprise. Hua means beautiful, and it is also the name of the Han people. It is the proper name of the Central Plains, Sei Ito said with a smile. We started from the Central Plains, so how can we not use Hua? Okay, let's use Hua. The others looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Xinka, Luoyan, Meixian, Wang Shichong, Li Mi, Ren Mimi, Yun Yuzhen, and Li Jing, you will be in charge of the specific matters. The others will assist you from the side. Sei Ito stood up and ordered. Yes. Everyone replied in unison. Let me know when you're done, but don't delay the control of the Central Plains, Sei Ito said again. After he finished speaking, he didn't pay any attention to the people in the hall and disappeared from the room. He returned to Ziyangqing's inn, and then the next morning, he rode the modified carriage to Chengdu City. After traveling west for 3 to 4 days, Sei Ito and the others finally arrived at their final destination, Chengdu. Although it was already autumn, Chengdu City was very hot. The streets were full of beautiful women in bright clothes. One could vaguely see half of their arms exposed. All of them were enthusiastic and open. They looked at Ito Sei, who had a strange temperament, boldly and clearly, and teased the sisters beside them in low voices. This little sister. Seeing this, Sei Ito faintly smiled and led Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo to the front of the several women who were chatting and laughing, greeting them. Greetings, young master. Although they acted very boldly before, when Sei Ito really came in front of them, these women's cheeks all blushed, revealing a bashful expression. May I ask how to get to Laojun Temple and Boss and Long's and Family Chamber of Commerce? Sei Ito softly asked with a kind expression. If you want to get to Laojun Temple, go straight from here, then turn left when you see a row of bamboo buildings. Walk forward for about 5 li and you'll see a small mountain. The largest Taoist temple on the mountain is the Laojun Temple that young master is looking for. The woman pointed in a direction and softly explained to Sei Ito. The Family Chamber of Commerce is at the intersection up ahead. Then turn left after 2 lie-down rooms. The largest shop there is. Thank you, little sister. Itori's nose twitched slightly as he breathed in the fragrance of rouge and the fragrance of a woman's body from the other party's body. No need. Most likely noticing Sei Ito's actions, the woman who had gotten closer to Sei Ito blushed again. She hurriedly responded in a low voice and hurriedly pulled her sister away from Sei Ito's side. The women of Sichuan are truly interesting. Sei Ito lightly smiled as he watched them leave. Let's go and meet Boss and whose name shakes Sichuan. Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and said to Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo. Naturally, the two of them did not object. They followed Sei Ito and followed the route that the young woman had pointed out to Family Chamber of Commerce. However, although the young woman's directions were clear, that was only for the locals of Chengdu. For an outsider like Sei Ito, it was difficult for him to distinguish between the small and messy stone roads in Chengdu. Therefore, Sei Ito asked 2 more passers-by before he successfully arrived at Family Chamber of Commerce. Sir, is there anything that catches your eye? A shop assistant with a face full of smiles asked. There are a few that catch my eye, but I want to buy a lot. Are you sure you can make the decision? Sei Ito glanced at the shop assistant beside him and said, I can't make the decision. Isn't there a boss upstairs? If you need it, I can go and call the boss out for you. The shop assistant's expression did not change as he continued. However, sir, you have to at least say something and give me a price. Only then can I report it to my wife. I want to buy rice. 200,000 sure of rice, Sei Ito said faintly. Hearing Sei Ito's invitation, the shop assistant's pupils immediately shrank. He raised his head and carefully looked at Sei Ito's expression to see if he really wanted to buy or if he was here to cause trouble. Sir, please wait a moment. I'll go and call the boss out for you. The shop assistant, who could not see anything from Sei Ito's expression, said. Then, he turned his head and shouted at the other shop assistants, Someone, come and serve tea. Serve good tea. Okay, please. The shop assistant opened his arms and led the way. After arranging Sei Ito and the other 2 to a lounge that was specially set aside to receive important customers, the shop assistant in charge of receiving them immediately ran to the back hall. Tianlian Sect is indeed a business school. Their business methods are so advanced. They even have something like a big customer lounge in the future, Sei Ito thought to himself as he looked around the room. Sir, please enjoy your meal. At this time, a beautiful girl with her chest half exposed and her arms completely exposed pushed open the door and walked into the room. She served Sei Ito tea. Then, about 3 or 4 minutes later, accompanied by a burst of laughter, a middle-aged man dressed in gorgeous Sichuan brocade, with a wide body and a big belly. His neck couldn't be seen under his round head, and his eyes were long and narrow. His nose was slightly high, and he had two small mustaches above his lips. He had big ears, and he was wearing a minister's hat on his head. He was wearing 4 or 5 big gold rings on his fat palms, and he cupped his fists and greeted, "Honorable guest, please forgive me for my lack of foresight. It's good that Boston did not disturb me," Saito said politely with a smile. "Since young master is willing to come to my shop to do business, it means that you think highly of me. How can I disturb you?" Unlong raised his eyebrows and said, in the time it took for them to speak, there was no gap between the two of them. However, at this moment, Unlong only felt that his feet were soft, as if he had stepped on a sand pit. His body immediately uncontrollably bumped into Ito-sei. Unlong didn't understand why this happened, but he didn't hesitate. He immediately used the lotus footwork and instantly retreated to the door of the house with a flexible speed far beyond his weight. However, before he could show a puzzled expression, several sharp thorns suddenly flew out from the doorframe and pierced toward Unlong's body. Unlong, who felt something strange behind him, knew that something was wrong. His eyes flashed, and he rushed back to Ito like a shadow. His 10 fingers bent and twisted, urging the lotus chi in his body to release beautiful pink lotuses. His entire body was overflowing with killing intent as he launched a fatal attack toward Saito. Saito's mind moved, and the air between him and Unlong immediately became strange. It was like a kaleidoscope. The attack should have already landed on Saito, but it could not be blocked no matter what. It was so close, yet so far. At the same time, Saito stretched out his arm and instantly placed it on Unlong's fat belly, sending a stream of chi in. Chapter 1259. P.S. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. The so-called lotus ring at the center of the sky was created according to the idea that the heavens had no heart and the lotus had no ring. It was a set of mysterious martial arts that followed the heavens. Therefore, when Unlong felt the strange feeling from his belly, he immediately turned his feet and moved his body to block the chi strength sent by Ito-sei. At the same time, he moved his body and dodged Ito-sei's chi strength. At the same time, he moved his body and dodged Ito-sei's chi strength like a tumbler that suddenly changed its direction. He dodged Ito-sei's side and directly pounced on Wei Jinjin, who was standing behind Ito-sei on the right. Seeing a black shadow coming at her, Wei Jinjin's face immediately showed a touch of surprise. In the next moment, Wei Jinjin only felt the scene in front of her change. She instantly left her original position and appeared next to the bramble door frame. She looked at Unlong with a stunned expression as he missed. Her hands danced and stimulated a delicate lotus of true chi to attack the back of Saito's head. Pa! With a soft sound, Saito, who had been sitting upright all this time, suddenly cracked and disappeared into thin air. Crackle, immediately after, there was another soft explosion. At this time, Unlong's fat body stopped and he staggered forward, revealing Saito's extended right index finger. Bang! Unlong's stumbling footsteps paused, and he quickly fell to one knee on the ground, his 4 limbs twitching slightly. Was he affected by inner chi? Saito thought to himself as he looked at Unlong's reaction. It turned out that the crackle sound was the sound of an electric explosion when Saito used the flickering charge technique. However, the moment the electric current turned into a nerve interference signal and rushed into Unlong's body, it was blocked by the Sky Lotus True Chi that was rapidly circulating in his body. Therefore, it didn't achieve the greatest effect of the flickering charge technique, losing control of the body. Instead, it only affected some of Unlong's movements, which gave him the opportunity to charge forward until he fell to one knee and his limbs twitched. "Who are you? Why are you joking with me like this?" Unlong asked in a deep voice as he silently circulated the Sky Lotus True Chi to calm his body. "Don't you know who I am?" Seito asked with a chuckle as he walked slowly toward Long. What are you talking about? I'm sure I've never had any contact with you. How do I know you? Long, who saw Seito approaching from the corner of his eye, became anxious. He quickly circulated the sky lotus true chi while he tried to use words to buy time. You're lying. As the sect master of the demonic sect's Heavenly Lotus sect, you have control of the Heavenly Lotus sect's enormous information network established through the exchange of trade. How could you not know who I am? Seito stood beside Long and once again stretched out his hand to slap the back of Long's neck. When he heard Seito call out his identity, Long immediately knew that the other party was here to cause trouble for him. Therefore, he didn't hesitate and directly circulated his true chi in place of the divine essence signal to stimulate his body's movements. He spun and charged into Seito's embrace. At the same time, his hands formed the shape of a lotus and slammed towards Seito's chest. Pa! With another soft sound, Ito Sei, who suddenly appeared behind Long, gently patted Long's cervical vertebra with his palm, sending the nerve interference electric current created by the newly strengthened flurry dash jutsu into Long's body. Pooh! After receiving this attack, Long, who had just dispersed Ito's afterimage, seemed to have gone mad. Suddenly, he opened his mouth and spat out a mouthful of bright red blood. Then, he fell to the ground weakly. Under normal circumstances, Long, who had been hit by the flickering charge technique, would only lose control of his limbs. However, the key was that Long was currently using his inner chi in place of the flickering charge technique to drive his body. Therefore, when the two sides clashed, Long, whose inner chi was in chaos, immediately felt stifled. Only then did he spit out a mouthful of blood. As for Wai Wei, he felt stifled in his heart. This was all thanks to the Heaven Heart Lotus Ring. The Heart of the Sky Lotus Ring was not only the so-called Sky Heart and Sky Tao. It also referred to the heart in a person's body. It was the foundation of the Sky Lotus Ring technique. According to the cultivation requirements of the Sky Lotus Ring, if the heart acupoint was not opened, it would be impossible to cultivate the Sky Lotus Ring. Good technique, Long, who was lying on the ground, said in a muffled voice. Seito smiled at Long and squatted down beside him. He stretched out his hand and placed 2 seals on Long's back, where his heart was and where his dantian was. He completely sealed Long's inner chi. What do you want me to do? Sensing the changes in his body, Long's expression changed slightly, and he asked in a very straightforward manner. The Heavenly Demon Book in the hands of the Heavenly Lotus sect, and you will listen to my orders from now on. Seito flipped his hand and took out a contract scroll. He unfolded it and placed it in front of Long. However, I know the methods of the people of the demon sect. If you want me to believe you, sign this contract. Otherwise, I don't mind refining you into a puppet. Okay. Long's eyes turned, and he agreed very straightforwardly. Seeing that Long agreed, Seito, who was not afraid of Long's demonic nature, patted Long's neck with his left body and instantly regained control of his right hand. First, sign the contract and use your blood as ink, Seito ordered. Hearing this, Long did not beat around the bush. He immediately moved his newly recovered right hand to his mouth and bit his index finger. Using the blood that quickly flowed out, he wrote his name on the scroll. In the next moment, the ordinary-looking scroll suddenly emitted a dim light. It quickly absorbed all of Long's blood on the scroll. Then, the dim light turned into a ray of light and shot into Long's forehead. Seeing this series of changes, Long's expression immediately changed. He knew that he was unlucky. Seito patted Long's neck again and removed the flickering body dashes effect. He stood up and said, "You must have been thinking about signing a stupid contract or something, so you didn't look at the contents of the contract. But it's okay, you can look at it now. Oh, right, don't think that you can just tear that thing off. Not only will that not make the contract invalid, but it will also make the contract disappear. The moment the scroll is destroyed, it will also activate the contract's default clause and burn your soul. So be careful of the carcass." Seito pretended to be kind and reminded Enlong, who got up from the ground and reached out to grab the scroll. Hearing this, Enlong's hand that was reaching for the scroll paused for a moment. He then grabbed the scroll again and looked at it in front of his eyes. Phew! After a moment, Enlong finished reading the contract's terms and conditions. He didn't find anything that was too disadvantageous for him. He allowed a long sigh and slightly relaxed. Seito saw this and smiled. He used teleport and transferred the contract scroll from Enlong's hand to his own hand. He flipped his hand and threw it into a space in the Rubik's Cube world that was specifically used to store these contract scrolls. Go and get the Tianma book, Seito said to Enlong, whose eyes were slightly blinking because the contract scroll in his hand suddenly disappeared. Yes, Enlong very sensibly replied, and then turned to leave the room. It wasn't until 10 minutes later that he returned with a strange thread-bound book. He already had half of the Tianma book from Laojun Temple and the Tianma book from Mending Heaven Path. Seito looked at the material and knew that the book in Enlong's hand was the original Tianma book from the Heaven Lotus sect. Thus, when Enlong handed it over, he didn't hesitate to take it and casually flip through the contents. He then casually threw it into the Rubik's Cube world's library. Seeing the Tianma book disappear, Enlong's eyes couldn't help but twitch. I wonder why Sir came to Shu this time. Enlong asked. I'm looking for trouble with you and Zui Yuxian. I want to take the Tianma book from your hands and take control of Shu, Seito said without hiding anything. Hearing Seito say this, Enlong's heart fiercely jumped. Mister, you mean to unify Bashu and take it under your command? Ignoring Ito Sei's first purpose, he directly asked the second purpose as the main topic. Yes, Seito casually nodded in response. Then how much does Sir know about the situation in Shu? Enlong asked again. I only know that there are more ethnic minorities here. On the surface, it's controlled by Bameng, Chuangang, and Duzuan Bao, Seito said after thinking. That's right, but Sir missed out on two. That's the East sect and Chuan Ning Casino. Enlong nodded and added, among them, East sect leader Xiao Miaoying and Bameng's beauty Sina are master and disciple, so they can be considered one faction. However, Chuan Ning Casino is different. On the surface, it's supported by Hua Qin Xiao. In fact, it's secretly in contact with Bameng. If I'm not wrong, the two sides should be allies. In addition, Chuan Ning Casino's Hua Qin Xiao has a son named Hua Jitong, who is Xiao Miaoying's adopted son. Therefore, Chuan Ning Casino's relationship with Bameng is quite ambiguous. In other words, if I want to take over the entire Shu, I can only take down Duzuan Bao's Jiahui, Bameng, Chuangang, He Sek Xiao Miaoying, and Chuan Ning Casino's Hua Qin Xiao. Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Enlong confirmed. Seito's right index finger lightly tapped on the armrest of the chair, making a thump, thump, thump sound. Use your name to call Bameng and Chuangang over. If possible, try to call Xiahui over as well, Seito suddenly said. Bameng and Chuangang's people are easy to deal with. They will give me some face, but Xiahui's side is a bit difficult to deal with. To be honest, in the past few years, Xiahui and I have become distant due to some things. The only thing we lack is an opportunity to break off our relationship, Enlong said with a bit of difficulty. That's why I want you to try your best. If you really can't, then wait until I deal with Chuangang and Bameng, Seito said lightly. If that's the case, there won't be a problem, Enlong said with a smile. What's the soonest time I can see them? Seito asked. Tonight. At the latest, tomorrow noon. Enlong replied with certainty. Well, you go and invite him. I'll go and meet Zui Yuxian first. How can I let him fall behind you? Ito Sei stood up and looked at Enlong with a smile that was not a smile on his face. He looked at Enlong with a humble face and said, Enlong laughed dryly and didn't refute. This group of people from the demon sect were all like this. They were all cold-blooded people who thought that since they couldn't get better, they couldn't get better either. Especially when he knew that Seito's target was Zui Yuxian, Enlong couldn't wait for Zui Yuxian to get worse. Seito was too lazy to pay attention to this. He directly left the shop with the pretty maidservant Wei Jinjin and the sword attendant Fu Junzhou under Enlong's escort. They walked toward the temple where Zui Yuxian was while admiring the scenery of Sichuan. After an hour or so, the three of them, who were basically strolling, finally arrived at a huge group of Daoist palaces on a small mountain when the sky was turning dark and night was about to arrive. However, what was surprising was that the primitive Taoist temple, which shouldn't have many people from Sichuan, was actually flourishing here. Even at this time, there were still many people from Sichuan who went to the temple to offer incense and worship. Therefore, although Sei Ito and the other two came here in a strange way, they didn't seem too out of the ordinary. It seems that Zui Yuxian is very good at running a temple. Sei Ito, who was a little surprised, walked into the temple with Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo. No wonder. After seeing the statues of the gods worshipped in the temple, Sei Ito finally understood why the primitive Taoist temple, which only believed in Tai and primitive, was so popular in Sichuan. It was because in addition to Tai and primitive, there were also statues of the ancestors of the Sichuan people. A statue of a Ba person with big eyes and a long nose was placed behind the altar to receive the worship of the people of Sichuan. This Zui Yuxian is very thoughtful. Sei Ito curled his lips and then ignored it. He then used his mind power to form a wide area illusion to cover himself, Wei Jinjin, and Fu Junzuo. They left the temple and walked to the backyard of the temple. Since it was a primitive Taoist temple, the architecture more or less followed the architectural rules of Taoism. This made it a lot more convenient for Sei Ito, who had lived in the heavenly Wudong Mountain for 5 to 6 years and was familiar with the layout of Taoist temples. According to the layout, it should be the room where the temple master lived. You two wait here. I'll be back soon, Sei Ito said to Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo, who were beside him. Okay, the two of them agreed at the same time. Sei Ito waved his hand and placed a layer of restriction around the two of them. Then he used his mind to teleport and flashed into the room in front of him. Then a thin, black-haired old man wearing an exquisite dark blue Taoist robe sat cross-legged on a bright yellow futon. He had a long and narrow face, and his facial features were deep. At first glance, one could tell that he was not of pure Chinese descent. He was sitting cross-legged on a bright yellow futon. His eyes were closed, and he was meditating. However, at this moment, the man in the Taoist robe opened his eyes. Two sharp lights instantly shot out from his eyes and reflected on Sei Ito, who had suddenly appeared in the room. Chapter 1260. Whoosh! The man in Taoist robes opened his eyes and rushed to Sei Ito like a ghost. He used his right index and middle fingers as a sword and stabbed towards Sei Ito's body with a beam of light. He actually used his hand instead of a sword to stimulate Sword Gang. Sei Ito was slightly surprised when he saw the man's attack. It should be noted that Sword Chi was not Sword Chi. As long as one had sufficient inner Chi and grasped a certain skill, one could use it empty-handed. Sword Chi required a very strong ability to control genuine Chi and a strong body to be used without a weapon. Otherwise, not to mention activating it, even if it was activated, one's body would be injured by the sharp Gang Chi before it could hurt the enemy. Zui Yuxian, a true disciple, does have some skills, Sei Ito thought. Sei Ito thought so, but his movements were not slow. He stepped forward slightly and immediately got away from the sword finger of the old man in Taoist robes, who was Zui Yuxian. He came to Zui Yuxian's side, then bent his arm and hit Zui Yuxian's shoulder blade with his elbow. Zui Yuxian turned his body and once again pointed his sword finger, which was full of sword chi, at Sei Ito's throat. This time, Sei Ito did not dodge at all. Instead, he directly shot out his fist, which missed the elbow attack. It was as if he used his fist to meet Zui Yuxian's sword gang finger without any protection. Seeing this, Zui Yuxian could not help but show a ferocious smile on his face. Bang! The next moment, with a muffled sound, Sei Ito's fist and Zui Yuxian's sword finger collided. But then, Zui Yuxian, who had a ferocious smile on his face, changed his expression. He looked at Sei Ito with shock in his eyes. Then, with a scream, his body flew backward like a cannonball. Ah, crack, crack. In the process of flying back, Zuyoshian's left arm continuously made crisp cracking sounds, causing his entire left arm to twist and bend. It was in a strange shape. The reason for all of this was very simple. Itosei's fist wasn't a simple fist at all. It was an iron fist imbued with the dragon-shaped needle forging art. Therefore, when the two collided, Itosei was shocked. The accumulated and compressed needle forging technique immediately shot out, shattering the sword energy on Zuyoshian's sword fingers. Then, the impact continuously surged into Zuyoshian's body, shattering his entire arm bone. This was because the Gang Chi had blocked it, and the power had weakened a lot. If it had been a direct confrontation, the forging needle skill could have completely blown Zuyoshian's arm bones into pieces. The skin on his arm exploded and blood spurted out. Bang! Zuyoshian's body slammed heavily into the wall of the room. At this time, Seito stretched out his hand and gently pointed in the direction of Zuyoshian. A clear wave of heaven and earth essence chi immediately filled the room. Then, four slender ice crystals with sparkling blue light suddenly appeared in front of Seito under the wave of heaven and earth essence chi. They flew like arrows towards Zuyusien, who had made a huge crack in the wall and stabbed into his shoulders and thighs. Zuyusien was completely nailed to the wall. In great pain, Zuyusien opened his mouth again and let out a scream. Then, Seito's figure flashed and appeared in front of Zuyusien. His fingers together formed a sword finger. He quickly tapped on Zuyoshian's body according to the principles of medical theory and meridian circulation. He sealed the meridian gang chi in his body. "Who are you?" Zuyusien asked fiercely, not wanting to lose. "Your master," Seito said lightly. After that, he ignored the angry Zuyusien and flicked his finger, hitting Zuyoshian's forehead and knocking him out. Then, Seito's spiritual power spread out and invaded Zuyoshian's mind. He created the image of a man and a woman copulating in Zuyoshian's mind to confuse Zuyoshian's mind. Then, he transferred his spiritual power and began to operate on Zuyoshian's sea of consciousness. Soon, Seito planted a spiritual seed and suggestion in Zuyoshian's mind, who had no resistance at all, and completed his control over him. Then, Seito withdrew his spiritual power, lifted all the control over Zuyusien, and used his life energy to heal all the injuries on his body. With a painful groan, Zuyusien, who was leaning on the wall, regained consciousness. My lord." Zuyusien frowned and hesitantly saluted Seito with his fists clasped. "Give me the heavenly demon book of the true teachings." Seito did not care about what the other party was thinking and directly ordered. "Yes." Zuyusien, whose expression changed slightly, bowed his head and agreed. Then, he turned and walked to a corner. From a secret compartment hidden between the walls, he took out a carved wooden box that was more than 20 centimeters long and 15 centimeters wide. He opened it, picked up the heavenly demon book written with a strange material, and handed it to Seito, who was standing beside him. Seito took the heavenly demon book of the true teachings, which should be half a volume, and lowered his head to read it in front of Zuyusien. It was different from a heavenly demon book obtained from Pai Chun. The heavenly demon book in Zuyoshian's hands was completely the essence of primitive Taoism. More than 1/3 of it recorded the content of yin and yang dual cultivation. The remaining less than 2/3 of it recorded various miscellaneous martial arts. The last part was similar to the heavenly demon book in Pai Chen's hands, which was the content of alchemy and gathering great herbs. With the true teachings and the heavenly demon book of the Laojun Temple, I have basically mastered a small part of the Taoism secret method passed down from the Qin dynasty. As for the rest, I guess I can only find it in the Three Kingdoms world, or the Legend of Qin and the Quest for Qin, or in the Xinxiao world. With a flip of his hand, he took out the heavenly demon book he got from Pai Chun and the heavenly demon book he got from Zuyusien. Then, he put it back into the library of the Rubik's Cube world. On the other hand, Zuyoshian's pupils shrank slightly after seeing the familiar half of the heavenly demon book, and his thoughts churned. Come with me. Seito turned his head and said to Zuyuxian. Yes, Zuyuxian responded. Then he followed Seito out of the room and met up with Fu Junzuo and Wei Jinjin, who were waiting outside. Then they walked back to Enlong's shop. Because there was a stranger beside him, and because it was late at night, Seito didn't have the mood to tour Chengdu's night scenery. So, it didn't take long for them to return to Enlong's place. Seeing Enlong, Zuyoshian's eyes flickered again. No one knew what he was thinking. However, when Enlong saw Zuyuxian, especially the bloody Taoist robe on Zuyoshian's body, his face showed a gloating smile. He warmly invited Seito to sit down. How's it going over there? Seito asked. The invitation has been sent out, but Ba Meng said that they need to discuss it with others, so they agreed to pay at noon tomorrow. Enlong, who understood what Seito was asking, quickly replied. Okay. Seito nodded and ordered, That's all for today. In addition, arrange a room for me. I want to rest. Okay. Enlong promised. Then he stood up and personally led Seito, Wei Jinjin, and Fu Junzuo out of the room. They went to the backyard and stopped in a room in a small courtyard that looked very unique at first glance. Sir, what do you think of this place? Enlong asked. Not bad. Seito looked around the room and nodded. As long as you're satisfied. Enlong smiled. I won't disturb your rest. I'll go down first. After saying that, he quickly walked out of the room and soon disappeared outside the courtyard door that was closed again. Seeing that Enlong had left, Seito let Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo move freely. He went to the carved wood bed and sat down cross-legged. He took out the heavenly demon book and studied it again. He absorbed the original Taoist theoretical knowledge, especially the knowledge system about yin and yang dual cultivation. This study took more than 4 hours. Seeing that it was getting late, Seito put away the book and called the sleepy Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo to take a bath separately. Then, he hugged the fragrant Wei Jinjin and laid down on the bed to rest. As for Fu Junzuo, he arranged for her to sleep on the small bed in the outer room for the time being. The night passed without a word. The next morning, Enlong and Zuyuxian came to the small courtyard and found Seito, who was studying the heavenly demon book. They didn't know what Enlong and Zuyuxian talked about yesterday. In short, Zuyoshian's face was no longer gloomy today, and his attitude and thoughts had become much calmer. Sir, it's almost time. Do you think we should go first? Enlong reminded. Since it's time, let's go. Seito got up and said as he put away the heavenly demon book. Sir, please follow me. Enlong bowed and said. Then he led Seito, Wei Jinjin, Fu Junzuo, and Zuyuxian out of the small courtyard. They left the shop from the back door, sat in the carriage prepared by the disciples of the Heavenly Lotus sect, and went to the agreed meeting place. The meeting place was a 3-story tea house located a little north of the center of Chengdu. It wasn't clear which of the Ba Meng and Chuan gang's businesses it belonged to. In short, as soon as the carriage arrived, they were led into a side courtyard by the coachman who had been waiting outside the door. They were led to a room. In an instant, the figures of 4 men and 1 woman appeared in front of Seito and the others. Seito knew that these were the people in charge of the Ba Meng and Chuan gang. Among them, the burly man who looked a little old with a weak chin should be the leader of the Chuan gang, Spear King Fanjua. The other 3 were a skinny old man who held a dark brown water smoke bamboo in his hand, a burly man with sharp eyes, a hook-like nose, and 10 fingers on both hands. They were the people in charge of the Ba Meng, Monkey King Fengzhen, Wolf King Chuan Mao Sun, and Eagle King Jiao Luo Feng. As for the last beautiful woman wearing the clothes of the Corvée tribe, it was obvious that she was the beauty Sina. Chapter 1261. As Seito looked at the silent people in the room, they also looked at Seito's group. However, they looked at Seito the most. After all, they already knew Enlong and Zuyuxian. Although Wei Jinjin's looks were not bad, she was still far from the beauty Sina. As for the strange mass food Junzo, although he gave him a lot of pressure, it was just fear. It was not enough to make them pay too much attention to him. Only Seito, who looked like an ordinary person, made them very wary. Even so, they were still a little confused about Zuiyoshin's appearance. After all, when they were invited yesterday, Fatty and did not say that Zuiyoshin would be coming. Come, let me introduce them to you. And Long acted as the middleman and introduced them to each other with a face full of smiles. This is the leader of the Chuan gang, Fanjua, known as the Spear King in Bashu. Mr. Fan. And Long pointed at a tall and sturdy man with a serious face. And this is one of the leaders of the Bameng, Monkey King, Fengzhen. Then, Long moved his arm and pointed at a skinny old man who was smoking a water pipe. Wolf King, Chuan Mao's son. Long moved his arm again and pointed at a burly man wearing ethnic clothing. Eagle King, Jiao Luo Feng. As for this beauty, she is the last leader of the Bameng, the beauty Sina. Long pointed at a beautiful woman wearing Wei tribe clothing and smiled. This person beside me is the customer who asked me to be the middleman to invite you all here. Chen Shicheng, Mr. Chen. Long pointed at Sei Ito and introduced him to the managers of the Chuan gang and Bameng. Chen Shicheng, the general of the Wu Wei camp that Yang Guang appointed before his death, the one who actually owns Chang'an. Jiao Luo Feng tilted his head and looked at Sei Ito with his sharp eyes. That's me. Sei Ito smiled. All right, let's talk about it later. Everyone, please take a seat. Long greeted everyone as if he was the host. Everyone didn't refute. They followed Long to the round table at the side of the room, and each found a seat to sit down. Among them, Chuan Bang's Fanjua, Bameng's Fengzhen, Chuan Mashuan, Jiao Luofeng, and Sei Ito sat on one side of the round table. Fu Junzo sat on the outside, next to Beauty Sina. Wei Zhenjin sat between the two of them. Long sat to the left of Sei Ito. Zuiyoshin was furthest away, next to Fanjua. Come, serve the dishes. Long turned around and called out to someone outside the house. Then, not long after, as the door was opened from the outside, several women in beautiful clothes walked into the room with a tray with various dishes on it. They came to the table and placed the dishes one by one on the table, piling up the round table. Obviously, all of this had been prepared in advance. Otherwise, it wouldn't have taken less than 2 minutes to finish speaking. A table full of dishes was prepared in such a short time. If that was the case, it would be too exaggerated. Come, let's drink first. Long picked up the wine cup and said. Everyone also gave him face as the president of the Ba Shu Chamber of Commerce. They all raised their wine cups and drank the wine in their cups. As the wine went down their stomachs, the atmosphere between the crowd eased up a little. Come eat. Long greeted everyone again. However, as a businessman, Long was indeed good at communicating. Under his greetings, the atmosphere between everyone became better and better. It was completely different from the tit-for-tat attitude they had when they first met. After 30 rounds of wine and 5 rounds of dishes, at this time, Fanj would gently put down his wine cup and looked at Seito. He asked casually, Mr. Chun, why did you ask Long to invite us here? As soon as he said that, the atmosphere in the room immediately stagnated. At the same time, the managers of Bameng all looked at Seito, waiting for his answer. It's very simple. I want Ba Shu, so I need your cooperation. Seito also put down his wine cup and looked at the 5 people from Bameng and Chuan Gang. He said softly with a smile on his face. However, although his words were soft, it was like thunder to the 5 people opposite him. They all looked at him in surprise. Mr. Chun, don't you think you're stretching your hand a little too far? Eagle King Jiaofeng said in a gloomy tone. Too far? I don't think so. Although Chang'an is not close to Chengdu, it's not so far that we can't form an alliance. It's only separated by Hanchuan, East City, Brazil, and Jinshan. There are no other forces in between. As long as we are willing, we can form an alliance. Seito smiled. If that's the case, we can use our own strength to force Chang'an. Why should we cooperate with you? Chuan Mushuan, who swallowed the food in his mouth, said lightly. Wolf King, Do you really think Ba Meng can reach Chang'an? Ito asked with a faint smile. Why not? Beauty Sina said with a look of persuasion. Let's not talk about how strong the people of Ba Shu are. Let's talk about the current situation. Are you sure Ba Meng can form an alliance with Chuangang? Are you sure you're not afraid of Du Bao or Ba Lingang taking advantage of the situation? Ito said as he looked at Sina's face frivolously. Ba Meng and Chuangang could not help but frown when they heard this. But you only have Chang'an. What do you have that's worth us relying on? Monkey King Fengzhen asked as he took 2 puffs of his water pipe. Or rather, what benefits can you bring us? Before we talk about certain things, please sign this contract first. Although the other side is preparing, I don't want to leak any information because of some accidents before the official announcement. Ito flipped his hand and took out 5 contract scrolls with simple confidentiality clauses. He handed them to Fanjua, Fengzhen, Sina, and the others. If Mr. Chen doesn't trust us, then why did you call me here? Zhao Luofeng said with displeasure. Without knowing the power of the contract scrolls, he did not think that signing a contract could guarantee that the secret would not be leaked. He thought Ito was joking, so he showed his displeasure on his face. Although the others did not say anything, they also showed displeasure on their faces. This is no ordinary contract. I refined it using a secret technique. When signing it, I need everyone's blood as proof. The contract is bound by rules. Anyone who violates the contract will suffer a backlash from the contents of the contract. Ito explained with a smile. If you don't believe me, you can have a disciple test it. But if you do, that disciple's life will be lost here. Fanjua and the others looked at each other strangely. Then they opened their mouths and called for a disciple to come in. Use your own blood to sign your name here. Zhao Luofeng didn't even bother to explain himself when he saw the disciple walk in. Instead, he directly ordered him. Wait. Ito quickly stopped him. Don't worry, I'm not going back on my word. I just want to change the contents. Otherwise, if I don't tell you what it is, then even if he signs it, it will be useless. Ito took the contract scroll from Sina's hand. In front of everyone, he used his finger to change the contents of the contract. The content was very simple. Once the contract was formed, the person who signed it could not speak. Otherwise, their soul would be destroyed and they would die. After writing, Ito handed the scroll back to Sina. She then passed it to the other Ba Alliance leaders and Chuangang's Fanjua. After everyone confirmed the contents of the contract scroll was returned to the disciple who had just come in. He used his blood to sign his name on the scroll. The moment the disciple finished writing, the contract scroll shone with a dim light. It devoured the blood on the scroll, then turned into a ray of light that sank into the disciple's forehead. Seeing this, Fanjua and the others immediately believed in the power of the contract. Speak, Zhao Luofeng ordered. Hearing Zhao Luofeng's order, the disciple's expression changed. Fear immediately appeared on his face. But when he saw Zhao Luofeng's increasingly unfriendly expression, he knew that he would die if he didn't speak. With a face full of despair, he replied, yes. Almost as soon as his voice fell, the disciple suddenly opened his mouth and let out a miserable scream. His hands held his head and his eyes rolled back as he fell to the ground. Not long after, he lost all signs of life. He's dead. Zhao Luofeng walked over to the disciple's corpse and inspected it. Seeing this, everyone's expression changed. A trace of fear appeared in their eyes. After all, this was far too strange. To the people of Ba Shu who believed in their ancestral gods, this was almost like witchcraft. Of course, the contract you sign will not punish you like this. At most, you won't be able to return to the embrace of your ancestral spirits after death. There will be no threat to your personal safety. Ito said with a smile. Hearing Ito's words, everyone felt a bit more at ease. However, they still had some lingering fears about signing the contract. In the end, they thought about it and agreed. After that, Ito filled in the contract and made some changes to the contents. He had Fanjua and the others sign their names after another disciple confirmed that the contract wouldn't kill them. After that, Ito Sei, who let Fan Zhuo and others put away the contract scroll, smiled slightly and told them about the real power he had in his hands and the plans to build a new country. As Ito spoke, whether it was Liu Xian and Enlong who were disciples of the demon sect, or Fan Zhuo, Feng Zhen, Chuan Moxuan, Jiao Luofeng, and Ito, they all sucked in a cold breath. They were shocked by Ito's potential power. Now, everyone should be able to give me an answer. Ito chuckled as he looked at the leaders of Ba Shu. Chapter 1262. P.S. Thank you to Wongit for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to Nickfany and NXCX for their tips. Things went smoothly. After Ito showed enough sincerity, Fan Zhuo represented the Chuan gang. Feng Zhen, Jiao Luofeng, Chuan Moxuan, and Sina represented Ba Meng and officially agreed to join Ito's forces and help him complete the unification of Sichuan. Among them, Sina would return to the Chuan gang and persuade her master, Xia Miaoying, who was known as Heavenly Granny, to join Ito's forces. As for why they did not suspect that Ito's words were fake, after taking out the magical contract scroll, Fan Zhuo and the others basically did not think that Ito was lying. It was just like how martial arts masters generally did not lie. There was no need for that. Moreover, the contract scroll specifically stated that if Ito's words were false, all the terms of the contract would immediately be invalid. There was no need to be afraid of any trouble after the event. Since he had settled the Chuan gang and Ba Meng, Ito was not polite. He immediately invited them to meet with Xie Hui of Duzuan Castle and Hui Qingxiao of Chuan Nan Casino tomorrow afternoon under the pretext of discussing the future of the Sichuan region. Ito believed that even if Xie Hui was arrogant, he would not refuse Fan Zhuo and Feng Zhen. He would definitely come on time. Hui Qingxiao would also accept Sina's invitation for Xia Miaoying's sake and arrive on time. Therefore, after arranging everything, Ito took Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo and left with Enlong and Zui Yuxian. They returned to the small courtyard in the backyard of the family's shop to rest. They continued to study the contents of the Heavenly Demon Book, which belonged to the original Taoism of Lao Juan's true lineage. The next day, at the right time, once again, he took Wei Jinjin, Fu Junzuo, and Long, and Zui Yuxian to the meeting place and met up with the Chuan gang's Fan Zhuo, Ba Meng's Feng Zhen, Jiao Luofeng, Chuan Moxuan, and Sina who had already arrived. At this moment, in addition to these acquaintances, there was another unfamiliar middle-aged man at the meeting place. Let me introduce you. Sina, who was dressed in a gorgeous corvée costume, said with a smile, "This is Hui Qingxiao, Lord Hui of the Southern Sichuan Casino. This is the general of the Wu Wei Battalion, the actual owner of Chong, and Lord Chen Shiqing." Then, Sina pointed at Ito beside her and said to the man in the crimson robe. The middle-aged man was neither tall nor short, just like a normal person. His skin was slightly bronze, and the corners of his mouth were slightly raised as if he was smiling. His eyes were slightly narrowed, making it hard for others to guess what he was thinking. Upon hearing Ito's name, Hui Qingxiao's expression changed slightly. He looked thoughtfully at the others beside him and roughly understood the meaning of the word meeting. "I've heard a lot about you. I've heard a lot about you." Although he had other thoughts in his mind, his movements were not slow at all. He immediately got up and cupped his fist towards Ito with a smile. "Boss, please don't take offense to my presumptuous invitation," Ito also said politely with a fake smile. "Lord Chun, you worry too much. I have long wanted to get to know Lord Chun, but I was worried that I didn't have the chance. This invitation has fulfilled my wish." Hui Qingxiao humbled himself and said politely, "Boss Hui, you're too polite," Ito said with a fake smile. Then he turned his head and scanned the surroundings. When he did not find the man who seemed to be Xie Hui, he frowned and said, "Is Fortress Master Xie not here yet? He probably has something to do and can't leave. I think he'll be here later," Fan Zhuo said expressionlessly. "Something to do and can't leave? Huh. As expected of Fortress Master Xie. Such arrogance." Zui Yuxian, who was a member of the demon sect, sneered. What? Priest Sua, are you dissatisfied with me? As soon as Wei Yuxian finished speaking, a deep and magnetic male voice suddenly came from outside the courtyard. He said clearly. Hearing this, Zui Yuxian's expression changed slightly. His eyes flashed as he turned around and looked at the man who was slowly walking over with a proud posture under the guidance of the coachman. The person who came looked to be in his 40s. His face was white and he had no beard. His face was handsome and confident, and his pair of dark eyes were as deep as the stars. However, his expression exuded a cold and arrogant aura. Coupled with his tall and straight body, he gave people a strange kind of manly charm, but it did not make people feel close to him. Needless to say, this person was the #1 person in Bashu, the sworn brother of Heavenly Saber Song K, and the fortress master of Supreme Fortress, Xie Hui, who had the title of Martial World Judge. But then again, Xie Hui also had the capital to be proud of. In his early years, Xie Hui was like all living things. He was a member of the ordinary people. He did not have an illustrious family background, nor did he have a rich family background. He was able to squeeze his way to his current position by relying on punches and kicks. He was a pure, rich generation. How would I dare to be dissatisfied with Fortress Master Xie? Zui Yuxian said with a mocking face. Xie Hui's eyes moved slightly when he heard this. He stared at Zui Yuxian expressionlessly, and an aura began to gradually spread out as he walked. What a big resentment. If Priest Sua is dissatisfied with me, you could draw a line. Xie Hui, will take it, Xie Hui said with a cold face. Just as Wei Yuxian wanted to say something, Sei Ito immediately frowned and said in a low voice, That's enough. Zui Yuxian's expression froze when he heard this. He obediently swallowed the words that he wanted to spit out and stood to the side with his eyes lowered. Seeing the change in Zui Yuxian, whether it was Fan Zhua, Feng Zhen, the leader of Chuan Gang, Huaqin Xiao Chuan and Casino, or Xie Hui who gradually walked into the room, they were all shocked. They all looked at Sei Ito again, trying to see what kind of magic he had that could make this devil sect priest so obedient. I've heard of Fortress Master Xie's name for a long time. Seeing you today, your style is far better than the rumors. Sei Ito ignored the sizing up of the people around him. He put on a fake smile again on his face and praised him. General Chun is too polite. Xie Hui raised his head and cupped his fist in return. His tone was indifferent, and he unceremoniously accepted Sei Ito's praise. At this time, the people of Bameng and Chuan Gang came back to their senses and greeted Xie Hui. They led him into the room and sat around the round table. May I know why General Chen has invited me here? After exchanging greetings, Xie Hui went straight to the point and asked. After he finished speaking, the room was silent, waiting for Sei Ito's answer. The reason why I asked Mr. Fan, Old Feng, Sina, and the others to invite Fortress Master Xie and Owner Hua here is very simple. I want the two of you to join me and help me govern Sichuan. Sei Ito said with a smile. You? Xie Hui asked. That's me, Sei Ito said with a smile. Since Fan Zhua and Feng Zhen came forward to invite me, and Long and Zui Yuxian accompanied them, I believe they have already agreed to your recruitment and become your subordinates. Xie Hui nodded and then glanced at Zui Yuxian, Long, Fan Zhua, Feng Zhen, Jiao Luofeng, Chuan Moshuan, and Sina. That's right. Sei Ito nodded and confirmed. The others either smiled, nodded slightly, or silently admitted it. What a Hongmin banquet. Xie Hui sneered. Sei Ito smiled slightly. He didn't answer. After quietly watching Sei Ito for a moment, Xie Hui leaned back in his chair and said slowly, Tell me your conditions and let me see what you plan to use to bribe me. If Fortress Master Xie is willing to join me, I will treat you as the ruler of E Province. Sei Ito replied softly. What if I don't agree? Xie Hui asked in return. For this question, Ito Sei had already expected it. As someone who still loved Fan Qingwei, the master of CI, Hang Jing Mosque, Xie Hui was willing to help Fan Qingwei as much as he could even if it was futile. Just like in the original work, even after the 4 great clans of Bashu were forced by Song Ke to turn their heads to the Song clan, he still had to prepare to lead the people of Duzuan Castle to rely on Li Shimin. the master of destiny chosen by C.I. Hang Jingjai. If Fortress Master was in my position, what would you do? Seito asked with a faint smile. Xiaohui immediately narrowed his eyes when he heard this. A cold light flashed through the depths of his eyes. Boswell, what do you think? Seito ignored Xiaohui and turned to look at Hua Qingxiao, who hadn't said a word since the beginning of the meeting. It seems that I'm not as important as Master Chan, Hua Qingxiao said with a smile. Boss Hua is too modest. If I don't even care about the southern Sichuan casino that controls 8 floors of casinos and brothels in the south of Sichuan, then I would be too arrogant, wouldn't I? Seito asked slowly. Hua Qingxiao's smile froze when he heard Seito reveal the secret of 80% of the brothels under his control. His gaze towards Seito became flickering. Seito didn't say anything and just looked at Hua Qingxiao with a smile. It seems that I don't have a choice. Hua Qingxiao turned to look at the silent Fanjua, the dazed Feng Zhun who was smoking a water pipe, the smiling and long, and Zui Yuxian who had his eyes lowered and seemed to be wandering in the sky. He smiled bitterly and sighed softly. Boss Hua is indeed a smart person. Seito smiled when he heard this. Then he took out a prepared contract scroll and handed it to Hua Qingxiao. Since Boss Hua agrees, then we'll be a gentleman first. Boss Hua, please sign this contract scroll. Seito said with a smile. Hua Qingxiao took the contract scroll without saying anything and lowered his head to read it. The content of the contract scroll was very simple. The core rule was that those who agreed to join Seito's forces must not use any means to violate, betray, or harm Seito's interests. Those who violated this rule would be burned alive. As for the rest, it was just some small rules and the specific method of signing the contract scroll. Seito, who ignored Hua Qingxiao, who was reading the contract scroll, turned to look at Xie Hui and asked softly, "Is Fort Master Xie still going to insist on your previous choice? You're really wordy with just one wrong word." "Okay, I agree to your request." Xie Hui was silent for a moment, then sighed and said in a clear voice, "It wasn't that Xie Hui didn't think of not agreeing and directly breaking out of the encirclement. However, when he looked at the smiling and long and the submissive Zui Yuxian, in addition to Seito, who didn't emit any aura but always made him feel alarmed, and a masked woman sitting next to him, he completely decided to break out of the encirclement by force. After all, it wasn't easy to deal with any one of these 4 people alone, let alone if they attacked together. If things went wrong, he wouldn't be able to break out of the encirclement and die here. What's more, he was no longer alone like before. Behind him stood the lives of more than 1,000 people in Duzuan Bao. If he really offended Seito, the other party might really follow the plan of pulling out the assassins and gather the Ba Alliance, Chuan Gang, Basha Chamber of Commerce, and Chuan An Casino, which was about to join, to attack Duzuan Bao. At that time, even if Duzuan Bao had enough people, not many of them would survive. Even their livelihood would be a problem. Therefore, after much consideration, Xie Hui could only choose to compromise for the sake of the entire Duzuan Bao and agree to Seito's offer of amnesty. "Then, please sign this contract, Lord Xie." Seito, who got the answer, once again took out a scroll and handed it over with a smile. Xie Hui took the contract scroll and lowered his head to look at it. After a moment, he raised his head and cut the tip of his right index finger with one hand. A stream of bright red blood immediately gushed out from the tip of his right index finger and was pressed onto the surface of the scroll like ink. As his finger moved, bright red lines formed into words that were printed on the scroll. On the side, Hua Qingxiao, who saw Xie Hui's decisiveness, didn't hesitate and also cut his finger to sign his name on the scroll. Looking at Xie Hui and Hua Qingxiao's actions, Long, Zui Yuxian, Jiao Luofeng, and Chuan Mao Sun all showed a gloating smile. They had personally witnessed the power of the thin animal skin scroll, so they were looking forward to Xie Hui and Hua Qingxiao's expressions after seeing the strange phenomenon and hearing the explanation after signing the contract. It must be very interesting. About 10 seconds later, as 2 balls of dim light were released one after another, Two rays of light shot out from the contract scrolls in Xie Hui's and Huo Qingqiao's hands, respectively. They entered the foreheads of the two people whose bodies suddenly paused uncontrollably when the dim light burst out. What is the meaning of this? Xie Hui and Huo Qingqiao asked with an unfriendly expression while checking their bodies to see if there were any strange things in their bodies. Naturally, it is to ensure that you won't go back on your words in the future. Sei Ito shrugged and chuckled. But don't worry, as long as you do things seriously according to the terms of the contract and don't violate the contents of the contract, your lives won't be threatened at all. But if you violate it, I'm sorry, this thing can't be saved even by the gods. Even I can't do anything. So, for the sake of your safety, remember not to have any thoughts in the future. Sei Ito looked meaningfully at Huo Qingqiao, the owner of the South Sichuan casino, who had secretly colluded with the bailing gang and was even one with them. Under Sei Ito's gaze, Huo Qingqiao, who seemed to have been seen through, laughed dryly with a stiff expression. At this point, no matter how Xie Hui reacted, Bashu's forces had completely fallen into Sei Ito's hands. Chapter 1263. Since Bashu had been unified, there was no need to divide Duzuan Bao, Chuangang, or Bomeng. Therefore, after the meeting that day, the three parties led by Xie Hui began to integrate and work hard to change the name of Bashu into Izhou. Among them, Xie Hui was appointed by Ito Sanari as the prefecture lord of Yi Province, Fanjua as the Yi Province general, Fengzhen as the military secretary, Jiao Luofeng and Chuan Mao Sun as the deputy generals under the Yi Province general, while Sina and Huo Qingqiao were in charge of diplomacy, logistics, and intelligence at the same time. Sei Ito also sent the news of taking Basha back to China. He told Li Xinka, Shen Luoyan, and the others who were preparing for the founding ceremony, so that they could add Xie Hui and the others' names to the imperial edict. Naturally, when Shen Luoyan and the others heard the news, they were shocked by Sei Ito's methods. However, from the perspective of generals and strategists, it was really depressing to have a leader who could single-handedly take over a state and a territory. This made them completely useless. Don't worry, after the ceremony, I won't do this kind of thing again. The rest of the cleanup work will be handed over to you. I hope you don't feel tired when the time comes. You should know that China alone can't satisfy my needs, Sei Ito said meaningfully. Indeed, for Sei Ito, who needed the whole world, one China was indeed not enough. He had to take over at least 4 continents. Fortunately, while Sei Ito was touring Bashu, the preparations for the founding ceremony in Chang were almost done. Therefore, after Sei Ito toured Chengdu for 2 more days, he used the Flying Thunder God technique to take Wei Jinjin, Fu Junzuo, and Xie Hui, Fanjua, Fengzhen, Sina, and Long, and Zui Yuxian, who had temporarily been assigned the task of unification, out of Chengdu and appeared in the general's residence in Chang'an. He took them to the imperial palace. Along the way, Xie Hui and the others, who had seen with their own eyes that they had appeared in Chang, and from Chengdu in an instant, were completely shocked. They were completely speechless about this strange thing. They could only silently follow their new master, Sei Ito, into the distance. At this moment, whether it was Xie Hui and Huo Qingqiao, who were almost forced to sign the contract, Fanjua, Fengzhen, Sina, who voluntarily signed the contract, or in Long and Zui Yuxian, who were controlled by Sei Ito, they all adjusted their mentality and looked more and more respectful in their expressions. Ito Sei, who sensed the changes in the people behind him, smiled slightly. He did not make any gesture. After a long while, Ito Sei and his entourage walked into the golden and splendid imperial palace. In the main hall of Daxing Palace, which was specially used for political affairs, they saw Li Xinka, Wang Shichong, Li Mi, Chu Reng, Shen Luoyan, Nie Jing, Ren Mimi, Li Zitong, Du Fuwei, Li Jing, Fu Gongyu, Fang Zitao, Shang Xiuxuan, Qian Duguan, Yin Yuzhen, Han Gaitian, Yu Qiuyan, Dan Meixian, and Pai Chun, who was disguised as Rong Fengxiang. Greetings, Your Excellency. When Sei Ito appeared, the people in the hall cupped their hands and saluted in unison. The uniform greeting immediately reverberated in the inner hall under the amplification effect of Daxing Hall. At this time, Sei Ito's momentum and temperament changed. He changed from the original appearance of a good young master to a domineering emperor who exuded awe-inspiring majesty. He responded softly. Only Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzhou walked up the jade steps leading to the throne in Daxing Palace. When they arrived in front of the dragon throne, they turned around and walked down to the left. This feeling, Shen Luo Yin and the others below looked at each other and almost unanimously exclaimed in their hearts. Sei Ito, who was sitting on the throne, raised his eyebrows and showed a look of interest on his face. Interesting. Come, let me introduce you. Sei Ito, who temporarily put aside the abnormal situation, chuckled and said, "These are Xie Hui, Xie Baozhu, Fan Zhua, Fan Gun King of Izhou, Feng Zhen, Monkey King, Sina, Fat Merchant and Long, and Meridian Swords of Yuxian are the same as you from now on. They are all my capable generals. You should get to know each other in the future." Xie Hui and the others, as well as Shen Luoyin and the others, quickly raised their hands and cupped their hands. They greeted each other. During this period, although Fu Gongyo's expression toward Long was not good, and Pai Chun and Zui Yuxian pretended to laugh at each other. However, in front of Sei Ito, they did not dare to do anything discordant. They maintained a good scene. Sei Ito, who was sitting high on the throne, naturally saw all of this and understood why they were like this. Let's talk about Fu Gongyu first. Although he was a simple leader of the volunteer army on the surface, he was actually a disciple of the Heavenly Lotus sect of the Dark Sect. He was the senior fellow apprentice under the same master as Long, the leader of the Heavenly Lotus sect. Because Fu Gongyu thought that Long was the murderer who killed his master, he had never treated him well. He also had a bad relationship with Zui Yuxian. The relationship between Pai Chun and Zui Yuxian was similar to that between Long and Fu Gongyu. However, the cause of their falling out was the position of the sect leader. Pai Chun, who did not accept Zui Yuxian, directly snatched half of the Heavenly Demon Book and betrayed the Tao ancestors' true inheritance. He set up Laojun Temple and proclaimed himself as the sect leader. Therefore, whether it was for the half of the Heavenly Demon Book or for other reasons, the two basically killed each other when they met. However, because they were too familiar with each other, if they really wanted to kill each other, they would have to pay a lot of price. Therefore, they maintained a peaceful relationship. Well, Li Xingqi and Shan Luoyan stay. The others can go and rest. Saito said lightly. Yes. Everyone answered in unison. They bowed and retreated from Daxing Palace. Xingqi, tell me about the situation in Chang and during my absence. After everyone left, Sei Ito tilted his body and supported his cheek with one arm. He looked at Li Xingqi, who was standing below, and said, Yes, Your Majesty. Li Xingqi said respectfully, During Your Majesty's absence, someone tried to rebel by controlling the king of Qin, Yang Yu, and was suppressed by my troops. Among them, except for the king of Qin, Yang Yu, who is still in prison, the other rebels were beheaded by my subordinates. In addition, the forces of Li Tang are currently in contact with the people of Jingzhaolian. I don't know what they are going to do, but I have ordered my subordinates to closely monitor them. Also, the crown prince of Li Tang, Li Jiansheng, came to me before and asked me to join the other side, so I refused. In addition, according to the ninja's report, the forces of Li Tang are recently reorganizing their troops. According to my inference, the direction of their troops may be Chang'an. Perhaps it has something to do with the previous Jingzhaolian conspiracy. The people of Li Tang are really restless. Seeing that Li Xingqi had finished reporting, Sei Ito said with a sneer on his face, Did you find out the leader behind the previous rebellion? Then Sei Ito asked, Although there is no clear, correct answer, all the prisoners' statements point to the Duga clan. Li Xingqi replied with his head lowered. Oh, Sei Ito made a chuckle with unknown meaning. Wait for someone to send a glass of poisonous wine to the king of Qin. Then Sei Ito said in a low voice. Yes. Li Xingqi accepted the order. As for Jing Zhao Yin, since they are restless, there is no need to keep them. Later, you will take people to destroy Jing Zhao Yin. Well, I remember that there are many masters in Jing Zhao Yin. When you go out fine and long, Wei Yu Xian, Rong Fengxiang, Li Mi, Du Fu Wei, Chu Reng, Fu Gongyu, Li Zitong, Niet Jing, and Qian Du Wan, and let them help you destroy Jing Zhao Yin. Sei Ito then ordered. Yes. Li Xingqi replied. Sir, the founding ceremony is in 2 days. Isn't it a bit bad to kill too much at this time? How about we wait until after the ceremony to deal with Jing Zhao Yin? Shen Luo Yin saw the situation and quickly advised. It's fine. Just take this opportunity to clean up the environment in Chang, and so that people won't cause trouble on the day of the founding ceremony. Sei Ito smiled indifferently. Besides, the fate of this world can't control me. Seeing that Sei Ito had made up his mind, Shen Luoyin didn't say anything and watched Li Xingqi leave Daxing Palace. Seeing that there was only himself, Wei Jinjin, Fu Junzuo, and Shen Luoyin in the palace, Sei Ito's heart moved. He used instant transmission to transfer Shen Luoyin into his arms. He reached out and held her in his arms. He reached out and rubbed Shen Luoyin's chest while looking at her with a smile. Come, tell me about the arrangements for the founding ceremony. Sir, what do you want me to say? Shen Luoyin's cheeks blushed as she complained. However, even though she said that, Shen Luoyin still explained the specific arrangements for the founding ceremony. For example, when the ceremony would begin, when the ceremony would be held, when the ceremony would be held, when the announcement would be made, when the coronation ceremony would be held, who would read the imperial edict, what position everyone would be given, and who would be invited. Very good. However, I need to add a few more people to the ceremony, Sei Ito said. He moved his heart and sent a piece of information into Shen Luoyin's mind. Okay. After recalling the information that suddenly appeared in her mind, Shen Luoyin softly replied. Okay, you can go and rest, Sei Ito said as he pinched Shen Luoyin's chest hard and put her back on the ground. Then I'll take my leave first. Shen Luoyin charmingly rolled her eyes at Sei Ito and bowed slightly. She then turned around and walked down the jade steps, disappearing from Daxing Palace in a short while. Seeing that there was no one else to disturb him, Sei Ito slowly closed his eyes and re-sensed the strange feeling from before. As expected, my previous perception was not wrong. Sei Ito thought to himself as he once again clearly sensed the strange feeling. It turned out that when Sei Ito lowered his body and sat on the dragon throne that represented imperial power, a strange feeling suddenly surged in Sei Ito's mind. At the same time, a strange power swept across his body the moment he sat down and combined with the Yuan Qi outside his body. What is this? The destiny of the imperial court? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and said, I wonder what will happen if I add the jade annulus of Eclan? Thinking of this, Sei Ito withdrew his perception and opened his eyes again. He said to Wei Jinjin and Fu Junzuo, You two go and rest. I'm going out for a while. After he finished speaking, he immediately disappeared from Daxing Palace without waiting for the two to reply. Chapter 1264. In the next moment, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in Luoyang City. Then, his figure flashed again and appeared in the meditation Zen temple built on a certain mountain in the outskirts of Luoyang. He used an escape technique to enter the temple from the top of the bell-shaped temple that was used to store the jade annulus of He. Then, Sei Ito released his spiritual force and probed the square wooden box on the altar. Soon, a strange energy fluctuation was transmitted to Sei Ito's heart through his spiritual force. However, at this moment, a strong energy fluctuation seemed to have been stimulated by something and fiercely exploded. It passed through the wooden box and spread throughout the temple. When this situation appeared, it immediately alarmed the young monk Liao Kong, who was sitting cross-legged in front of the altar. He opened his eyes that were as bright as stars and turned his head to look at the square box containing the jade annulus of He. However, the moment his gaze landed on the square box, the square box strangely and abruptly disappeared before his eyes. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. At the same time, the jade annulus of Eclan's energy that had just erupted also disappeared along with the square box. On the other side, Ito decisively cut off the connection between his spiritual force and the jade annulus of He. He immediately flashed out of the temple and used the Flying Thunder God technique to return to Luoyang City. He appeared in Manqing Courtyard in Shangguan Long's room. "Sir." Seeing Ito suddenly appear in front of him, Shangguan Long was stunned and quickly got up to salute him. "Is Bayan here?" Ito nodded and took Shangguan Long's salute before asking. "Yes. However, he had just left. As for where he went, this little one doesn't know." Shangguan Long replied. "Then besides Bayan, who else from the Yin Sunflower sect is here?" Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Sect Master Zhu, Elder One, Elder Yun, Elder Xia, and Elder Pai are all present." Shangguan Long replied without hesitation. "Elder Pai? Sex and rain dual cultivation, Pai Shou Xian?" Ito asked with a surprised face. Originally, he had come to Luoyang this time to see if Zhu Yuyin had come. After all, it had been more than 10 days since he had sent Wan to Luoyang. It was time for him to come here and see Zhu Yuyin in person, so that she would not say that he was putting on airs. He did not pursue Pai Shoushuan's ancestral trace too much. He knew that as long as he dealt with Zhu Yuyin, taking Pai Shoushuan would be an easy matter. As for Elder One, Elder Yun, and Elder Xia, they were also surprised by the situation. However, she didn't care too much about it. After all, even if they were given a flower, they wouldn't be able to change anything. Ito muttered under his breath. "That's good too. It saves me the trouble of going through the trouble twice." "Take me to Zhu Yuyin's room," Ito ordered Shangguan Long. "Yes." Shangguan Long's eyes flashed as he lowered his head and replied. Then, he quickly walked to the front of the room, opened the door, and led Ito out of the room. He walked to the room where Zhu Yuyin was. After a few turns, Ito followed Shangguan Long to a very secluded courtyard behind Manqing Court. At this time, Shangguan Long quickened his pace and walked to the door. He reached out and knocked on the door. Dang, 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 dang. Shangguan Long's knocking sound was very strange. It was like a secret code with a strange rhythm. "Sectmaster." Subordinate Shangguan Long requests an audience. At the same time, Shangguan Long said in a low voice, "Come in." In the room, a somewhat cold and pleasant female voice sounded. Shangguan Long, who had received permission, reached out and opened the door. He bowed and signaled Ito to follow him in. Looking at Shangguan Long's back, Ito smiled meaningfully. Then, without hesitation, he stepped forward and followed Shangguan Long into the room in front of him. Then, an empty room with a round table and 3 square stools in the middle of the room came into Ito's sight. Then, a beautiful woman in a black gauze robe appeared in front of Ito. She had a delicate figure and a beautiful face. She looked like she was only in her 20s, but her aura was not inferior to that of Dan Macian. Her long black hair was tied up in the middle with a strange hairpin, and the bottom naturally spread out naturally. Ito saw a beautiful woman in a black gauze robe. She had a delicate figure and a beautiful face. She looked like she was only in her 20s, but her aura was not inferior to Dan Macian. "I think this woman must be Zhu Yuyin, as expected of the sect leader of the Yin Sunflower sect. Her temperament and appearance are indeed excellent. Although her beauty is slightly inferior to Swan Xiao, her charm is stronger than Swan Xiao's, causing people to be enchanted." Looking at the woman who was sitting cross-legged on the bed and looking at him and Shangguan Long expressionlessly, Ito thought to himself. Just as Ito walked past a round partition door made of brown carved wood, 2 black shadows suddenly rushed in front of Ito. Wrapped in powerful heavenly demon True Qi, they attacked Ito. At the same time, Shangguan Long, who was not surprised, jumped back to the side and maintained a spectating posture. Sure enough, seeing Shangguan Long's performance, Ito sneered. Then, he stretched out his hands. The chi in his hands turned into a spiral and wrapped around his two arms. Ignoring the influence of the heavenly demon force field, he directly and fiercely collided with the two attacking palms. Bang, kacha, kacha, kacha. In the next moment, a muffled sound rang out. Then, the sound of bones shattering could be heard. The two attacking people simultaneously let out a muffled groan and flew back. But at this time, Zhu Yuyin, who had been sitting cross-legged on the bed, floated like a ribbon pulled by invisible lines. She brushed past the two flying people and quickly rushed in front of Seito. She stretched out her palm and slapped at Seito's open chest. Seeing this, Seito did not panic. He took a deep breath and contracted his chest. At the same time, he circulated a large amount of energy in his body to his chest, forming a protective point, waiting for Zhu Yuyin's palm to arrive. Bang! In the next second, Zhu Yuyin's palm fiercely pressed against Seito's chest. But then, Seito's contracted chest fiercely pushed outwards. At the same time, a huge force instantly erupted from the point where Zhu Yuyin's palm landed. Zhu Yuyin was sent flying at a speed faster than when she came. Oomph! Zhu Yuyin let out a muffled groan when she was hit by the strong force. After finishing his counterattack, Seito did not stop moving. He immediately stretched out his hand and painted the void in front of him. In an instant, whether it was Zhu Yuyin, who was sent flying, or the two attacking people, whose foreheads were covered in cold sweat due to the pain, they all felt the air around them change. It was as if the air had come alive and rushed toward the three of them. Imperial 10,000 Laws, Origin Scripture. You're for Deming Zunjiao. As the sect master of Yin's Sunflower Sect, she naturally had some understanding of Deming Zunjiao. So, the moment Seito used his move, Zhu Yuyin called out the origin of the move. Wrong. I'm not from Deming Zunjiao. I just got this Imperial 10,000 Laws Origin Scripture from their Yuan. Relying on his superb spiritual control ability, he turned the air into invisible ribbons, sharp blades, and sticks to hit Zhu Yuyin, the man who should be Pai Shouxuan, and another one of the three elders, Elder One, Elder Yun, and Elder Xia, Ito-sei said with a chuckle. Under the attack of Seito's invisible sharp weapons, Zhu Yuyin and the other two had no choice but to defend. They formed a triangular formation with their backs against each other. Each of them opened their demonic energy field to form a huge demonic energy field with a diameter of about 3 meters. They blocked the invisible attack of Seito's Imperial 10,000 Laws Origin Scripture. Go! After blocking the invisible attack, Zhu Yuyin's murderous gaze fell on Seito as she shouted in a low voice. Finished speaking, Zhu Yuyin and the other two seemed to have a tacit understanding. While simultaneously maintaining the great demonic energy field, they rushed towards Seito at the same time. Seeing this, Itsunari chuckled. He immediately lowered his body and made a Tai Chi gesture. He stirred up his true Chi and formed a Tai Chi aura around him. Then he stepped into the heavenly demon aura and stretched out his hands to block the attacks of Zhu Yuyin, Pai Shouxuan, and another beautiful woman. His fists were either soft or hard. He blocked the attacks of Zhu Yuyin, Pai Shouxuan, and another beautiful woman. Immortal pressing art? Zhu Yuyin's complexion was gloomy. Her eyes were full of killing intent as she coldly said. Hearing Zhu Yuyin's words, Pai Shouxuan and the other woman's expression changed simultaneously. Their eyes flickered. They couldn't be blamed for recognizing the wrong thing. Although Sure Xuan's immortal pressing art's intention was not to pursue the other Sure, not to pursue some mysterious and abstruse things in this world, but when the style was displayed, the performance was indeed similar to Tai Chi's borrowing force to strike force. There was no difference in the form of 4 tails parrying 1,000 gold. Both were extremely superb parrying, borrowing, turning, and sending techniques. It was normal for people to mistake it. You're wrong again. This is Taoist Tai Chi, Seito said with a loud laugh. Then his feet turned. Using the 8 gowns wandering dragon footwork, he twisted his body and appeared in front of the woman who had lost an arm. He reached out and grabbed the opponent's attacking arm. He turned, and held it up. Then he straightened his palm and rushed forward. The parried power was sent back several times. Gotcha! In an instant, the crisp sound of bones breaking rang out from the woman's arm. Ah! The woman who was struck by the palm and sent flying back screamed loudly. Then Sei Ito, who sent the woman flying, dodged Zhu Yun's Sky Demon's silk belt attack. He continued to use the Wandering Dragon 8 Gown's footwork. Like a living fish swimming in the Sky Demon force field, he slid in front of Pai Shoshuan, who also had lost an arm. A twisting hammer ferociously smashed on Pai Shoshuan's back. Pai Shoshuan was unable to dodge in time. He directly vomited blood and fell to the ground. Seeing her helper was knocked down by Sei Ito in 2 moves, Zhu Yuyin let out a tender cry. She fiercely took out 2 slender sharp blades from her sleeves. She displayed sword shadows that filled the sky. Without any defense, she continuously attacked Sei Ito's vital points all over his body. Heart-searching sword art, Sei Ito thought to himself. He used the 8 Gown's footwork to dodge Zhu Yuyin's attacks by dodging, tilting his head, shifting his body, and other methods. Then, he quickly stretched out his hands and used his thumb, index finger, and middle finger to pinch the blade of Zhu Yuyin's sword. He lifted his leg and kicked Zhu Yuyin's lower abdomen. At the same time, he sent a stream of energy into his opponent's body. Chapter 1265. P.S. Thanks to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Wah! Zhu Yuyin, who was sent flying, suddenly spat out a mouthful of blood. Then, without waiting for Zhu Yuyin to stabilize herself, several invisible attacks formed by the Imperial 10,000 Law origin scripture instantly appeared around Zhu Yuyin's body, unceasingly attacking Zhu Yuyin, who was under the protection of the heavenly demon force field. Pung 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 pung. A series of muffled sounds instantly reverberated in the room. Under this barrage of attacks, Zhu Yuyin only felt her body tremble as she fell to the ground in an extremely sorry state. Then, a semicircular earth ball abruptly appeared on the ground, connecting her limbs and waist to the ground, causing her to be unable to move. Seeing Zhu Yuyin, who was the strongest in martial arts, suffer a setback, the woman whose arms were completely broken didn't dare to stay any longer. After flying back a distance to offset the external force that Sei Ito had placed on her body, she immediately turned around and rushed towards the open window of the room like a ribbon pulled by an invisible thread. Seeing this, Sei Ito lightly smiled and used his mind to connect the space node in front of him with the space node in front of him. Shio! In the next second, that fleeing woman immediately appeared in front of Sei Ito and was punched in the chest and abdomen. Her facial features slightly protruded, and she spat out a large mouthful of yellowish-white liquid. Her body arched as she fell to the ground. Pung, you're well prepared. Sei Ito used his mind to use the 5 elements to imprison the woman and Pai Shoshuan on the ground. He looked at Zhu Yuyin and the other 2 and said with a smile that wasn't a smile, "When did it start?" Not long after Miss Zhu arrived. Shang Guanlong's face was pale, as if he was seriously ill, and his body slightly trembled as he replied. In other words, you told Zhu Yuyin that you were being controlled? Sei Ito raised his eyebrows and asked. Yes, Shang Guanlong replied with a trembling voice. Who started it? Sei Ito asked again. It was this servant. A woman's voice sounded. Then, a beautiful figure flashed and appeared in the room. As expected. As for you, the influence of the spiritual seed is a little unstable. Sei Ito said calmly as he looked at Tao Wu, who walked barefoot to Zhu Yuyin's side, but did not break the earthen ball that imprisoned Zhu Yuyin. I only want Master to be on guard against you. I have no intention of harming young Master. Please understand, young Master. Bai Wu sighed softly with a bitter expression. Do you believe that? Sei Ito sneered. Then what will it take for young Master to let go of my Master and my Een Sunflower sect? Bayan asked seriously. Hand over the heavenly demon book in Een Sunflower sect's hands, and then the entire sect will submit to me, Ito said indifferently. At this moment, accompanied by several new sounds of breaking through the air, the silver-haired Danmei and two other women of different beauty appeared in the room. Needless to say, they were the other two female elders of Kuei. In your dreams, Zhu Yuyin shouted. Okay. At the same time, you responded with a crisp voice. Bayan, hearing the answer that was the opposite of her decision, Zhu Yuyin looked at Bayan and shouted angrily. Master, please forgive my disobedience this time, but I really don't want to see Master and the sunflower sect that you have worked so hard to develop destroyed, Bayan said flatly. Moreover, I think that following young Master may be the best way for our sunflower sect to develop. I think young Master will also be willing to help Bayan fulfill some small wishes. Then, Bayan looked up at Ito and said with a sweet smile, Unify the demon sect? Ito asked with interest. Yes. Bayan smiled. Sorry, I'm not interested in helping you unify the demon sect. Ito said indifferently. Then, when Bayan's expression did not change, he continued, But I can gather the entire demon sect under my command. I will complete the unification in another way. That's good. Bayan agreed with a smile. Then, Bayan took out the sunflower sect's heavenly demon book that she had prepared at an unknown time. She walked slowly to Ito and handed it over. Bayan, Zhu Yuyin shouted angrily. I'll take the book, but there are still some things to do. You should understand. Ito casually glanced at the heavenly demon book in his hand and said lightly, I understand. Bayan nodded and said, as soon as these words came out, whether it was the woman with a broken arm and Pai Shouxuan who were imprisoned on the ground, or the two women who had just entered the room, their expressions all changed. Then, without saying another word, he rushed outside. Overestimating yourself. Bayan's eyes flashed with a cold light. Bayan had no love for the elders of the sunflower sect from the bottom of her heart. If it were not for the fact that she still had a master above her, she would have killed them all. Otherwise, who knew what kind of trouble they would cause in the future? After all, she knew clearly that they were secretly seducing Bai Qing, and completely understood what they were thinking. Sure enough, in the next second after Bayan's voice fell, the two women also very strangely appeared in front of Ito and were knocked down to the ground by Ito's two fists. They were suppressed and imprisoned on the ground by the five elements Yuan Qi between heaven and earth. Instantly, only Shangwan Long, who was under Ito's control and was now trembling like a sieve, Danmei, who was expressionless, and Bayan, who was standing with Ito, were all fine in the room. Then, without any nonsense, Ito began to perform hypnosis on Pai Shouxuan, Elder Yun, Elder Xia, Elder One, and Zhu Yuyin. Under Ito's extremely skilled hypnosis technique, everyone, including Zhu Yuyin, the sect leader of the sunflower sect, had their spiritual seeds and hints planted in the depths of Ito's consciousness. However, after this matter, Ito knew that the people of the sunflower sect had an extremely high resistance to spiritual seeds and hints. He did not stop there. Instead, after planting the seeds and hints, he poured a bottle of nanomachines into each of their mouths. Don't think about finding a way to deal with the thing in your body, and don't think about using other methods to besiege me again. As long as I have any accident, the thing in your body will kill all of you at the same time, and you will be buried with me. Looking at Zhu Yuyin and the others whose faces were very ugly, Ito said indifferently with an expressionless face, but you can rest assured that under normal circumstances, that thing will not affect your body at all. As long as I don't want to, it will basically not cause any harm to you. But in order to let you have an intuitive understanding of that thing, I'll let you experience its power for a while. After that, Ito's mind moved and activated the nanomachines in Zhu Yuyin and the others' bodies with a special frequency of spiritual signals. In an instant, several muffled groans and screams immediately came from Zhu Yuyin, Pai Shouxuan, Elder Yin, Elder Xia, Elder One, and the others. On the side, the faces of Bian, Danmei, and Shang Guanlong, who were not forced by Ito's nanomachines, changed when they saw this. They couldn't help but feel lucky that they were not forced by that thing. Later, Sei Ito, who felt that it was about time, deactivated the nanomachines, brought Pai Shoshuan in front of him alone, and forced him to tell all the things he knew about duo cultivation and record them in a book. Only then did he completely let go of Zhu Yuyin and the others, and threw out several life force abilities to heal their internal injuries. Zhu Yuyin ordered all the disciples of the Yin Sunflower sect to pay close attention to the whereabouts of the flowery sects Ho Shibai, the Mieching sects Yin Zuan, Shi Yin, and the evil extreme sects Yunai Jun. Report to me. Then, regardless of Zhu Yuyin's mood, he directly ordered, then pack up and come back to Chang'an with me. Participate in the founding ceremony of our Hua nation. Yes. Bianmei took the lead in responding. Yes. Then, Danmei, Pai Shoshuan, Elder Yun, Elder Xia, and Elder Wen also looked at each other and tactfully bowed their heads in response. When it came to things, there was nothing worth packing at all, and they basically came empty-handed. So, after roughly instructing the disciples to complete Sei Ito's orders, they returned to the room. Then they returned to the room and gathered around Ito Sei. Then, without hesitation, Sei Ito directly used the energy in his body to connect with everyone, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Luoyang's Manqin courtyard and return to Chang, an imperial palace's Xing Palace. Looking at the suddenly changed scenery and the dragon throne placed high up into Xing Palace, everyone, including Bianmei and Danmei, who had seen some of Sei Ito's strange methods, changed their expressions, and their hearts were filled with shock. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito used teleportation to teleport Bai Qing, who came to Chang, and with Qian Duguan to the Xing Palace to participate in the founding ceremony. Master? Senior Martial Sister? Elder? Bai Qing, who suddenly appeared in the palace, looked at Zhu Yuyin and the others with a stunned expression. Zhu Yuyin, who saw Bai Qing, frowned and didn't say anything. Bai Qing, take them away. Sei Ito ordered. Yes, sir. Hearing Sei Ito's order, Bai Qing, hurriedly threw aside the reason why Zhu Yuyin and the others were here, and saluted Sei Ito. Master, Senior Martial Sister Bien, elders, please follow Qing, Bai Qing, turned back to look at Zhu Yuyin and the others and said. Zhu Yuyin took a deep look at Sei Ito, who had a smile on his face, and then followed Bai Qing out of the Xing Palace with Bianmei, Elder Yun, Elder Xia, Elder Wen, Elder Pai, and Danmei to the other palaces for people to rest. Sei Ito, who watched the Yin Sunflower sect people leave, smiled faintly, turned around, walked up the steps to the dragon throne, and sat down. I hope I can gain something. Sei Ito thought to himself as he took out the square box containing the jade annulus of the clan. Then he opened the box and took out the jade annulus of the clan. In an instant, Sei Ito felt the entire main hall of the Xing Palace shake inexplicably, and an even more majestic, strange energy gathered at a speed visible to the naked eye from all directions. It passed through the roof of the Xing Palace and the surrounding walls to converge on the jade annulus of the clan. It mixed with the energy that Sei Ito suspected to be the fate of the dynasty transmitted from the dragon throne. If someone were to look at the Xing Palace from high up in the sky at this time, they would discover that above the Xing Palace, a huge air vortex formed by the gathering of scattered energy from all directions had appeared in the sky. It formed a hole and fell down towards the Xing Palace. What is that? The Yin Sunflower sect people, who had just walked out of the Xing Palace with Bai Qing, looked at the faintly visible hole in the sky and exclaimed in shock. The ordinary residents of Chang and City, as well as the emissaries of various forces who had been invited to Chang and City to participate in the founding ceremony of Hua Nation, had the same reaction as the Yin Sunflower sect people. All of them were dumbfounded as they looked at the strange change in the sky. What a strong, strange phenomenon of heaven and earth. At the top of an inn in Chang and City, a woman, who was as beautiful as a fairy, looked at the Xing Palace and whispered to herself. She was dressed in a white warrior suit, and her long black hair was casually tied up behind her head. The scene turned back to the Xing Palace again. Just when everyone was shocked by the strange phenomenon in the sky above the Xing Palace, a strange energy surged out of the wall of Clan like a faucet that had been opened. It flowed along Sei Ito's arm into his body and merged with the energy in Sei Ito's body. Fortunately, the energy in Sei Ito's body was purified and evolved according to the nature of the power of the world. Therefore, like the power of the world, it had a strong assimilation ability. In addition, the quality of the energy was higher than the energy in the wall of Clan. Therefore, even though the two types of energy fused with each other, it didn't cause too much pressure on Sei Ito's body. It was quickly assimilated and absorbed by Sei Ito's perfect round chi. However, under this assimilation, strands of mysterious substance flew out from the assimilated energy and entered Sei Ito's mind along with the circulation of the perfect round chi. It mixed with Sei Ito's mental strength and mixed into a new kind of substance that was very similar to the divine-like substance that Sei Ito usually refined from the depths of his soul to help him advance. It stayed in Sei Ito's mind. Oh, interesting. After discovering this change, Sei Ito was surprised. He then brought out a strand of the substance that he had refined and touched it with the newly mixed mysterious substance. In an instant, the substance that Sei Ito had refined from the depths of his soul turned into two identical strands of mysterious substance and moved around under Sei Ito's control. SSS, this is really a pleasant surprise. I didn't expect that I would find this kind of thing here just to absorb this world to strengthen Alea. It has to be said that my luck is somewhat heaven-defying. Sei Ito thought. However, the wall of Clan is still very useful for now. I can't absorb all the energy inside and destroy it. Moreover, from the looks of it, I might be able to use the dynasty's fate and the faith of the people to strengthen the strange energy inside the wall of Clan. If I succeed, then absorbing it would be the best choice. Thinking of this, Sei Ito didn't hesitate. He immediately used the perfect round chi in his body to block the energy from entering the wall of Clan and pushed it back into the wall of Clan. Chapter 1266. However, since there is such an opportunity, perhaps I can use it well to strengthen my identity as the Master of Destiny. Sei Ito said with a smile as he raised his head and looked at the strange phenomenon caused by the jade annulus of Clan in the sky. Then he put the jade annulus of Clan back into the box, closed it, and put it in the Rubik's Cube world. The moment Ito Sei put away the square box, Zhuyin, Feng Wu, and the other disciples of the Yin Sunflower sect reappeared in Daxing Palace with a few whooshing sounds. They all looked at Ito Sei, who was sitting on the dragon throne, trying to figure out the reason for the change just now. Do you want to die? Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and released his aura. It was as if the pressure of heaven and earth was pressing down on Zhu Yuyin and the others. Zhu Yuyin and the others' faces changed when they felt the pressure of the almost inhuman aura. They took a step back. Young master, please don't be angry. We know we were wrong. Bien knew that they had violated a taboo and didn't dare to hesitate. She immediately walked to the front of the others and said respectfully, with a humble attitude, "Yes, Zhu Yuyin and the others had violated a taboo. Although Sei Ito hadn't announced his ascension to the throne and Daxing Palace hadn't increased the security, since they had become his subordinates, they had to pay attention to the taboo. To break into Daxing Palace based on their curiosity and force, they were worried that Sei Ito would be in danger and came to save him. But to put it bluntly, they were rebels and deserved to be killed. Therefore, Bien didn't dare to make trouble, even though she knew that Sei Ito wanted to use this opportunity to establish his power. She had to admit her mistake with a humble attitude. After all, she also couldn't figure out Sei Ito's thoughts. Who knew if he would really kill the people of the Yin Sunflower sect? Sir, please don't be angry. We know we were wrong. Hearing Bian's voice, Elder Yun, Elder Xia, Elder One, and Elder Pai, who had also recovered from their shock, hurriedly bowed and said, "We know we were wrong." Zhu Yuyin took a deep breath, suppressed the throbbing in her heart, and bowed. Seito did not answer and continued to maintain his oppressive aura. Only this once. If you barge into the hall without permission again, don't blame me for being impolite. Seito slowly withdrew his aura. He said coldly, "Yes." The few people from Ean's sunflower sect hurriedly replied. "You may leave," Seito said casually. Lao Ai and Bai Qing bowed to Seito again, then turned and left Daxing Palace with Elder Ean Kuei and the others. Bai Qing continued to lead them to the courtyard where people could rest. But this time, the members of the Dark Sunflower sect were much quieter all along the way, and they didn't ask Bai Qing about Seito's forces like before. Obviously, they still had lingering fears about what had just happened. After dealing with the people of Ean's Sunflower sect, Seito did not want to stay in Daxing Palace any longer, so he immediately left the palace and walked toward the harem. In terms of overall structure, Chang, an imperial palace, was the best. Only Luoyang's eastern palace could be compared to it. The other palaces were not good enough. But in terms of luxury and enjoyment, Chang, an imperial palace, was somewhat lacking. Instead, it was built before Yang Guang's death. He did not let him enjoy for half a month, monopolizing the temporary imperial residence in Yangzhou. Only Yuan Huaji scraped the ground 3 feet long to destroy it. Now, it had become dilapidated and was not as luxurious as Chang, an imperial palace. But now, Seito had benefited from it, and it had become a place for him and his women to enjoy and play. In this way, accompanied by Yi, Zhenyi, Yuan, and Wei Jinjin, were bored studying the heavenly demon book. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye, and it was the day of the founding ceremony. "Your Excellency," "Oh no, I should call you Your Majesty." "It's about time, Your Majesty, please leave." This morning, around 9:30 in the future, Shun Luoyan, who was wearing a gorgeous maid dress, came to Seito's harem. She smiled and said to Seito, who was wearing a bright yellow embroidered dragon robe and a 9-5 beaded crown. "Good. Let's go to Daxing Palace," Seito said with a smile. "Let's go to Daxing Palace." A eunuch shouted loudly. With that, Seito, accompanied by Zhenyi, Yi, Wei Jinjin, Fu Junzhou, Shin Luoyan, and a large number of palace maids, imperial bodyguards, and eunuchs, slowly walked in the direction of Daxing Palace. It was worth mentioning that the leader of the imperial bodyguards was the responsibility of Yuan and Zhuge Hall respectively. As for Tsukiki Meili and Jitan Meiyun, they were respectively arranged to command the imperial guards and guard Daxing Palace as backup. After all, compared to those uncertain guys, Seito trusted these women who had accompanied him through several worlds more. After a while, Seito and his group walked into Daxing Palace. Under the gazes of the guests and his subordinates, who were standing in 2 rows, he only brought Zhenyi, Yi, and a eunuch who was specially used to announce decrees to the top of the jade steps. They stopped in front of the dragon throne and turned to look at the subordinates and the guests below the jade steps. At the same time, Zhenyi and Yi stood behind Seito on the left and right. Today, the country is divided, the people have no way to make a living, and the land of evil is being eaten by the people. I can't bear to see it, so I have raised the army to pacify the world. However, the name is not right, and the righteousness is not there, and the reason is not there. Therefore, I hereby establish the country in Chang, and as the government, and the name is Hua, in the name of justice. Seito wrapped his voice with his internal chi and spread it throughout Daxing Palace, the Imperial Palace, and even the sky above Chang and City. Hearing Seito's way of speaking, the faces of the knowledgeable guests changed. They were deeply shocked by Seito's cultivation. After that, Seito lifted his robe and lowered his body to sit on the dragon throne. Roar! At this moment, a beast's roar reverberated through the sky above Chang and City, making everyone's heart tighten. Then, while everyone was either gloating or nervous, a golden dragon-shaped cloud suddenly fell from the sky above Daxing Palace. It passed through the barrier of Daxing Palace and fell on Sei Ito in front of everyone's shocked eyes. Roar! The next second, another beast's roar sounded. A golden dragon phantom appeared around Sei Ito and coiled around Sei Ito. The dragon's head hung low on Sei Ito's left shoulder, and it spat out a golden jade seal that emitted strange energy. That is the jade annulus of Eclan? A knowledgeable old man pointed at Sei Ito and shouted in a trembling voice. What? The jade annulus of Eclan? Isn't that in the meditation temple? How could it appear here? Could it be that C.I. Hang Jing Mosque has changed its mind and wants to choose him as the destined man? All kinds of noises immediately echoed in the main hall of Daxing Palace. Seeing this, Zheng Yi frowned and took a step forward to Sei Ito's side and shouted with a burst of internal qi, "Silence! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor! Long live the Emperor!" Under Zheng Yi's roar, Li Mi and the others, who were shocked by the previous change, quickly followed the steps they had discussed in advance and knelt on the ground, kowtowing to Sei Ito. What? The guests were shocked again when they heard this. That's Wang Shichong? That's Li Mi, Chu Rang, and the pretty military counselor Shen Luoyan over there. Pongliang Association's first master Nie Jing, third master Ren Mimi, Donghai's Li Zitong, Jianghuai's Du Fuwei, and Fu Ganyu are also kneeling. Look over there. Isn't that Xie Hui from Duzuan Castle? The world is going to change. Someone sighed, announced the imperial edict. Sei Ito ordered the eunuch beside him in a low voice. The body of the eunuch who received the instruction trembled. He quickly walked to the front of the jade steps and opened the bright yellow imperial edict in his arms. According to the content on the edict, his tone was sonorous, and he clearly enunciated each word. It is the will of the heavens and the emperor's will. The emperor says China has just been established, and there are many things that need to be done. I need all of you to do your best and perform your duties. However, no one is perfect. One person's strength cannot build a country. I need all of you to work together. Now, conferred. Next, it was time to make arrangements for everyone. For example, as previously agreed, Xie Hui was conferred as the Lord of Yizhou, Fan Zhua as the General of Yizhou, Feng Zhen as the Military Counselor, and Sina as the Chief Clerk and Secretary of Yizhou, Wang Shichong as the Marquis of Luoyang, Li Mi as the Minister of Xingyang, Chu Rang as the Minister of Renan, Nie Jing as the Supervisor of Liang City, Qian Duguan as the City Lord of Xiangyang, Fang Zitao as the Supervisor of Jingling, Dan Meixian as the Supervisor of the Ministry of Works, Shang Xiuxuan as the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Revenue, and so on. In short, everyone had a proper official position, and they were no longer part of the factions of the Jianghu. Here is the imperial edict. The eunuch who finished reading all the details in one breath let out a long sigh. The moment the eunuch's words left his mouth, another wave of incomparably powerful and strange energy flew over from all directions, forming a huge energy whirlpool above Daxing Palace. The bottom of the whirlpool seemed to have a hole, penetrating through the roof of Daxing Palace and landing on the energy of the wall of Eclan, stimulating the wall of Eclan to the point where it blossomed with dazzling radiance. As expected, after the official edict, the jade annulus of Eclan's energy has become stronger, and so has the dynasty's luck. It seems like my previous guess was not wrong. Sei Ito thought to himself as he felt the changes in the jade annulus of Eclan's energy. This way, all I have to do is spread the word that the jade annulus of Eclan is orthodox and have the people continue to approve of it. With this thought, Sei Ito made up his mind. He was preparing to add a propaganda team to the foreign factions outside the central plains of the Great Tang, just like the Red Army, to promote the legitimacy of the jade annulus of Eclan. It's a pity that the five-colored stone has already been absorbed by Fu Nanta'a. It will probably take hundreds of years for it to recover, and it might even be destroyed. Otherwise, given the popularity of that item in the western regions, it would have been able to replace the jade annulus of Eclan as the orthodox representative, Sei Ito thought to himself. But I can't let that item go. After all, It's a toy called the Five-Colored Stone. Who knows if it's the same item that Niwa used to mend the heavens? After that, he used the imperial edict to announce a few more policies and decrees, and the founding ceremony of the Great Tang officially came to an end. However, the effects of this event had only just begun. Chapter 1267. Greetings, Your Majesty. On the night after the founding ceremony, Bayan, who was dressed in white and barefoot, appeared in the palace where Ito Sei was located and bowed respectfully. "What brings you here so late at night? Are you going to serve me in bed?" Sei Ito stood up and walked slowly to Bayan. He raised her chin and made her look at him. Sei Ito smiled. "Your Majesty is teasing me again." Bayan blushed slightly and turned away from Sei Ito's seduction with a smile. "Bayan is here to formally represent the Sunflower sect to surrender to Your Majesty," Bayan said seriously as she distanced herself from Sei Ito. Seeing that I'm powerful, you want to use me to show your power?" Sei Ito sneered. "Your Majesty," Bayan admitted. "You, or your master Zhu Yuyan, haven't figured out the situation yet? Now that your lives are under my control, what qualifications do you think you have to negotiate with me?" Sei Ito looked at Bayan with a sneer. "Indeed, Your Majesty can take the lives of Master Zhu and the others with a single thought, but at the same time, without Master Zhu and the others restraining the Sunflower sect, Your Majesty can't get the power of the Sunflower sect," Bayan said calmly. "If it comes to that, I don't mind completely wiping out the Sunflower sect." Sei Ito's eyes were sharp and his expression was cold. "Don't doubt my words. You should know that I can do it with my ability." Bayan's expression changed when she heard this. She was not sure whether Sei Ito, with his strange means, could do it so absolutely, but she would rather believe it than not. Bayan did not dare to go to the extreme and test Sei Ito's ability. Moreover, the people of the demon sect were all emotionless and would do anything for their own sake. Perhaps Sei Ito didn't even need to do anything, and there would be a group of people rushing to deliver the Sunflower sect to him. For example, the four great elders Yun, Wan, Xia, and Pai who didn't get along with her. Then, "Your Majesty, what will it take for you to help my Sunflower sect appear in the world?" Bayan asked in a melancholic tone. "It's very simple. First, you and Bai Qing will become my women. Correspondingly, I will help you, Lao Ai, officially enter the Sunflower sect." Sei Ito stretched out a finger and gestured. As for the first question, Feng Lin had already expected it, so even though his eyes moved slightly, his expression did not change at all. "Second, all of Sunflower sect's assets, personnel, and confidential matters must be reported to me, and accepted the management of my subordinates." However, the second condition was different. Hua Xiu's expression finally changed. This was going to make the Sunflower sect a mere figurehead. Regardless of whether it was her or Zhu Yuyan, who regarded the Sunflower sect as second only to her life, this was a condition that was impossible to agree to. "Your Majesty, do you really want to be so ruthless?" Hua Xiu looked as if she was about to cry as she asked faintly. "If you want to blame someone, then blame your Sunflower sect's ideology for being too extreme. It's not suitable for you to directly appear in the world unless you're willing to accept my conditions and management. That's why I'm willing to help you change some of your ideology and make it more suitable for the world to propagate. Otherwise, I won't let your ideology, which is basically going against your superiors, spread to the world," Sei Ito said in a flat tone. Hearing this, Hua Xiu could not help but fall silent. "Please allow Hua Xiu to discuss with Master Zhu again." After a moment, Hua Xiu spoke again. "All right." Sei Ito nodded in agreement. Seeing that Sei Ito had agreed, Hua Xiu leaped up and flew outside. However, before she could unfold her body, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared in front of her. He opened his arms and embraced her in his embrace, then lowered his head and kissed Hua Xiu's lips. Hua Xiu accepted Sei Ito's kiss with a stunned expression. "This is the price you pay for teasing me tonight." Sei Ito raised his hand and patted Hua Xiu's, but then pushed her out of the palace with force and laughed heartily. "Really, your majesty," Huashio rebuked with a flushed face. Then, her body expanded, and with a few ups and downs, she disappeared before Seito's eyes. After watching Huashio leave, Seito turned around and returned to his bedroom. He took off his clothes and climbed onto the dragon bed. Then, he hugged Yi, who had been conferred one of the two empresses of Huan Nation during today's coronation ceremony, and rested. As for the other empress, it was naturally Yi Ye's sister, Mao. During the preparation for the nation's founding ceremony, the subordinate forces had already been reorganizing. In addition, there were more or less military officers and civil officials from the Chinese Federation within each force, so there was no problem at all in terms of cooperation. Therefore, on the second day after the founding of the nation, all the departments were basically operating normally. Seeing this, Seito didn't hesitate and immediately issued the latest combat order. They divided their forces to attack Li Tang's forces in Taiyuan, Su Yuanlong's forces in Shandong, Shen Faxing's forces in Wu County, Shaoxian's forces in Bailing, and Ren Xiaoming's forces in Zhejiang. Among them, the main force to attack Li Tang was led by Li Shinka. Miyumo Tanaka protected her as a bodyguard. Mei Li Suki was the commander of the archery team. Yuan and some other masters from the Rubik's Cube world, such as Li Tianmin, Taiku, Kankuro, Gara, Uchiha Yoshiko, and other masters from the Twin Dragons world of Tang, assisted together. Su Yuanlong's side was led by Li Mi, assisted by Shun Luoyin and Wagong. Shen Faxing's side was commanded by Zhou Xianlin, assisted by Jukuan Gang, Sisan Sect, and Li Zitong's forces. Turmi Mei, Momochi Zabuza, Kurinai, and Shizun were the snipers to launch the attack. Zhejiang's side was dealt with by Zui Yuxian, Anlong, Fu Gongyu, Pai Chun, Du Fuwei, and other masters, along with the Jianghuai army commanded by Li Jing. Finally, Bailing's side was completely handed over to Bash's forces in Izhou, and Shaoxian of Bailing was also used to train the troops. In addition, it was worth mentioning that because of the relationship between Pai Shouchen and Inkuei's sect, Yu Zhang and Lin Shihong's forces would directly announce their surrender to De Hua after this attack, and then give a thunderous blow from the back of Zhejiang and Bailing. The only thing to worry about is Heavenly Blade Song K's Song clan forces. As long as they are dealt with, the entire south of the Yangtze River can be controlled. Seito, who arranged the attack mission, thought, "The rest to worry about is Do Jinda of Hebei, Lu Wuzhou, and the reaction of the Turks. I hope you could be honest with Li Tang, otherwise, maybe I will give you a surprise." Then, Seito dismissed the crowd, got up, and used the Flying Thunder God technique to leave Chang'an City, and once again came to the eastern capital of Luoyang. It's time to solve the problem of the Dugu Financial Group, Seito thought to himself as he stopped a passerby and asked about the Dugu Financial Group's location. The current Dugu Financial Group was not the Dugu Financial Group of the past. With Yang Guang's death, they did not have the conditions to be independent like Li Tang, even if they wanted to do so. After all, their main sphere of influence was in Luoyang. Under Wang Shichong's suppression, the Dugu Financial Group could not use any means at all and could only hide in the dark and wait for an opportunity, just like how Li Mi attacked Luoyang in the original work. However, now that Li Mi and Wang Shichong had joined Hua, unless the Dugu Financial Group found other means, they could only be a powerful family for the rest of their lives. In the following changes in the situation, the Dugu Financial Group would even fall and become an ordinary rich family. However, with Seito's visit this time, the Dugu Financial Group might not even be able to become a rich family. An old friend has come to visit. I wonder if Madam Yu welcomes me? Seito said as he ignored the obstruction of the Dugu Financial Group's servants and walked into the Dugu Financial Group's mansion. He used psychokinesis to condense his voice so that it echoed back and forth above the Dugu Financial Group. "Who dares to be impudent in my Dugu Financial Group?" A man's stern voice rang out, and then a figure rushed over and appeared in front of Seito. This old woman will naturally welcome an esteemed guest, but if evil people come, my Dugu Financial Group also has people to entertain them. Madame Yu's voice rang out in the Dugu Financial Group as she replied. Hearing Madame Yu's voice, the man who had appeared earlier paused and did not speak or make a move. He only stared at Sei Ito with a guarded expression, preventing him from going any further. After half a minute, the white-haired old woman, Yu Chuang, walked out of the backyard with the support of the young girl, Dugu Feng. She was accompanied by several men who seemed to be in charge of the Dugu Financial Group, and was reflected in Sei Ito's eyes. The majestic emperor of the Great Hua dynasty is not staying in the Chong, an imperial palace, but has come to my Dugu Financial Group alone to cause trouble. Are you not afraid of any accidents? Yu Chuang said in a cold voice. It's fine. If it's just you shrimp soldiers and crab generals, you won't be able to hurt me. Sei Ito pretended to be disdainful as he glanced at the blade-wielding servants around him. Apart from Madame Yu Chuang, everyone from the Dugu Financial Group angrily looked at Sei Ito. It seemed that as long as Madame Yu gave the order, Sei Ito's head would be chopped off. Your Excellency is quite confident. Yu Chuang narrowed her eyes and said, Your Excellency, why have you come here personally? Yu Chuang asked. It's very simple. I want your Dugu Financial Group to formally submit to me. Sei Ito smiled and said indifferently, Don't even think about it. A young man from the Dugu Financial Group said loudly. When Yu Chuang saw this, she frowned and turned her head to glare at the man who spoke with a displeased expression. The latter's expression immediately changed when he saw this. He lowered his head and backed away, not daring to say another word. What if this old one doesn't agree? Yu Chuang asked in a low voice. Although I can't bear to see little Feng, I won't allow a tumor like you to remain in my sphere of influence. I will directly exterminate your entire Dugu Financial Group. Sei Ito replied indifferently. Dugu Feng frowned and snorted at Sei Ito. She was clearly dissatisfied with him calling her little Feng. Don't doubt if I can do it. Therefore, Madam, you should consider it carefully. Sei Ito winked at Dugu Feng before looking back at Yu Chuang. Chapter 1268. P.S. Thank you to Soulfast and Shirley for their precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for their tips. Yu Chuang narrowed her eyes and looked at the smiling Sei Ito as she said in a deep voice, You think too highly of yourself. Clearly, old madam, you didn't believe that Sei Ito had the ability to wipe out an entire clan by himself, especially one that was guarded by her. After all, even if the 3 grandmasters were present, they wouldn't dare to say that they could do it. That wasn't something that could be done just by having a high enough realm. At the very least, one had to be able to crush them. Then how about this? Sei Ito had a thought and smiled faintly. Just as he finished speaking, a clear fluctuation of heaven-earth yuan qi immediately surged in the sky above the Dugu organization. Then, pale white yuan qi swords that were completely condensed from heaven-earth yuan qi suddenly appeared in the sky above the Dugu organization. The tips of the swords pointed downwards at the people in the Dugu organization's residence, emitting a chilling aura. Seeing this, the expressions of Yu Chuang and the other members of the Dugu organization all changed. A strange mixture of fear, panic, and shock appeared on their faces, and they couldn't say anything. Only Dugu Feng, after seeing this scene, besides shock, had an expression of excitement and interest, as if she had discovered something good. If that's the case, does old madam still think that I think too highly of myself? Sei Ito controlled the yuan qi sword that filled the sky to move down slightly towards the people of the Dugu organization as he continued to look at Yu Chuang with a smile. When Yu Chuang saw this, the expression on her face changed unpredictably. To be honest, your Dugu organization is really of no use to me. Its existence itself is a tumor that I hate. But no matter what, there are still some talents in your clan, and if used well, they can help me rule the world. In addition, I have a good impression of little Feng. So I gave you a chance to choose. Otherwise, when I came today, I wouldn't have wasted words with you and would have directly wiped out your entire clan. It would definitely be much more convenient than now. Sei Ito looked at the hesitant Yu Chuang and said faintly, While he was speaking, Yi Zichen's expression changed. The Yuan Qi longsword in the sky slowly descended a little more. Yu Chuhong's body shook when she heard this, and her expression dimmed. All right, I agree with your majesty's proposal. I'm willing to pledge allegiance to the Hua and serve your majesty, Yu Chuhong said in a low voice. Without waiting for the other members of the Dugu clan to react, he slowly shook off Dugu Feng's arm and knelt down on the ground with one hand supporting Black Iron Pass. Grandma! Mother! Yu Chuhong knelt down. The faces of the Dugu organization's members changed greatly as they cried out. Kneel down! Yu Chuhong shouted angrily as she propped herself up with one hand. In the end, Yu Chuhong's accumulated might was very deep. Her might had seeped deep into the bones of the clan's disciples. Therefore, after Yu Chuhong's explosive shout, the hearts of everyone in the Dugu organization immediately shook. One by one, they slowly knelt on the ground, with this group of people surnamed Dugu taking the lead. The surrounding servants didn't dare to continue standing. They quickly knelt down on the ground as well. Bang, 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 bang. The clear sound of knees hitting the ground immediately reverberated in the area. I lead the Dugu clan to greet your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Yu Chuang put down her walking stick and propped herself up with both hands. She placed her forehead on the ground and cowed out. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. Long live your majesty. The other members of the Dugu clan shouted in unison. You may rise. Sei Ito displayed the might of an emperor and said indifferently, Thank you, your majesty. Yu Chuang thanked him respectfully. She then dared to stand up with the help of Dugu Feng. Leave a group of people to deal with clan affairs. Spread the news that your Dugu clan has pledged allegiance to Dahua. Old Madam Yu, Little Feng, and the selected clan leader and some talented disciples of your Dugu clan will follow me. Sei Ito instructed indifferently. Yes, Yu Chuhong replied without hesitation. She then turned around and gave instructions to the members of the Dugu clan behind her. However, the Dugu clan was ultimately a large clan. It wasn't something that could be dealt with in a short period of time. Therefore, Sei Ito, who had nothing to do for now, was led around the Dugu clan by Dugu Feng, who was specially appointed by old Madam Yu. Your Majesty, let's have a fight, Dugu Feng said to Ito Sei, who was standing beside her, when they arrived at the backyard where there was no one around. Oh, do you know what this request of yours means? Sei Ito raised his brows and asked with a smile that wasn't a smile. I know. Dugu Feng nodded and replied. Aren't you afraid that I will be infuriated and exterminate your Dugu clan? Sei Ito's expression darkened. His eyes flickered with cold, killing intent as he questioned. You won't. I can feel it. Dugu Feng completely ignored the change in Sei Ito's expression and looked at Sei Ito with certainty. Furthermore, if you really want me, then fight with me. After the fight, Dugu Feng, will be yours. Following that, Dugu Feng's face flushed red. However, she looked at Sei Ito with a serious expression as she said this. What are you doing? Are you going to sacrifice yourself for your clan? Sei Ito frowned and asked. As the daughter of the Dugu clan, I have already expected such a day to come. Rather than marrying someone that I might not like, I might as well use this body to win your favor and win a future for the Dugu clan. It can also be considered as repaying the Dugu clan for raising me, Dugu Feng said with a gloomy expression. In any case, even if I don't do this, based on the fact that you have repeatedly mentioned my situation, uncle and elder brother will send me to the palace and become your woman. The world of the aristocratic clans was just that cold and heartless. For the sake of the clan's benefits, no matter how talented a woman was in the martial Dao, she was only a bargaining chip that could be used at any time. The only difference was that the value of this bargaining chip was slightly higher than that of an ordinary woman. This isn't like you, little Feng, Sei Ito said softly as he gently caressed Dugu Feng's face. I just didn't want to think about it in the past. It doesn't mean that I don't understand what is going on here. Dugu Feng, whose face was red again, turned her head slightly to dodge Sei Ito's palm. She rolled her eyes at Seito and said, "All right, I will fight with you." Seito withdrew his palm and nodded. "Don't worry. Let's make it clear in advance. I don't need you to show mercy. You just need to use all your strength to fight with me. I just want to see how big the gap is between you and me." Seeing that Ito-chung had agreed to her request, Dugufeng reminded him seriously, "Then you might not even be able to take one move. Is that okay?" Seito smiled and said, "It is okay. I will only be able to catch up if I see the gap between us." Dugufeng shook her head and said, "All right then." Seito nodded and agreed to Dugufeng's suggestion. Seeing this, Dugufeng didn't hesitate and immediately jumped away from Seito's side. She stood about 3 meters away from him and waved her hand at her waist. With a crisp sound, a slender short sword appeared in Dugufeng's hand. It let out a clear and melodious sound as her chi aura surged. She worked hard to circulate her inner chi. Dugufeng's chi aura was different. Seito's body didn't reveal any chi aura at all. He stood there like an ordinary person, making people feel indescribable. However, it was also impossible to lock onto him with spiritual perception. It was as if Seito wasn't there at all. There was nothing. If the twin dragons who cultivated the art of longevity, the Taoist Grandmaster Ning Daoqi, or Fu Junzo, who had been by Seito's side for a long time, were here, they would know that Seito's current state was the highest level of the union of heaven and man state. Apart from Ning Daoqi, no one else could compare to him. "Watch out for my sword." Dugufeng frowned and shouted. She felt strange in her heart. As soon as she finished speaking, Dugufeng's figure immediately flashed in front of Seito. The peaked sword in her hand that combined essence, chi, and spirit was like a bright white meteor falling from the sky. It pierced towards Seito's body. On the other hand, Seito acted as if he didn't see Dugufeng's sword at all. He still stood there with a smile on his face. He didn't dodge or resist. However, just as Dugufeng's flexible sword was about to pierce Seito's left arm used a state that far surpassed Dugufeng's sense of time and awareness. It was as if he was lifting his hand to pinch something. Dugufeng was so depressed that she wanted to vomit blood. He used his index and middle fingers to gently flick the body of the flexible sword. A huge force was instantly transmitted from the flexible sword, causing Dugufeng's hand to go numb. She couldn't help but throw the flexible sword away. "You have lost." Seito, who had his right index finger on Dugufeng's forehead, smiled and said, "The difference between us is so huge." Dugufeng was stunned when she heard that. She muttered with a depressed tone, "What? Are you going to admit defeat just like that?" The finger that was on Dugufeng's forehead bent halfway and flicked back to Dugufeng's forehead as he asked with a smile, "Oomph, I won't admit defeat like this. Although the gap between us is so big that it makes one feel despair, as long as I work hard to catch up, there will be a day when I reach your level and surpass you." Dugufeng, who recovered from the pain on her forehead, wrinkled her nose and snorted. She pouted and said stubbornly, "This is the little Feng that I know." Seito stretched out his hands and hugged Dugufeng into his embrace. "Humph." Dugufeng, who was suddenly hugged, instinctively wanted to struggle out of Seito's embrace. However, she immediately thought of the promise that she made before the battle. Her face turned slightly red, and she forced herself not to resist. "Don't worry, I will not force you. When you are ready, you can hand your body over to me." Seito spoke gently into Dugufeng's ear. "Thank you." Dugufeng's body trembled slightly when she heard that. She lowered her head and said softly with red eyes. A trace of tears gradually flowed out from the corner of Dugufeng's eyes silently. It streaked across her cheeks and dripped onto the ground, leaving a small wet mark. Sensing Dugufeng's abnormality, Seito didn't do anything else. He just hugged Dugufeng and allowed her to silently sort out her emotions. "Thank you." A moment later, Dugufeng expressed her gratitude again. She used a little strength in her arms to push Seito away. Seito didn't say anything. He used his mind to recall the flexible sword that was bounced away and handed it over to Dugufeng. who was tidying her clothes and appearance. After he put the flexible sword back into his belt, he acted as if nothing had happened and continued to play with Dugu Feng in the backyard of the Dugu organization's residence. However, compared to the restrained atmosphere earlier, the atmosphere this time was much warmer and more harmonious. About an hour later, a maidservant came to report that they had finished their tour and returned to the Dugu organization's conference hall. In an instant, more than 20 members of the Dugu family appeared in front of Ito-sei. Their ages ranged from young to middle-aged, and they were of both genders. They were all members of the Dugu family. Your Majesty, these are the talented and virtuous people that my Dugu organization has picked out. Yu Chuhong introduced. Greetings, Your Majesty. These men and women, old and young, who had already learned of their following arrangements from old Madame Yu, greeted Sei Ito in unison. Some had excited eyes, some had calm expressions, and some had apprehensive expressions. You may rise. Sei Ito waved his hand. He then looked at Yu Chuhong and asked, Are all those who are leaving here? Yes. Yu Chuhong confirmed. Good. Then we will rise and return to Chang'an. Sei Ito nodded. Then, without waiting for Yu Chuhong, Dugu Feng, and the others to react, he directly released energy to envelop everyone present. He activated the Flying Thunder God technique and brought them away from the Dugu organization and the maidservants. In the next moment, they appeared in Chang'an City in the general's residence that Sei Ito had first owned. After all, it wasn't suitable for such a large group of people to be placed in the palace. All right, we have already arrived in Chang'an. I remember that your Dugu clan also has a clan in Chang, and so I won't keep you any longer. Sei Ito said to the stunned Yu Chuhong and the others. Yes, Yu Chuhong, who didn't understand how they had arrived in Chang, and in the blink of an eye, replied in a daze. Sei Ito didn't care about their reactions. He directly activated the Flying Thunder God technique and returned to the palace. He continued to study the information about the dual cultivation method in his hands. Then, the next day, he asked a little eunuch to go to the Dugu clan in Chang and to read the imperial edict. The new batch of talents that he had brought from the Dugu clan in Luoyang were sent to various departments in Chang and city to receive management and guidance from civil and military officials from the Rubik's Cube world. Then, it was the 4th day after the founding of the country. The 5th day, the 6th day. It was also on this day that the various prepared attack armies officially set out from Chang and Pengsheng, Izhou, the cities along the Yangtze River and the Eastern Sea. They advanced toward their respective areas of influence. In an instant, the undercurrents that had been stirred up by the emergence of the Jade Annulus of the clan surged, attracting the attention of all the forces inside and outside the Great Wall to the Great China. At the same time, at the east gate of Chang'an City, 2 women dressed as laymen and nuns, as well as 5 monks and kasayas, entered Chang'an City from the east gate without anyone noticing. Finally, they stopped in front of a temple that was quite popular in Chang'an City. They were led into the temple by a beautiful woman in white who looked like a fairy who had descended into the mortal world. Chapter 1269. Feishuan greets Master, Martial Uncle Xinshin, Great Master Liao Kong, and the 4 senior brothers. In a meditation room in the temple, a beautiful woman in white clasped her hands in front of her chest and greeted the 2 women and 5 monks who were sitting cross-legged on the prayer mats. Needless to say, to be able to have this kind of temperament, to call herself Feishuan, and to be able to communicate with Buddhism, she must be the current successor of Kind Boathouse, Shi Feishuan, who was known as a fairy in the outside world. And to be able to be called master by her, it could only be the previous successor of Kind Boathouse, the current sect master, Fan Xingwei. As for the so-called martial uncle Xinshin, he was probably one of the previous disciples who was willing to shave his head and become a monk. He accompanied the sect master and acted as her bodyguard. As for people like Liao Kong and the 4 monks of the unknown generation, they appeared here as allies and parties involved. The reason must be the Jade Annulus of He that fell from the sky when Great Hua was founded. Only such a terrible thing could alarm the sect master of Kind Boathouse and the great master of Jingyan Monastery. Fei Xuan, did you investigate clearly? Fan Qingwei, who was also wearing a white gauze dress and had an otherworldly temperament, asked. After the ceremony that day, Fei Xuan asked the invited people about the appearance of the jade annulus of he they saw. It was exactly the same as the jade annulus of he that was lost in Jingyan Monastery. Coupled with the strange phenomenon that day, Fei Xuan believed that it was impossible to fake it. It must be the lost jade annulus of he, Sure Fei Xuan explained softly. What a thief! A senior brother monk shouted angrily. Buchan, the young Liao Kong said indifferently. Amit Ba. Buchan's expression shook and he chanted the name of Buddha. Senior brother, what do you think we should do? Fan Qingwei turned to look at Liao Kong and asked. Let's try peaceful means before resorting to force, Liao Kong said with a sigh. That's the only way, Fan Qingwei said with a sigh. Fei Xuan, you go and meet the Emperor of Great Hua. Fan Qingwei turned to look at Sure Fei Xuan with a calm expression. Sure Fei Xuan said softly with an otherworldly temperament. Yes. Sure Fei Xuan bowed her head and performed a Buddha salute. She then faintly replied, Then this disciple will take her leave first. After she finished speaking, Sure Fei Xuan once again bowed to the people sitting cross-legged in the meditation room. She then turned around and exited the meditation room, walking slowly toward the Chong, an imperial palace. Sure Fei Xuan's figure was graceful, and her temperament was refined. She attracted quite a few people's attention along the way. However, it was precisely because her temperament was too refined that ordinary people would instinctively feel ashamed of their inferiority when looking at her. Thus, they could not bear to disturb such a fairy that had descended into the world. Sure Fei Xuan arrived in front of the imperial palace in a very calm manner. She did not see the scene of a wicked young master teasing a beautiful woman that was commonly seen in the secular world. Stop! The imperial palace is an important place. Unauthorized personnel are not allowed to enter. The two silver-armored soldiers in front of the imperial palace's gate raised their spears and shouted. This was Sure Fei Xuan. Her temperament was too unique, so the guards did not dare to be impudent. It would be strange if he didn't scold him and just walked away. I'll have to trouble these two big brother soldiers to pass on a message to the Emperor of Great Hua. Just say that C.I. Heng Jing Zhai's Sure Fei Xuan requests an audience, Sure Fei Xuan said politely. When the words C.I. Heng Jing Zhai came out, the expressions of the two soldiers guarding the gate changed. Although they were only ordinary people who knew how to fight, they still had some experience to be able to serve in the imperial palace. Even if they did not, their immediate superiors would tell them who they could provoke, what kind of people they could not provoke. Thus, they were very clear about the significance of C.I. Heng Jing Zhai, a deadly place that was occasionally mentioned. Although they had often said behind their backs that this group of women would do whatever they wanted to do to them, they did not dare to be negligent. One of them hurriedly ran inside and reported to his superior officer. The superior officer who received the report did not hesitate. He reported to his superior officer. In this way, the news was passed from one level to the next. In the end, the news reached Sei To. You're saying that the people from C.I. Heng Jing Zhai want to see me? Sei To raised his eyebrows and asked the middle-aged man who was bowing in front of him. Yes, Your Majesty, the middle-aged man replied. Let them in, Sei To said with a chuckle. Yes, the middle-aged man replied and immediately turned around to leave the imperial study. He hurriedly walked outside to summon Sure Fei Xuan. After about 10 minutes, accompanied by the sound of heavy and light footsteps, Sure Fei Xuan, who was dressed in white like an immortal, walked into the imperial study under the lead of a palace maid. C.I. Heng Jing Zhai's successor, Sure Fei Xuan, greets Your Majesty, the Emperor of the Great Hua Dynasty. Sure Fei Xuan bowed her head and greeted Sei To with Buddhist etiquette. What a pity. You're clearly a beautiful woman. Why did you have to cultivate nirvana? What a pity, what a pity. Sei To, who was sizing up Sure Fei Xuan, shook his head and said with a regretful expression, Sure Feishuan's expression did not change. She still looked at Sei Ito with an indifferent expression. Take a seat first. Sei Ito pointed at the square back chair that already existed to the side and said. It was worth mentioning that during the Tang Dynasty, aside from the barbarians, there were basically no chairs even in the great clans and great clans. They all implemented the kneeling etiquette that was inherited from Japan and passed down to the present day. For people like Sei Ito who were used to sitting in chairs, this was truly somewhat unaccustomed. Therefore, on the second day after the founding of the country, he ordered the newly established Ministry of Works to rush out a pile of chairs for the palace to use. "Thank you, Your Majesty," Sure Feishuan said politely. She immediately walked to the side of the chair and sat down. At the same time, a palace maid carried a tray with a teacup on it and walked into the imperial study. She walked to Sure Feishuan's side and placed the teacup on the small table beside Sure Feishuan. "Have a taste," Sei Ito still said, as if he was the master of the house. Sure Feishuan, who had a tranquil meditative mind, was not in a hurry. She very indifferently picked up the teacup and lightly took a sip. It's astringent but not bitter. It's fragrant but not melancholy. It's like life, endless aftertaste. Good tea. Sure Feishuan exclaimed in admiration. Even an ordinary cup of tea can make Feishuan say such Zen words. Feishuan's Zen mind is truly deep, Sei Ito said noncommittally. Then, he picked up the teacup in front of him and lightly took a sip. It's not that Feishuan's Zen mind is deep. Rather, this tea is telling Feishuan about its life, Sure Feishuan said indifferently. Feishuan's words are becoming more and more unfathomable, Sei Ito said with a smile. Since Your Majesty doesn't like these things, then Feishuan will talk about proper business. I wonder if Your Majesty can take out the jade annulus of He clan for Feishuan to take a look? Sure Feishuan looked at Sei Ito with a burning gaze and said, Feishuan should understand that the jade annulus of He clan is the great seal of a nation. How could it be a plaything that can be looked down upon? Sei Ito said with dissatisfaction. Then his expression changed. He looked at Sure Feishuan with a beaming smile and continued. Of course, everything can be changed. If Feishuan is willing to pay a certain price, we can also take out the jade annulus of He clan for Feishuan to take a look. What kind of price does Your Majesty want? Sure Feishuan asked with a frown. It's very simple. You just need to kiss me once, Sei Ito said with a frivolous expression. Your Majesty, please conduct yourself with dignity. Sure Feishuan lowered her eyes and said softly. Since Feishuan is unwilling, we can only say sorry, Sei Ito said with a regretful sigh. Soon after, Sure Feishuan asked again, Then, where did Your Majesty obtain the jade annulus of He clan? It descended from the sky, Sei Ito replied with a smile. On the day of our great China's founding ceremony, a golden dragon descended from the sky and presented it to us, under the witness of more than 1,000 people. These words were meant to deceive outsiders. Zhen Yi, Yi, and the others who understood Sei Ito very well knew that the golden dragon and the strange phenomenon were all illusions that Sei Ito had created using the origin energy of the world and the dragon-shaped qigong. It was just that in the world of Great Tang, which had limited control over the origin energy of the world, no one could do what he did. Feishuan understands, Sure Feishuan softly said. Sure Feishuan then said, Please forgive Feishuan's rudeness. I wonder if Your Majesty can explain Your Majesty's philosophy to Feishuan? Sei Ito raised his brows and asked, What aspect are you referring to? To the general public, Sure Feishuan said with a serious expression. TSK, what's wrong? You can't figure out the problem with the jade annulus of He clan. So you want to see if I'm a wise ruler who conforms to your ideals? Sei Ito sneered inwardly. However, he didn't show it on his face and calmly said, Right now, the people of the world are seeking peace. We will rule the world with great benevolence. We will repair the cities, restore the roads, encourage agriculture, promote trade, vigorously develop new technologies, open academies, and do our best to break the monopoly of the aristocratic clans on knowledge and culture. We will allow the common people to learn how to write and open their wisdom. When she heard that Ito wanted to open more academies to allow the common people to learn how to write, Feishuan, who had always been calm, was shocked. Clearly, these words, which could be said to be shocking to the ordinary people of this era, had frightened her. Your Majesty, are you not afraid that the opening of the common people's wisdom will cause chaos? Feishuan asked. Ito looked back at Feishuan and coldly said, the way of the ruler should be both dignified and benevolent. His benevolence can enlighten all living things. His might and benevolence can intimidate the world. If there really are people who are greedy and not satisfied, the sharp blade in our hands won't be hung on the wall as a decoration. Feishuan agrees with encouraging agriculture, but promoting trade and vigorously developing new technologies, Feishuan does not dare to agree. Since ancient times, merchants have been crafty, and exotic lascivious techniques have been used by the common people. The combination of the two is precisely the inducement to confuse the common people and cause chaos in the world. Feishuan, who had been quietly looking at Ito for a moment, spoke again. It was very clear that Feishuan's thinking was still limited by this era. Even if she had transcended the world in some aspects, she still had some misunderstandings about this idea from the later era. Then let me ask you, if there are no exotic lascivious techniques, how will the cities be built? How will the roads be repaired? How will the carriages, boats, clothing, and lodging be counted on? Without merchants and trade, how will the common people's grain and vegetables, the cloth and satin they weave, the firewood they chop, the livestock they hunt, how will the goods produced from the difference between the North and the South be circulated? Ito asked with a sneer on his face. Feishuan's meaning is not to completely suppress trade and technology, but to disapprove of excessive encouragement, Feishuan emphasized. That is precisely because you still haven't discovered their importance, Ito said with a certain tone. Chapter 1270. Finally send her away. Ito let out a light sigh. Just now, Ito had a long discussion and debate with Feishuan about the importance of business and technology, their influence, and all the possible effects. Until just now, he relied on a large amount of theoretical knowledge from later generations to persuade Feishuan and send her out of the imperial palace. So much so that Ito believed that after today's conversation, even if he did not conform to the wise rulerly Shimin recognized by her sect, it would inevitably cause ripples in the lake of Feishuan's heart, so that she would begin to carefully observe the differences between him and the Shimin, to see who is the real wise ruler, and not like the original author who had already recognized Li Shimin as dead. Fortunately, she did not ask about my plans for Buddhism and Taoism. Otherwise, even if there were changes in her heart, she would not choose me. Ito thought to himself. Ito really did not like the Buddhist and Taoist sects of the Tang dynasty. Not only did they not engage in production or pay taxes, they also occupied large areas of fertile land and population. They also had a deep influence on the people of that time. Compared to the Taoist sects that could research several new technologies from alchemy, the Buddhist sects were much more disgusting. Therefore, Ito planned to wait until China was completely stabilized before promulgating new religious regulations. It stipulated that the Buddhist and Taoist sects must pay taxes and cannot own land privately. Even if they own land, it must be redistributed according to the size of the temple and the number of monks. They must not occupy more than that. Their Buddhist and Taoist scriptures must be reestablished. In the future, without the approval of the government, relatives, and the temple, as well as the joint submission of a naturalization permit, they must not shave their heads and become monks. This was to prevent the future of shaving their heads and claiming to be monks being able to escape arrest by the government, as well as the emergence of people without registration and so on. That's right. There was also a scripture level 4 and 6 examination for registered monks. Those who passed could continue to be monks. Those who did not pass would immediately be forced to return to the secular world and be reformed according to their own circumstances. In short, it was to ruthlessly suppress the Buddhist sects and not let these monks have an easy time. Of course, Sei Ito would still encourage the Taoist sects that were not good at management and encourage production so that the people could pursue freedom. He even sent some researchers over to help them with their research, so as to prevent the Taoist sects from falling into desolation like the later generations. On the other side, Shi Feishuan, whose face was filled with a pensive expression, once again returned to that temple's meditation room. "Master," Shi Feishuan greeted the only woman left in the meditation room, Fan Qingwei. "How is it?" Fan Qingwei, who was meditating with her eyes closed, asked without opening them. "I have not seen the jade annulus of Eclan with my own eyes, but His Majesty the Great Hua Emperor also insisted that the jade annulus of Eclan was a gift from the heavens. Presumably, he would not admit that it was stolen from somewhere else," Shi Feishuan softly replied. "No one would admit it." Fan Qingwei opened her eyes slightly and sighed softly. After that, Feishuan and the Emperor of Great Hua had a discussion on the concept of governance. Shi Feishuan continued. "Oh," Fan Qinghui's expression changed. He turned to look at Shi Feishuan. "From my observation, the Emperor of the Great Hua dynasty's philosophy is somewhat radical, but it's still a means of governing the world. He can be considered a wise ruler." Shi Feishuan lowered her eyes as she replied. "You think he is stronger than Li Shimin?" Fan Qingwei frowned and asked. Feishuan has seen Li Shimin from afar and knows that he has the appearance of a ruler. There are many capable ministers and generals around him, but because I have not sat down and talked with him face to face, Feishuan is unable to make a judgment, Shi Feishuan replied. "Feishuan, could it be that you want to choose him as a wise ruler?" Fan Qingwei frowned and asked. "If we can't get the jade annulus of Eclan back, the Emperor of Great Hua might be an option." Shi Feishuan raised her head to look at Fan Qingwei and said, "I'm afraid things won't be that easy." Fan Qingwei softly sighed and said. She understood Shi Feishuan's plan. If they really couldn't get the jade annulus of Eclan back, then they could only admit that Sei Ito was the master of destiny. Only then could C.I. Heng Jingzhai's reputation not be affected. They would continue to maintain a transcendent status. But if that happened, their previous arrangement would be completely wasted. The influence and propaganda effect on Buddhism would be even more different. This was not in line with the benefits they had invested. But at this point, how long could the Li Tang power that they thought highly of hold on? Could it be that they had to swallow their pride and let the people of Buddhism and Taoism kill them? If that happened, even if they really pushed the Li Tang power up, C.I. Heng Jingzhai's reputation would be tarnished. Not to mention, they would owe them a favor afterward. Whether or not C.I. Heng Jingzhai's transcendent status would continue to be a problem. But if they chose Sei Ito, alas. Fan Qingwei couldn't help but sigh again. She couldn't help but recall the information sent back by a certain subordinate force. The reason why Fan Qingwei was like this was because the information she had thought of was none other than the movements of Sei Ito and the demon sect. In particular, Enlong, Zhuxian, Baiyan, and the other representatives of the demon sect, as well as the relationship between Dan Meixian, a half-demon sect woman, and Sei Ito made her feel uneasy. She was deeply afraid that in the future, the demon sect would use Sei Ito to suppress Buddhism and C.I. Heng Jingzhai. Although her worry was wrong, the result was not bad. It was exactly the same as Sei Ito's plan. "Feishuan, go and call your martial uncle Liao Kong and the others over," Fan Qingwei softly ordered. "Yes, master." Shi Feishuan answered and turned around to leave the meditation room. She walked to the other meditation rooms that were adjacent to each other and conveyed Fan Qinghui's message to them. After a while, Fan Qinghui, Xian Shun, Liao Kong, Buckin, Buchi, Butin, Bufu, and Shi Feishuan gathered in Fan Qinghui's meditation room again. They listened quietly to Sir Feishuan talk about all the details of her meeting with Seito. Senior brother Liao Kong, what do you think? After a while, Fan Qingwei looked at Liao Kong, who had his eyes closed and was silently kneading prayer beads. He is not a member of our Dao, Liao Kong said with an airy voice. Looks like that's the only way. Fan Qingwei, who completely understood the meaning behind Liao Kong's baffling words, nodded slightly and said, Then, we'll have to trouble you to come with us tonight, Senior Brother Liao. It's my duty, Liao Kong replied with his head lowered. Soon after, Liao Kong and the monks of the Four Nos left Fan Qinghui's meditation room one after another and returned to their own meditation rooms to rest. Similarly, Fan Qinghui, Xian Shun, and Shi Feishuan, who watched Liao Kong and the others leave, did not say anything. They each found a place to sit cross-legged and rested their minds, preparing for the operation at night. In this kind of silence, time passed quickly without them noticing, and night came Amitabha Buddha. Following Liao Kong's sudden Buddhist chant, Fan Qinghui, Xian Shun, Liao Kong, Shi Feishuan, and the monks of the Four Nos, who did not wear casual clothes at all, moved like fairies in the night toward the Chong and Imperial Palace. With the 8 people's extraordinary speed, they soon arrived at one side of the wall of the Chong and Imperial Palace. The 4 of you wait here, Liao Kong said to the monks of the 4 numbers. Yes, the monks of the Four Nos replied in unison. Then Xian Shun, who was dressed like a nun, threw up with one hand. A slender rope with a hook attached to one end immediately shot up with a whistling sound. Then, with a light ding sound, the rope hooked onto the wall of the Imperial Palace. Xian Shun stretched out her hand and tugged on the rope. After confirming that it was fixed, she nodded slightly to Fan Qinghui, Shi Feishuan, and Liao Kong beside her. Then, she pulled on a rope and used her lightness skill to borrow the force to rush to the top of the wall. With just 2 leaps, she landed on the top of the wall. Then, according to the rules, Fan Qinghui, Shi Feishuan, and Liao Kong also rushed to the top of the wall. Although it was troublesome to go up, it was easy to go down. Xian Shun, Fan Qinghui, Shi Feishuan, and Liao Kong, who pulled back the hook, jumped down from the top of the wall at the same time. With the help of their superb lightness skill, they landed lightly on the ground inside the Imperial Palace. Then, they set off in the direction of the Imperial Study. It had to be said that although they called themselves righteous people and never dared to do anything sneaky, when it came to this kind of action of climbing over the wall, they weren't any worse than professional sneaky people. In fact, because of their profound cultivation, they were even more dangerous and frightening than professional people. Relying only on their spiritual sense, Fan Qinghui and the others smoothly forced their way past the patrolling troops and hidden sentries in the Imperial Palace. They arrived outside the Imperial Study. I didn't sense the breath of an expert, Fan Qinghui said in a low voice. I didn't sense it either, Liao Kong said in a low voice. It seems that we worried too much, Fan Qinghui said with a sigh of relief. Let's go, Fan Qinghui said in a low voice with a serious expression. As soon as she finished speaking, the 4 people quickly rushed out of their hiding places. They arrived near the window where the Imperial Study had the fewest guards and no one was paying attention to them. They used their inner strength to shake open the wooden bolt used to seal the window and flashed into the Imperial Study. Because no one was working, the Imperial Study was dark. Let's split up and search, Fan Qinghui said in a low voice. Xian Shun, Liao Kong, and Shi Feishuan nodded and split up to search the Imperial Study. The Imperial Study wasn't big to begin with. It was only about 30 square meters. The interior was mostly decorated with bookshelves, paintings, and paintings. There was also a set of tables and chairs used by the emperor to work, as well as several square-backed wooden chairs prepared for the ministers who came to discuss matters. There was basically no place to hide anything. Therefore, under the search of the 4 experts, they quickly found the jade annulus of Eclan hidden in a square wooden box at the side. That's right. It's authentic. Liao Kong looked at the jade annulus of Eclan in the wooden box held in Fan Qinghui's hand and nodded in confirmation. I really didn't expect that the dignified Zen master Liao Kong of the Jingyan Monastery and the house master and successor of CI, Hang Jing, Zhao would do such a despicable thing. It's really unexpected. Just as Fan Qingwei closed the box and prepared to leave, Seito's voice suddenly rang out in the imperial study. It made Fan Qingwei and the other three people's hearts tighten. They subconsciously looked in the direction of the voice. In an instant, Seito's figure appeared in front of them. He was wearing simple white satin underclothes with a mocking and smiling expression on his face. This thing can't be stolen by you just like that. Then, Seito didn't seem to make any movements. The wooden box containing the jade annulus of the clan instantly appeared in front of him and was held by his hand. Chapter 1271. P.S. Thank you to NXCX, Hell's Cheelin 2, and Nickfany for your tips. Your Majesty, your words are clearly biased. We only came here to take back what belongs to us. How can you say that we stole it? When Fan Qinghui saw the jade annulus of the clan mysteriously return to the other party's hands, her expression changed slightly. What a joke. This is an item given to me by the heavens to protect my country. When did it become something that belongs to outsiders like you? You're the one who is biased, House Master Fan. Seito flipped his hand and sent the jade annulus of the clan into the Rubik's Cube world. You're a righteous person and the leader of the righteous path, but you sneaked into the capital of a country in the middle of the night to steal from the forbidden court of the royal palace. This is truly shocking. I really don't know how you still have the face to lead the righteous path. Are you going to rely on your skin? House Master, why are you still wasting your breath on this thief? Just take action and take back the item. I refuse to believe that with you, Master Liao Kong, and Marshal Nis Feishuan working together, we won't be able to take down a secular emperor. Xian Shun, who was dressed in gray Buddhist monk robes, said with a fierce expression. What? You can't win against me in an argument. So you're planning to take action? Seito looked at Fan Qingwei and the other three with a mocking smile. I'm sorry. When Fan Qingwei saw that the conversation had already reached this point, she could not say anything else. She gave a low command and attacked Seito with Nun Xian Shun, Shi Feishuan, and Liao Kong. The moment they attacked, they used Kind Boathouse's ultimate martial art, the core of Sword Codex. It was clear just how much importance they placed on Seito. As mentioned before, Sword Codex was different from the sword technique manuals passed down in the world of martial artists and even the various sections. It did not teach a lot of moves. Instead, it talked a lot about the state of the heart, and it pursued the path of suppressing others with Qi realms. Therefore, as soon as Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan's swords came out, two majestic and imposing auras, as if the pressure of heaven and earth, instantly spread out. Their sword moves and sword intent mixed together, and like meteors falling from the sky, they rapidly shot towards Ito Sei's body in an instant. A strange mentality emerged from the bottom of Ito Sei's heart. It was as if he was facing a meteor falling from the sky, making him unable to resist. What a domineering mental influence. Seito, who sensed the change in his state of mind, thought to himself, no wonder someone once said that when competing with people from CI Hang Jing Zhai, the most important thing is the state of the mind. If the state of the mind is not enough, even if one's skill is a little higher than the opponent's, one may still be defeated by the opponent's attack. Even if you are slightly weaker than the opponent, you still have a chance to escape from the Jingzhai disciples and make a comeback. It's a pity that you met me. Seito's heart shook when he thought of this. He instantly dispelled the changes in his state of mind caused by the Swordsmanship Codex. Recovering his original tranquil state of mind, his feet turned, and like a ghost, he escaped from Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan's besiegement. He suddenly appeared behind Xian Shun, who was on guard with rapt attention. With one palm in front of him, his other palm pressed against Xian Shen's back. Soaking force. Bang! In an instant, a muffled sound was heard. Xian Shun, who had her back attacked, turned pale. She couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. However, Xian Chun had the determination of a woman. She gritted her teeth and resisted the invisible force that was rapidly spreading in her body. She turned around and slapped Sei Ito's chest with her palm. Amipa. At the same time, monk Liao Kong, who was on the side, also used the Buddhist Zen chant to send out a sound wave attack that had a mental influence. He rushed toward Sei Ito and cooperated with Xian Chun to attack Sei Ito. Oomph. Sei Ito, who felt a little dizzy, snorted coldly. He used his powerful mental cultivation to shatter the influence of Liao Kong's Buddhist Zen chant. Then, he raised his hand without any change in his expression and deflected Xian Chen's arm. He bent his right arm and used his elbow to hit Xian Chen's cheek. Bang! The huge force immediately caused Xian Chen's head to tilt and her body to stagger to the side. At this moment, Sei Ito quickly stretched out his left arm that he used to deflect Xian Chen's arm. He used the back of his palm to hit Xian Chen's chin. Her body was sent flying backward. At the same time, the huge vibrating force produced by the back of his palm immediately penetrated Xian Chen's brain and knocked her out. Seeing this, Liao Kong, who was on the side, finally stopped being a bystander. He immediately pinched the Buddhist beads in his hand and shot several wooden beads at Sei Ito. They were aimed at the vital parts of his body. Sei Ito smiled coldly when he saw this. The back of his hand that was still on Sei Ito's chin turned impressed. The nun's body immediately spun like a windmill as Sei Ito swung his arm. She stood between Sei Ito and Liao Kong. Puff, 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 puff. Several sounds came from the nun's body, causing the unconscious nun to spit out a mouthful of blood again. Amipa. Liao Kong's expression changed slightly as he chanted the name of Buddha in a low voice. Despicable. Fan Qingwei, who had already turned around and rushed back to Sei Ito's side, used the power of the sword code to attack Sei Ito's weak spot from the most appropriate place, cursed angrily. That's also because of you. If Monk Liao Kong didn't want to sneak attack me, how could that nun be rewarded? It's all Liao Kong's fault. Sei Ito instigated as he stepped on his 8 gowns and dodged Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan's double sword attacks like a ghost. But speaking of the sword code, I also know it. Then, Sei Ito used the heaven and earth change to suddenly disappear and reappear not far behind Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan. There was an inexplicable smile on his face as he spoke. Come out, Sei Ito shouted in a low voice. Right after he finished speaking, a flash of silver light instantly shot out from Sei Ito's body and shot toward Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan like lightning. Please have a taste of my sword code. Sei Ito chuckled as he controlled the heavenly flying sword to attack Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan from a tricky and strange angle according to the principles of the Compassionate Travel Sword Code. When they sensed the attack method that had almost the same effect as the sword heart brightly lit mentioned in the Compassionate Travel Sword Canon, Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan's calm hearts immediately began to tremble. In an instant, a small flaw appeared in their almost perfect sword force. For a normal martial arts expert, even if they noticed this change, they might not be able to grasp it in an instant. However, for Sei Ito, who could change the movements of his flying sword with a single thought, it was not a problem at all. He immediately changed his sword moves and attacked the two people's exposed flaws. He used the moves and concepts recorded in the sword code to attack Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan. It's you, Fan Qingwei shouted angrily. At the same time, because of her anger, the flaw in Fan Qinghui's sword moves immediately became even more obvious. That's right, it's me. Sei Ito, who knew what Fan Qingwei was referring to, laughed loudly. Then his mind moved quickly. He controlled the heavenly flying sword to temporarily ignore Shi Feishuan's existence and attacked Fan Qingwei. Dang! In less than 2 seconds, Yi Zichen's attack had stopped. Under the heavenly flying sword's swift slashes and stabs, Fan Qingwei finally could no longer block the heavenly flying sword attacks and revealed a fatal flaw. However, just as the heavenly flying sword aimed at that flaw and attacked. Sure Feishuan suddenly rushed forward and used the color empty sword in her hand to block it, but that was it. It only caused the heavenly flying sword attack to be slightly deflected. It did not allow Fan Qingwei to completely dodge the heavenly flying sword's attack. In the end, the heavenly flying sword left 2 long and narrow wounds on her left rib and left arm that continuously bled. The enemy's martial art is very strong. We can't stay here for long. Let's go, Liao Kong said in a deep voice with a heavy expression. Okay. Sure Feishuan, who controlled her sword to block the heavenly flying sword's attack and protect Fan Qingwei, agreed. Regarding this, Fan Qingwei naturally did not object. She nodded and once again controlled her sword to help Sure Feishuan block the heavenly flying sword attack, creating a safe space for Liao Kong, who was carrying the unconscious nun Xian Chun. Since you've come, then stay here, Sei Ito, who had noticed the 4 people's actions, said coldly. As soon as he finished speaking, Sei Ito's figure suddenly appeared beside nun Xian Chun. He waved his hand and struck at nun Xian Chun, who was unable to defend herself. Monk Liao Kong, who could only reluctantly wave his fist to meet the attack, repelled him away from Xian Chen's side. Then he split his thoughts and moved nun Xian Chen's body to Fan Qingwei and Sure Feishuan's side, who were blocking the heavenly flying sword's attack. This forced them to change their moves in a panic and once again use the heavenly flying sword to injure Fan Qingwei. This time, because Fan Qingwei did not have Sure Feishuan's help, the injury she received was far more serious than before. Her thigh was directly pierced by the heavenly flying sword. Benefactor, your magic weapon is already too deep. It seems that I have no choice but to learn the Vajra's glare. It's time to subdue demons and eliminate devils. Monk Liao Kong's hand trembled slightly as he held the prayer beads in his hand. As soon as he finished speaking, the kasaya around Monk Liao Kong's body suddenly expanded. His entire body was bursting with vigor as he took large strides towards Sei Ito. Learn the Vajra's glare? Let me show you what the Vajra's glare is, Sei Ito said with a sneer. Almighty Dragon of Heaven. Sei Ito immediately put his palms together, his 10 fingers intertwined to form a Buddhist seal of fearlessness as he shouted in a low voice. In an instant, a clear golden illusory image of dragon capturing Pishi Dharma King Luo Xian appeared behind Sei Ito. The empty golden right palm followed Sei Ito's hand seal attack and covered Monk Liao Kong. When this change appeared, regardless of whether it was Sure Feishuan, who was focused on dealing with the heavenly flying sword, or Monk Liao Kong, they were all shocked. They did not expect their enemy to have such profound Buddhist skills. However, no matter what they thought, now was not the time to think too much. Thus, Liao Kong immediately suppressed the strange thoughts in his mind. He clenched his fists, and the true qi in his body surged, as if he was striking a huge rock. He went up against the illusory palm formed by his true qi. Boom! In an instant, an explosion rang out, and a surge of faint white smoke immediately spread out. Then, Liao Kong, whose kasaya was torn apart, appeared from the gradually dissipating smoke. He raised his fists and blocked the illusory palm of the almighty dragon of heaven's illusory image. He probably did not expect that the illusory image created by his opponent's true qi would be so difficult to deal with. Blooming flowers to see Buddha. As Sei Ito's left-hand seal changed, a ball of golden energy immediately bloomed from the illusory image's right palm, turning into a beautiful golden lotus. It slowly rotated and wrapped around Liao Kong below. Lines of Sanskrit chants were transmitted from the rotating lotus. These Sanskrit chants were not simple Sanskrit chants. Instead, they carried the Buddhist sect's mental enchantment technique to confuse people and tempt them to enter the sect. Thus, when these Sanskrit chants came out, regardless of whether it was Fan Qingwei, who was injured and lying on the ground, Sure Feishuan, who was fighting with the heavenly flying sword, or the Buddhist monk Liao Kong, a hint of confusion flashed through their eyes. It caused the circulating true qi in their bodies to become sluggish. Under this sluggish state, Fan Qingwei was fine. She had basically broken away from the battle, so she was basically unaffected. However, Shi Feishuan and Liao Kong, who were in the middle of a battle, were different. Although it was only a moment of confusion before they were called back to the present world by the realm of sword-heart illumination and the mental state cultivated through silent meditation, they still paid a certain price. For example, Shi Feishuan's right hand and forearm were cut by the heavenly flying sword light at this instant. Liao Kong was completely enveloped by the golden lotus of light that suddenly sped up and spun. However, what Fan Qingwei and the others did not expect was that just when they thought they would definitely be captured alive by Sei Ito, a black shadow quickly rushed into the imperial study. As if it had teleported, it appeared behind Sei Ito's back. Its 10 fingers were like blooming lotuses as it quickly struck at several vital points on Sei Ito's back. "It's actually you." Fan Qingwei cried out in shock when she saw the appearance of the person who launched the attack. Thud! At that moment, a soft sound rose. Sei Ito, who was attacked by the attacker, swiftly turned into a square-back chair and took the place of his original body to withstand the attacker's attack. Under the sharp force of the attacker's fingers, the chair exploded into countless shards that fell to the ground. Then, Sei Ito moved and instantly appeared behind the attacker. He mobilized the vital energy of the world around him to form a distorted space that was similar to Sky Demon Aura. It enveloped the area around him, including the attacker, to prevent him from escaping. "How rare. I didn't expect that you would come here to join in the fun, Evil King." Sei Ito stared at the man in front of him with a calm expression. He was a little thin, had a handsome face, and had a strange presence. He looked like an elegant scholar, but also like an evil demon without a human heart. "You are indeed very interesting," Shi Zhishuan said gently with a magnetic voice. "No matter how interesting I am, I didn't manage to make you show mercy, did I, Evil King?" Sei Ito began to strengthen the distorted force field around him and said to Shi Zhishuan, "Can you divert your attention to fight against me? You must know that the old monk over there isn't very stable." There was a smile on Shi Zhishuan's face, but there was no hint of a smile in his eyes. "It's fine. I believe that I have enough mental strength, and I can stall for time so that I can divert my attention to fight against you, Evil King," Sei Ito said with a faint smile. "Is that so? Then let's try it." Shi Zhishuan's expression swiftly turned cold. Like a feather that was weightless, he quickly moved along the distorted force field that Sei Ito spread out. Then, in the next second, he appeared in front of Sei Ito, and his fingers moved about in an indeterminate manner to attack Sei Ito's eyes, ears, throat, heart, lower abdomen, and other vital points. This was one of Shi Zhishuan's famous ultimate techniques, undying seals. When Ito Senari saw this, he smiled slightly. His body also imitated Shi Zhishuan's movement like a weightless feather in the entire twisting force field. Like a ghost, he fought with Shi Zhishuan, who used the hallucination body movements and the immortal pressing art to reverse the twisting force field to launch an attack. Chapter 1272. One Undying Seals. After exchanging around 30 moves with Shi Zhishuan, Sei Ito noticed that Shi Zhishuan could vaguely sense the direction of his attacks, and he praised him softly. "But this is as far as you go." Once he finished speaking, Sei Ito's figure swiftly floated backward under the pulling force of the distorting force field. He broke free from Shi Zhishuan's pursuit, while he also used the pushing force of the distorting force field to chase after him. At the same time, he made seals with his fingers and shouted softly, "Activate the formation!" In an instant, several locations in the entire twisting force field suddenly exploded, forming a strange and indescribable pattern in a three-dimensional manner, imprisoning Shi Zhishuan, who was unable to borrow the force to break free, because of the chaotic fluctuations produced by the twisting force field in an instant, in the 8 gates golden lock grate formation made with the twisting force field as the foundation. Phew! While I divide my attention to control my flying sword to fight against my enemy, I control my mind to imprison him, and I still have to calculate my movements while I fight against Shurji while I secretly set up an invisible matrix foundation. It's really tiring. Sei Ito exhaled softly and thought to himself after he escaped from the distorting force field in a flash. A matrix? Shurji asked with a slight frown while he stood in the distorting force field. That's right. Sei Ito chuckled softly and said, I know that Evil King's favorite thing to do the most is to flee thousands of miles away when he fails to hit his target. Then, he will look for a chance to assassinate his target in the future. Hence, to prevent Evil King from harassing me in the future and to prevent the people around me from being harmed by Evil King, I can only use the chance of fighting against Evil King to set up a matrix in secret to trap Evil King. Once I get rid of these so-called righteous people, I will talk to Evil King in detail to avoid some unnecessary trouble. Do you think that this thing can really trap me? Shurji said with the ghost of a smile. The matrix I set up is not the one you know, Evil King. It is a Heaven's Law matrix that can truly connect to the Tao of Heaven. It's best if you don't underestimate it, Evil King. Sei Ito said faintly with a chuckle when he heard this. Then, Sei Ito extended his hand and tapped a few spots around the distorting force field. In an instant, the space where the distortion force field was located distorted and blurred. Then, it disappeared before Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan's eyes. However, from Shi Feishuan's point of view, he could still see the battered Fan Qingwei, Shi Feishuan, who was holding her sword and fighting with the Yitian sword, as well as Liao Kong, 3 people who were currently inside the energy lotus flower wall, brandishing their fists and striking it. All right, it's time to end this farce, Sei Ito said softly as he turned his head to look at Shi Feishuan. As soon as he finished speaking, the heaven-reliant flying sword, which had been fighting at a constant speed against Shi Feishuan, suddenly lit up. Afterwards, they flew around Shi Feishuan at a speed that was twice as fast as before, and from time to time, they would launch attacks on Shi Feishuan's body. Under this kind of situation, no matter how much Shi Feishuan maintained the realm of Sword Heart brightly lit to strengthen her perception and achieve the miraculous effect of a prophecy to block the attack, she still could not withstand the Heavenly Sword's attack speed. In just a short while, she was covered in cuts and bruises under the Heavenly Sword's attack. Her white clothes were dyed red with blood. Her complexion was pale, and the sky sword, which had been sent flying, was suddenly struck in the chest by the sword's hilt. She fell weakly to the ground with a pained expression on her face. Soon after, the Heavenly Sword, which had finished its attack on Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan, rushed up and flew above the 2 people's heads. The sword's body flickered with bright light. It split into a dozen or so sword auras that were exactly the same as the Heavenly Swords and flew down. They formed a sword formation with the Heavenly Sword as the core, imprisoning Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan. Afterwards, Sei Ito withdrew his gaze and turned his head to look at the remaining monk Liao Kong. Fake Buddhist kingdom in a palm. Sei Ito's left hand grabbed at the golden lotus flower that sealed monk Liao Kong. A large amount of spatial energy immediately gushed out from the space around the lotus flower. It enveloped the entire golden lotus flower, causing it to quickly shrink inwardly. Then, it turned into a sphere that blossomed with golden light and flew into Sei Ito's palm. Rather than calling it a fake Buddhist kingdom in a palm, it would be better to call it a variant of spatial seal. After all, not only did it not evolve into the whirling world of the real Buddhist kingdom in a palm, it did not even have the most advanced effect of confusion. If it did not imprison Liao Kong's golden lotus flower, its color would not be the same as it was now. It would look ordinary. However, Sei Ito was only borrowing this opportunity to fool the few people present. In any case, they did not know what the real Buddhist kingdom in a palm was. As long as he could intimidate them, it was enough. Thus, it did not matter whether it was real or fake. All right, I think we can have a good chat now. Sei Ito, who had casually tossed the shrunk spatial sphere aside and added layers of seals using runes formed by his mental power, looked at Fan Qingwei and Shi Feishuan and smiled. What do you want to talk about? Fan Qingwei, who was forcing her injured body to stand in the sword array, asked with a stern expression. In terms of appearance, other than her body being a little awkward, she did not look like a prisoner at all. I want your CI Hang Jing Zhai, Sei Ito said faintly. You want us to help you spread the news? Fan Qinghui's eyes lit up when she heard this. However, her tone was still calm as she asked, Spread the news? I don't need it, Sei Ito said with a disdainful expression. Then, what do you want our CI Hang Jing Zhai to do? Fan Qinghui frowned and asked. Fan Qinghui understood that the Great Hua Empire, which had the gimmick of the jade annulus of peace descending from the sky, did not need their CI Hang Jing Zhai to promote it. That would only give them some benefits. The reason why she had asked before was because she had a glimmer of hope. I want you to be the vanguard of my rectification of Buddhism, Sei Ito said with a chuckle. You should know that the places of your holy land are very useful to me. What do you want to do? Fan Qinghui, who heard that Sei Ito wanted to rectify Buddhism, questioned with a slightly changed expression. Suppress Buddhism, Sei Ito said calmly. Right now, Buddhism is too prosperous. It's so prosperous that it's responding to my rule over the people. Therefore, for the sake of my foundation, you Buddhists must shrink your power. Otherwise, I don't mind raising a large army and directly destroying all Buddhists. I'll turn suppressing Buddhism into destroying Buddhism. You dare. Fan Qinghui's expression changed drastically as she shouted sternly. Why wouldn't I dare? Sei Ito lowered his head and looked at the space pearl that sealed Monk Liao Kong in his hand. He sneered and said, I think you should also know about my relationship with the demon sect. I think they'll be very happy to destroy Buddhism. They'll even participate in it without caring about the loss of their power. Don't you think so, beautiful sect master Fan? Fan Qinghui's expression began to change. Moreover, this time, even Shi Feishuan, who had been listening by the side, had a change in expression. Buddhism's teachings guide people to do good. They can help your majesty calm troubled times. Why does your majesty still want to suppress Buddhism? Shi Feishuan advised. Do good? Perhaps the original Buddhism really did guide people to do good, but the current Buddhism, or rather the Buddhism I've seen, is no longer like that. Relying on the saying of reincarnation to gather wealth. Relying on the saying of transcendence when something happens to tempt people to enter the sect. They don't pay taxes, don't produce, and freely occupy vast fields. They even directly incite believers to gather and cause trouble in certain matters. I can even say that the reason why the dynasty fell so quickly is related to you guys, Sei Ito said as he looked at Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui with a mocking expression. Am I right, Sect Master Fan? How could that be? Shi Feishuan said in disbelief. What if I don't agree? Fan Qinghui said in a heavy voice. She absolutely didn't dare to be the vanguard. If that happened, even if CI Hang Jing Zhai could continue to pass on, their reputation would inevitably be tarnished. How could they continue to be the leader and command the masses? Therefore, even if Fan Qinghui had more courage, she wouldn't dare to agree to Sei Ito's conditions. It's very simple. Just find a substitute, Sei Ito said with a smile. Then, under Fan Qinghui's frowning gaze, he stretched out his hand and pointed at the ground. A pile of soil immediately floated up from the ground. Very quickly, it gathered into a big taw. As if it was being kneaded by an invisible big hand, it gradually changed into the shape of a person. In the end, under Fan Qinghui and Shi Feishuan's shocked gaze, it turned into Fan Qinghui's appearance under Shi Zhishuan's flickering gaze. This. Fan Qinghui was at a loss for words. She couldn't utter a complete sentence. At this time, Sei Ito beckoned Fan Qinghui with one hand. A wisp of black hair and a few drops of blood instantly flew out from Fan Xinghui's body and shot into the clay that turned into a human figure. It was exactly the same as a real person. It entered the figure's body amidst a circle of ripples. Harmonious spirit. Seito, who was beside the human figure, made a seal with one hand and shouted in a low voice. As soon as his words fell, Fan Xinghui's human figure suddenly blossomed with a somewhat gloomy light. Soon after, the human figure's eyelids trembled slightly, and she slowly opened her eyes. Then, the human figure turned around. Her expression, temperament, and actions were exactly the same as the Fan Xinghui in Shi Feishuan's memory. She saluted Seito and called out, "Greetings, master. What do you all say if I release her back to Ci Hang Jingzhai and let her take charge of those things?" Seito stretched out his hand and pinched the human figure's chin. He raised the human figure's head and said, "You evildoer." Fan Xinghui, who could completely imagine the consequences of this, used the most appropriate words she could think of to describe Seito. "All right, perhaps I can also let her strip naked and directly appear in the most bustling area of Luoyang's main street to dance a Zhao dance. Perhaps the effect will be even better." Seito turned his head to look at the real Fan Xinghui in the sword formation and said with a strange smile, "PFFF." Hearing that, Fan Xinghui, who was anxious, spat out a mouthful of blood and fainted while facing the sky. "Master." Shi Feishuan hastily supported Fan Xinghui's body and called out. After examining the condition of Fan Xinghui's body, she discovered that other than her qi and meridians being a bit chaotic, there was no major problem. Shi Feishuan lightly sighed and turned her head to look at Seito and pleaded, "Your Majesty, please don't do that for Feishuan's sake. For your sake." "It's not impossible, but one thing for another. Feishuan will have to enter the harem to serve me." Seito lightly pinched his chin and said meaningfully, "Your Majesty, could it be that you really want to force Feishuan to lose all her face before you're satisfied?" Shi Feishuan argued. "Being able to conquer a fairy's body and mind is a very satisfying thing." Seito lightly smiled and said, Chapter 1273. Feishuan understands. "I will do as your Majesty says," Shi Feishuan said faintly with a solemn expression, as if she was willing to sacrifice herself to serve the devil. "Feishuan, which one are you referring to?" Seito raised his eyebrows and asked. "Feishuan will agree to both of them," Shi Feishuan said. "Can you represent Ci Hang Jingzhai?" Seito asked with great interest. "I can," Shi Feishuan replied without any change in her expression. "That's good," Seito said with a faint smile. He waved his hand and put away Fan Xinghui's body, which was created by the combination of yin-yang techniques, spirit strengthening technique, and earth escape. After that, Seito took a step forward and walked toward the sword formation step by step. When he arrived in front of the sword formation, he recalled Etienne's sword into his body and removed the sword formation that imprisoned Fan Xinghui and Shi Feishuan. "Your Majesty, please release Zen Master Liao Kong as well," Shi Feishuan said as she looked at Seito, who was slowly walking toward her with clear eyes. "He still needs to wait. At the very least, I need to talk to him first." He casually threw a ball of life energy into Shi Feishuan's body and healed her injuries caused by Etienne's sword. Feeling the changes in her body, Shi Feishuan's eyes moved. "Your Majesty, please treat Feishuan's master and martial aunt," Shi Feishuan requested. "Okay." Seito nodded indifferently. Then, he threw 2 balls of life energy into Fan Xinghui and Nun Xian Chen's bodies to help them recover from their injuries. During this process, Shi Feishuan and Seito looked at each other without turning their eyes away. In a flash, Ito Sei's body moved. He stretched out his head and kissed Shi Feishuan's soft and tender lips. Then, he stretched out his tongue and attacked her mouth. Shi Feishuan, who was suddenly attacked, blushed and instinctively moved her body away. She wanted to escape from Seito's attack, but she immediately felt that her body was bound by a hand, making her unable to move. She could only accept the other party's kiss and feel the strange feeling of their tongues entangling in her mouth. Yes, at this moment, with a soft groan, Fan Qinghui, whose injuries had all healed, woke up. This is our betrothal gift. Sei Ito, who noticed that Fan Qinghui had woken up, slowly separated from Shi Feishuan. He licked his lips with his tongue, as if he was savoring the aftertaste. He looked at Shi Feishuan with a smile and spoke softly. Shi Feishuan, who had yet to regain her senses from a kiss, blinked her eyes in confusion. She did not understand what was going on. Feishuan, Fan Qinghui shouted. At this time, Sei Ito had already retreated away from Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui, who was being supported by Shi Feishuan. She did not give Fan Qinghui, who had just recovered, any chance to mount a sneak attack. Master! Shi Feishuan, who was called back to her senses, resisted the strange emotions that arose in her heart because of the kiss. He used his internal energy to restore his complexion to normal, then helped Fan Qinghui stand up and called out. "Men!" Sei Ito suddenly shouted. Krieg bang! As soon as he finished speaking, along with a strange sound, the tightly shut door of the imperial study was immediately and violently opened from the outside. Soon after, more than a dozen soldiers with weapons in their hands quickly ran into the imperial study. Then, very perceptively, they pointed their guns at Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui. "Your Majesty," a middle-aged man, who should be a general, hurriedly saluted and called out after seeing the situation in the room clearly. Sei Ito, who knew what the general was worried about, did not pay attention to him and directly ordered, "Go and call a palace maid over." "Yes," the general responded. Then he ordered a soldier to run out of the imperial study. A moment later, he led a palace maid back into the imperial study. "Your Majesty," the palace maid knelt and saluted. "Take them down and find a palace for them to live in. Then, come back and report to me." Sei Ito pointed at Shi Feishuan, Fan Qinghui, and the still unconscious nun Xian Chun, and said to the palace maid. "Yes," the palace maid replied. "Feishuan, take your master to rest first and explain the matter clearly. Otherwise, I will act according to the previous method." Sei Ito turned his head to look at Shi Feishuan and said, "Okay." Shi Feishuan agreed. Then, she whispered something in the ear of Fan Qinghui, who was frowning. Then, she moved to pick up the unconscious nun Xian Chun, took her master, and left the imperial study with the palace maid. They walked toward the palace in the distance where no concubines lived for the time being. "You guys also withdraw." Sei Ito saw several people leaving and said to the imperial guards who were still in the room. "Yes." Seeing that Sei Ito did not have the intention to make trouble for them, the middle-aged general did not dare to talk nonsense. He quickly complied and took his men out of the imperial study. Then, he conveniently closed the door again. Seeing that only his own Sei Ito was left in the room, he pointed at the empty space in the middle of the imperial study. That space immediately distorted and blurred. Then, Shi Feishuan's figure, who was imprisoned by a warping force field and a formation emitting faint light, reappeared in front of him. Then, with a thought, Sei Ito removed the operation of the warping force field and the formation, restoring Shi Feishuan's freedom. The method just now is very interesting. It has the style of our holy gate. What do you think? Do you want to join our holy gate? Shi Feishuan looked at Sei Ito with interest and said with a smile, "I'm interested in controlling the holy gate. If you want to join, then forget it." Sei Ito casually called 2 square chairs and sent them to Shi Feishuan and himself. He lowered his body and sat down. "That's right. With the power you have shown before, it is enough to control the holy gate." Shi Feishuan, who lowered his body and sat on the chair without any trace of politeness, nodded and admitted. "Then, what do you want to talk to me about?" "I want you to help me." Sei Ito flipped his hand and brought out 2 goblets and a bottle of red wine. He used psychokinesis to control the wine bottle and pour wine into the two goblets before he sent one of the goblets to Shiji Xuan. This is wine from another world. Its taste is completely different from the wine in this era. Please have a taste, evil king. Say Ito shook the goblet in his hand gently as he spoke. Then, as if to prove that he was harmless, he took the lead and took a big gulp. The taste is a little strange, but the texture is indeed much better than the wine from Western regions. It can be considered as a rare fine wine. Shiji Xuan also drank a goblet and savored the taste. But I'm more curious about the other things you mentioned. Can you tell me about them? Of course, Ito-sei said with a smile. Then he showed Shiji Xuan the different places of each world that he browsed through in words, or images supported by magic, or images that he directly took out a technological product to play so that he could accept them. I think I understand now. Shiji Xuan nodded and said, but even though there are some parts in your words that are not completely true, I can still guess the strength in your hands. If that's the case, why do you still need me? It's probably because you're a genius. Sei Ito thought about it and gave a vague answer. And I admire you, so I want to give you a chance to sit down and talk. Otherwise, when I saw you ambush me, I would have immediately subdued you and used my secret technique to control you. Secret technique? Are you only talking about the ones you used on Zhu Yuyin, on Long, the Yu Xian, Yang Shu Yin, and the others? Shiji Xuan said with the ghost of a smile. Yes. Sei Ito nodded in confirmation. He knew that Shiji Xuan's method of gathering information was strange, and that he was able to know these things did not mean anything. I've studied the secret technique you planted on Yang Shuyin's body. It's indeed powerful, and it's very similar to the great Dao Heart demonic seed art of the Holy Order. However, its weakness is also very obvious. As long as the mental waves reach a certain level, it can affect the mental seed's influence on the control person, and from then on, the control person will appear in a state where they are half out of control. In this aspect, your secret technique seems to be inferior to the great Dao Heart demonic seed art of the Holy Order. Shiji Xuan imitated Sei Ito and shook his wine cup as he said faintly. As for the other two things, I didn't get a sample of the blue medicinal liquid, so I can't study it. I did get the contract scroll from Fan Zhua and the others, but I can't figure it out either. I think it has something to do with the strange power you showed before, right? As expected of Evil King, even though you didn't see it with your own eyes, you were able to guess 80% of the matter. I admire you, Sei Ito praised. Then, Sei Ito brought the topic back to the main topic and asked, then, what is your choice, Evil King? Are you going to help me or fight against me? Even if this sure chooses to help you, there should be some restrictions such as that inexplicable scroll. Shiji Xuan's face was full of smiles, and his eyes were cold as he looked at Ito-sei and said slowly, even though I'm not afraid of Evil King, not all of my friends and family can withstand Evil King's care like I can. That's why a suitable restriction is necessary. Sei Ito chuckled softly. But if you put in effort, you'll get something in return. At the very least, Evil King will get even more from me in the future. Such as, Shiji Xuan asked faintly. The Holy Emperor Sorcerous, Sei Ito answered faintly. When he heard the Holy Emperor's Sorcerous, Shiji Xuan's pupil shrank. His aura swiftly became intense. At the same time, the calmness on his face disappeared, and he looked like he was about to explode. Suppress. Sei Ito frowned when he saw this. He immediately mobilized his mental energy to draw a talisman in the air before he shouted at Shiji Xuan. No one knew whether it was because Shiji Xuan's mental energy had sensed something strange when his personalities clashed, but as if he had sensed Sei Ito's actions, Shiji Xuan moved and instantly appeared beside Sei Ito. He turned his palm into a knife and went to stab Sei Ito's neck. The figure of the attacked Ito-sei vanished. In the blink of an eye, under the stab of Shiji Xuan's palm blade, he dissipated and appeared behind Shiji Xuan. The index finger of his right hand extended forward, pointing at Shiji Xuan's neck. Shiji Xuan leaned forward, and his body suddenly drew a half arc like a tumbling urn. He turned around and appeared beside Sei Ito again. He created illusions that went to surround Sei Ito. Sei Ito jumped backward and quickly avoided Shi Zhishuan's attack. But in the next moment, Shi Zhishuan appeared behind Sei Ito again. He put his palms together, and his fingers intersected to form a strange shape before he stabbed at Sei Ito's back. Chapter 1274. P.S. Thank you to Operation 112 for your precious monthly votes. Thank you to NXCX and Nickfany for your rewards. Is this the true face of phantasm body and movement skill? Sei Ito thought to himself as he drifted and created a series of afterimages to avoid Shi Zhishuan's attacks. Based on the way Shi Zhishuan moved just now, Sei Ito noticed that this so-called phantasm body movement skill was very similar to the assassination footwork used by the assassins. It was a unique footwork that specifically used the blind spots of a human's vision to move. However, once it fused with the effects of true qi, it also had some illusory effects, which was why it made others feel that Shi Zhishuan's phantasm body movement skill was strange, unfathomable, and unfathomable. But this time, Shi Zhishuan ran into Sei Ito, who was also skilled in this movement method. In fact, since he was the strongest disciple in history and had trained in one world before, he had also fused this footwork technique with the skills of the elites to hide their senses and improve it a second time. Hence, Shi Zhishuan's phantasm body movement skill, which had always been successful, immediately had its effects greatly reduced, and it became no different from a normal lightness skill footwork. Just like that, the duo fought over each other's blind spots, and they entered a stalemate in the Imperial study. But when it comes to illusory techniques, I'm much better at them. Sei Ito chuckled in his heart as he moved repeatedly and changed his position to enter Shi Zhishuan's blind spots. Then, his chi trembled, and an illusory aura that looked like a real person appeared in the Imperial study. It moved along with Sei Ito's movements. But Sei Ito did not stop. Instead, while he was fighting over Shi Zhishuan's blind spots, he continued creating aura images to confuse Shi Zhishuan's undying seals and sense his aura. Around a dozen aura images soon filled the entire Imperial study and surrounded Shi Zhishuan, preventing him from running away because of his evil heart. Evil King, surrender yourself. Sei Ito used echo art to let his voice echo through the entire Imperial study. Child's play. Shi Zhishuan, whose personality had completely deteriorated, snorted coldly. He answered. Then his figure quickly flashed, and he also used his Zhan Qi to create several blurry images, attacking Sei Ito's aura images. Puff, 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 puff. In the blink of an eye, a series of light-popping sounds were heard. The images of Sei Ito and Shi Zhishuan that were conjured up by the air-popping sound all dispersed and disappeared from the Imperial study room. However, at this moment, Shi Zhishuan only felt that his vision changed. The Imperial study room instantly became illusory, like a mirage. It disappeared before his eyes in the midst of the fluttering, and changed into a bamboo forest that should not have appeared here. Evil King, don't you think that this place is very familiar? A voice whose origin could not be discerned echoed around Shi Zhishuan. Shi Zhishuan did not answer. He only stood where he was with rapt attention, guarding against any possible sneak attack that might come at any time. Only Shi Zhishuan himself did not move. But the surrounding bamboo forest started to move spontaneously. And then, a bamboo forest hut that Shi Zhishuan felt was very familiar, yet also seemed to be wrong, slowly appeared in front of his eyes. At the same time, a woman wearing dark green silk skirt with a graceful figure was standing by a small stream that just happened to flow past the front of the bamboo hut. A back that was very blurry under the sunlight that shone on her face was immediately reflected in Shi Zhishuan's eyes. Evil King, I'm taking Qingxin away. Sei Ito suddenly appeared behind that back and extended his hand to capture her before he turned his head around to look at Shi Zhishuan with a strange smile on his face. You're asking for death. Shi Qingxian was Shi Zhishuan's only flaw. Hence, Even if he understood that everything he saw at that moment was an illusion created by, say, Ito, Shi Zhishuan still could not suppress the anger in his heart, and he shouted. He executed phantasm body movement skill and rushed to where Sei Ito was. Since Evil King is in such a hurry, then I'll return Qing Xian to you. Ito Sei, whose figure was flying backward, swung his hand and threw the dummy whose face was blurred in his bosom toward Shi Zhishuan, who was rushing toward him, and said with a loud laugh. Then his figure vanished. Just like he appeared, he suddenly disappeared from the bamboo forest in the illusion realm. When he saw the figure that was thrown at him, Shi Zhishuan extended his palm while he was on guard. He used the immortal pressing arts technique of borrowing force and turning force to remove the power it carried, and caught the figure that seemed to be Shi Qingxian. Bang! However, at the instant Shi Qingxuan's body came into contact with Shi Zhishuan's extended arm, her face was blocked by black hair. Shi Qingxuan's face, which could not be seen clearly, suddenly turned into Sei Ito's face. She controlled her body to turn around in midair and delivered a punch to Shi Zhishuan's chest. Dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging skill. A single white spiral pillar of air that was as thick as an arm instantly shot out from Shi Zhishuan's back. It flew more than 30 feet away before it left behind a faint mark. It disappeared from the air. Shi Zhishuan, who was hit directly by the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging skill, immediately furrowed his brows and let out a muffled groan. However, Shi Zhishuan, who was well aware that he was in an illusion, was already prepared to be attacked when he was about to receive Shi Qingxuan's fake image. Therefore, in terms of the degree of injury, it was not too serious. It was not to the extent that he immediately lost his ability to fight. Instead, he took advantage of the moment when Sei Ito attacked and revealed his real body to fiercely strike Sei Ito's body with part of the dragon-shaped Qigong needle forging skill's power converted from the immortal pressing art and his own power. Puff! In an instant, a light sound rang out. Shi Qingxuan's body, which was heavily attacked, immediately turned into a small wooden stake and replaced the real figure of a person before it exploded under Shi Zhishuan's attack. As expected of the Evil King, you are indeed ruthless. The illusion of the bamboo forest gradually dissipated and returned to the appearance of the imperial study. Sei Ito, who revealed himself again, looked at Shi Zhishuan, whose clothes and back exploded, and sighed in admiration. You deserve to die. Shi Zhishuan's face was full of killing intent as he spoke coldly. As mentioned before, Shi Qingxian was Shi Zhishuan's only flaw. Hence, the instant Sei Ito used an illusion to use Shi Qingxian to deceive him, Shi Zhishuan had basically given up on the idea of continuing the discussion with Sei Ito. He was prepared to completely kill Sei Ito to ensure Shi Qingxuan's safety and get rid of the hatred in his heart for deceiving him. Hence, the moment he finished speaking, Shi Zhishuan once again used the illusion body movement skill to rush in front of Sei Ito and tapped Sei Ito's body with a finger. Sei Ito, who was attacked, faded away and slowly disappeared before Shi Zhishuan's eyes. An illusion? Shi Zhishuan frowned and thought. In an instant, dozens of Sei Ito's images that appeared in the Imperial Study one after another said at the same time, "Looks like if you want the Evil King to truly assist me, you must first treat your split personality." Shi Zhishuan narrowed his eyes while standing where he was and did not move. Then he slowly closed his eyes and increased his senses to the max. He searched for the real Sei Ito's location. Evil King, you've lost. There were no illusions, and only Sei Ito and Shi Zhishuan existed in the Imperial Study. Happy used his spatial abilities to separate himself from the world of Tang Dynasty and arrived behind Shi Zhishuan through the crack in space. It was only when his palm was pressed against Shi Zhishuan's back and he launched an attack that he broke free from the crack in space and sent a powerful wave of energy into Shi Zhishuan's body, Sei Ito said faintly. Under this attack, Shi Zhishuan did not have the time to use the immortal seals to get rid of the energy that rushed into his body. He coughed up a mouthful of blood. An illusion? Shurjishwan endured the injuries on his body and broke away from Sei-Ito in a flash. He stared at Sei-Ito, who stood where he was and did not move, with a dark expression. Yes, an illusion. Sei-Ito calmly stared at Shurjishwan, who was on high alert, before he chuckled softly. Then, Evil King, do you think you're in the real world right now? Or are you still in the illusion I created? Multiple illusions. It was a fighting technique developed by Happy using the hypnotic attacks he learned from the Ministry of War's Jingjia in the Absolute Pitiful World as the foundation, the illusions in Naruto World, and the hypnotic techniques of the main world's hypnotic masters. It was a powerful ability to pull the enemy into an illusion due to various factors, such as the battle environment. Besides, since he had hypnotic abilities as the foundation, he also avoided the drawback of normal illusions being forced to break away from them due to pain from the attack. It had reached a level where only those who truly killed, say, Ito, or those who had unique abilities in the mind could break free from it. Of course, aside from this, the method of a third party interfering in the battle was still the only method to break illusions, and this was something that could not be changed. Unless, say, Ito used the Black Scroll not to forcefully release the calculations contained in his opponent's subconscious and rebuild his consciousness, he could only avoid it. However, this method was useless against elites who had already gathered their consciousness in a martial arts will. When he heard this, Shurjishwan's expression changed in a barely noticeable manner. Clearly, he could not be certain whether he was in the real world right now or whether it was the same as before, which was a realistic illusion that Sei-Ito had deliberately created. However, although he did not understand, Shurjishwan, who knew how to deal with it, was indeed not bad. He did not even say a word and launched the hallucination body movement skill, transforming into several phantoms to launch an attack at Ito-sei. Then, at the moment when the attack was about to hit Ito-sei, suddenly, he flew to the side and escaped through the window of the Imperial Study. It had to be said that this method was the best method to deal with an unfavorable situation. Not only could he shake off his enemy, he could also widen the distance between them to stop the illusion from being executed. This allowed him to be certain that his surroundings were real. Oh, Evil King, leaving without saying goodbye is not a good thing. But before Shurjishwan could rush out of the royal study for long, Sei-Ito's voice suddenly rose by his ears, and he spoke in a mocking manner. Then, before Shurjishwan could react, he pressed his palm against his back again and activated a diffusing, permeating impact to strike Shurjishwan to the ground. Once Shurjishwan landed on the ground, he curled up his body and rushed into the bushes by the side in a flash. He continued to forcefully circulate his chi to rush out. Evil King, surrender yourself. I've already left a mark on you. Even if you run to the ends of the earth, I can still capture you. This time, Sei-Ito suddenly appeared beside Shurjishwan and delivered a horizontal kick to Shurjishwan's arms, which he had hastily put up. Bang! Under the great explosive force, Shurjishwan's body shot out like a cannonball and crashed heavily into the wall of the palace by his side, creating a huge crack in it. Shurjishwan could no longer suppress the injuries in his body after he converted the two forces of impact from the front and back into his body. He opened his mouth and coughed up a large mouthful of blood. Evil King, sleep, Sei-Ito said softly when he suddenly appeared in front of Shurjishwan. Once he finished speaking, Shurjishwan felt dizzy. Then, under Sei-Ito's attack, he fainted and fell limply on the ground. When he saw Shurjishwan lying on the ground, Sei-Ito had a thought appear in his mind, and he threw him into the Rubik's Cube world before he used Alea to deal with him. Then, he turned around, and before the soldiers who rushed over to check because of the noise arrived, he used instant movement to return to the royal study. He brought out the square box with the jade annulus of Clan and stuffed it back into the secret compartment before he set a seal on it. Then, he had a thought appear in his mind again and returned to the harem. He continued hugging his wife, Yi, and fell asleep peacefully. As for monk Liao Kong, who was imprisoned by the dimensional pearl, he did the same thing as Shi Zhishuan and handed him to Aleya to deal with. On the morning of the second day, Sei Ito ordered someone to summon Shi Feishuan and Fan Qingwei, who had rested for a night, to the royal study. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Shi Feishuan and Fan Qingwei greeted him with complete etiquette. "By the looks of it, Zhai Master Fan, have you already thought it through?" Sei Ito asked while he leaned against the back of his chair and looked at Fan Qingwei, who stood below him in a calm and composed manner. "Yes." Fan Qingwei lowered her head and answered without any change in her expression. "All right, sign this contract." Sei Ito nodded when he heard this. He flipped his hand, brought out a copy, and tossed it in front of Fan Qingwei. Fan Qingwei extended her hand and took the strange scroll that flew to her. She brought it to her eyes and opened it to read. In an instant, lines of statements regarding Kind Boathouse and her, Fan Qingwei, requests, and obligations entered her eyes. After a moment, Fan Qingwei finished reading all the terms and details, and she scowled. She looked as if she did not want to sign it. "Zhai Master Fan." Sei Ito narrowed his eyes and called out in a cold voice. Fan Qinghui's heart shook when she heard Sei Ito's voice. She instantly realized that she did not have any conditions to resist. She could only grit her teeth and follow the instructions given by the end of the scroll. She bit her finger and wrote her name in the blank space of the contract. The moment she finished writing, a dim light bloomed from the scroll. It absorbed all of Fan Qinghui's blood on the scroll. Then, as Fan Qinghui's body froze for a moment, it turned into a beam of light and disappeared into Fan Qinghui's forehead. "Master," Shi Feishuan called out with a concerned expression. Sei Ito used teleportation to retrieve the scroll from Fan Qinghui's hand. "I'm sure you've already seen the punishment for violating the contract. I won't say anything more. I hope Zhai Master Fan knows what you're doing. Otherwise, I have no choice but to do as I wish." Fan Qinghui's expression changed slightly. She then nodded sadly in response to Sei Ito's words. "Feishuan, you'll officially enter the palace tomorrow." Sei Ito put away the scroll and looked at Shi Feishuan. "Okay." Shi Feishuan's expression was calm as she replied, "If Your Majesty doesn't have any other orders, Feishuan and Master will take our leave." "Okay." Sei Ito nodded indifferently. Shi Feishuan and Fan Qingwei bowed to Sei Ito, then walked out of the imperial study with Fan Qingwei. "Your Majesty, Miss Fan Qingwei requests an audience." Just as Shi Feishuan and Fan Qingwei were about to walk out of the imperial study, a palace maid walked in and reported to Sei Ito. Chapter 1275. Upon hearing the maid's words, Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui couldn't help but look at each other. They both saw a trace of hesitation in each other's eyes. "Summon her," Sei Ito said faintly in the imperial study. "Yes." The maid lowered her head and replied. Then, she quickly turned around and left. Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui walked out of the imperial study and allowed Bayan, who was waiting outside, to enter. After entering the imperial study, Bayan greeted Shi Feishuan and Fan Qinghui with a smile. "Oh, isn't this senior sister? I didn't expect us to meet under such circumstances." Feishuan also didn't expect to see senior sister by here, Shi Feishuan said faintly. "This is..." Bayan looked at Fan Qinghui, whose temperament and charm were very similar to Shi Feishuan's. "This is my master," Shi Feishuan introduced. Bayan of the Ean's Sunflower Sect greets House Master Fan. Bayan immediately straightened her face and saluted respectfully. "Is your master well?" Fan Qinghui nodded and asked faintly. "Thank you for your concern, senior." "My master is well," Bayan replied with a serious expression. "Send my regards to her." Fan Qinghui nodded and said, "Junior will remember." "I will definitely pass on your words, House Master," Bayan replied with her head lowered. Fan Qinghui didn't say anything else and walked around Bayan with Shi Feishuan. Then, under Bayan's gaze, they walked out of the imperial study and soon disappeared at the end of the palace road. Bayan adjusted her mood and entered the imperial study with a charming smile on her face. She stood in front of Sei Ito. Bayan greets your majesty. What? Have you thought it through? Sei Ito looked at Bayan and asked with a faint smile. Yes. After Bayan's persuasion, Master Zhu finally agreed to accept some of your majesty's conditions and let the Ean's sunflower sect become your majesty's subordinate. I wonder how your majesty will reward Bayan, Bayan said with a charming smile. With a thought, Sei Ito used instant transmission to transfer Momo into his arms and let her sit on his lap. His left hand gently stroked Momo's beautiful legs that were hidden under her gauze skirt, and he said with a strange smile, "Is that so? I thought you were anxious because you saw me coming into contact with the people of Ci Hangjingjai. That's why he agreed." Feeling her thigh being touched, Momo blushed. She looked at Itsunari with her charming eyes and complained, "If your majesty thinks so, Momo will be really sad. You know, Momo spent a lot of effort to persuade my master to agree to some of your majesty's requirements. Without Momo, even if your majesty has reached some cooperation with Kind Boathouse at this time, Zhu sure won't change his mind." "All right, it's my fault," Sei Ito apologized. "What reward does Momo want? What do you want? Will his majesty agree?" Bayan asked in a sweet voice. "That depends on whether Momo's request is too excessive," Sei Ito said, unmoved. Hearing that, Momo's eyes flashed with disappointment. Then she regained her spirits and said, "Momo's request is very simple. First, I hope that after the merger, Ean's Sunflower Sect can still maintain a certain degree of independence and all kinds of inheritance will not be affected. Second, Momo hopes that your majesty can postpone taking Momo's body and let Momo cultivate the Great Sky Demon technique to the 18th level. Is that okay? The first request should be made by your master, right?" Sei Ito asked with a faint smile. "Yes," Momo nodded and admitted. "It's not that I can't agree to this request, but the prerequisite is that some of your inheritance rules must be changed. Otherwise, there's no need to talk about it," Sei Ito said after thinking. "Such as?" Momo asked again. "Such as after choosing a disciple. The rule of killing all the disciples and their relatives," Sei Ito said indifferently. "This?" Momo hesitated for a moment, then said with a hesitant expression, "I'll try my best. With the current situation, I think Master should be able to agree." "Then, your majesty, as for the second condition?" Momo asked in a low voice with a red face. "Sure." Sei Ito kissed Momo's lips and said with a smile, "Thank you, your majesty." Momo, who was more excited than shy, said happily, "Hee, you can't escape. In a few days, I'll help you break through the 18th level of the Great Sky Demon technique. Let's see what excuses you'll find to avoid me then," Sei Ito whispered into Momo's ear with a strange smile. "Your majesty can help me break through the limit?" Momo asked with a shocked expression. "Yes, and not only you, even your master Zhu Yuyan. I have a way to help her break through to the 18th level of the Great Sky Demon technique," Sei Ito said as if he wasn't talking about Ean's Sunflower Sect's difficulties. He chuckled as if he was talking about a trivial matter. "Really?" Momo asked with a face full of surprise. "A monarch doesn't joke about his words," Sei Ito said calmly. "Since it's like this, I'm more confident in convincing Master." Momo jumped down from Sei Ito's thigh and said, "Momo won't disturb your majesty's review of government affairs. I'll go back and persuade Master Zhu. Momo will take her leave first." After saying that, she bowed slightly to Sei Ito. She walked out of the imperial study with light steps to report to her master Zhu Yuyan. "Your Majesty, Miss Momo asked this servant to give this to you." Less than half a minute after Momo left the imperial study, a palace maid walked into the imperial study and handed a piece of white paper full of writing to Sei Ito. Sei Ito took the paper with some surprise and looked down to read it. 3 days ago, the passionate young master, Ho Shi Bai, appeared in Badong City and spent a night with Chuan Yang of the Red House of the brothel. He is currently taking a boat to Xianyang. 1 day ago, Yu Niujun appeared in Chengdu. On the same day, Ding Jiuqiong of the Valley of the Kings, Zhou Laodan of the Red-Handed Sect, and Jin Huanjin of the Meishing Sect also appeared in Bashu. They are currently moving in the direction of Chengdu. One day ago, Yin Zuan had a secret meeting with Li Yuan's favorite concubine, Yin Fei. The contents of the secret meeting are unknown. Pieces of information about the movements of the demon sect members entered Sei Ito's eyes. "Ha! You can leave now," Sei Ito said to the palace maid beside him as he burned the paper. "Yes," the palace maid replied, then turned around and left the imperial study. "Now that I think about it, it's not too long until Ji Shirlang Wang Bo's birthday. Since that's the case, I should go out for a stroll and capture those 4 bastards of the extreme evil sect and Hoshi Bai," Sei Ito said to himself as he silently calculated the date. With his thought, Sei Ito did not hesitate. He immediately got up and left the imperial study, returning to the imperial harem. With Wei Jinjin's help, he changed into casual clothes and called for sword attendant Fu Junzhou. Along the way, he went to the Dugu clan and called for Dugu Feng to leave Chang and head for Xiangyang. As for Zhen Yi and Yi, because of their current status and cultivation, they were left in the imperial palace to guard it. This was to prevent the morale of the officials from the Great Tang from falling into chaos because of Sei Ito's sudden departure. "I heard that the current successor of Kind Boathouse has been brought into the imperial harem by you?" Dugu Feng asked as she looked at Sei Ito, who was lying on Wei Jinjin's lap and enjoying her service. "Yes, what about it?" Sei Ito raised his brows and asked. As for how Dugu Feng had obtained this information, Sei Ito did not care. In any case, it was likely through a few channels, and it was not something that needed to be kept secret. He could let them spread it however they wanted. "It's nothing. I'm just curious about her martial arts and want to spar with her." Dugu Feng pursed her lips. "Is that so? I thought you were jealous." Sei Ito had a strange expression as he teased her. "None of you men are good. Which one of you doesn't have 3 wives and 4 concubines? Even for you, having 3,000 beauties in your harem is just a matter of time. If I were to be jealous of all of them, wouldn't I die of jealousy sooner or later? Rather than that, it's better to just ignore them. In any case, they won't get in my way." Dugu Feng unhappily rolled her eyes at Sei Ito. "You are quite magnanimous. However, this is the only way you are suitable to help me manage my harem." Sei Ito said softly, "Don't look for me to manage your harem. Just leave it to your 2 empresses." Dugu Feng respectfully declined. Thinking about Zhen Yi and Yi, Sei Ito's face could not help but reveal a genuine and gentle smile. He shook his head and said, "They are not suitable." "Then give it to that woman from the Yin Sunflower sect," Dugu Feng casually said. "It seems that I have to reorganize the palace again." Ito Sei frowned when he heard this and said faintly, "Eh." Dugu Feng did not expect that her following reply would actually stir up Sei Ito's thoughts of reorganizing the palace. She could not help but reveal a stunned expression and did not know how to continue the conversation. However, when she thought about how this matter had nothing to do with her other than cutting off the spies that her clan had spent a lot of effort to bribe, she ignored it and turned to look at the scenery outside the carriage. "Hey, let's spar." After a moment, Dugu Feng's gaze landed on Fu Junzhou, who was sitting cross-legged and cultivating, and said. Fu Junzhou slightly opened his eyes and looked at Dugu Feng calmly. "You give me a very dangerous feeling. Moreover, you also use a sword. So let's spar," Dugu Feng said with a serious expression. Sei Ito sat up and looked at Dugu Feng and Fu Junzhou, who were looking at each other, and said, "That's right. The 2 of you are currently on par with each other. Sparring with each other will help you break through your current realm." "Okay." Fu Junzhou tilted his head and thought for a moment before agreeing. Seeing this, Sei Ito did not hold back and directly used his thoughts to throw the 2 of them into the desolate northern region of the Rubik's Cube world. Then, he carried Wei Zhenjin and followed them into the Rubik's Cube world, leaving the empty carriage to gallop on the road. "Where's this?" Dugu Feng looked at the desolate land around her and said with a stunned expression, Another world, Sei Ito said indifferently. As for the more specific things, I will explain them to you after you and Junzuo are done sparring. Okay. Dugu Feng withdrew her gaze and said to Fu Junzuo, who was not far away. After saying that, she emptied all the thoughts in her heart and allowed herself to enter the most empty state. She stirred up her true chi and poured it into the blue sky, sword in her hand. Then, her aura condensed and pressed down on Fu Junzuo. Chapter 1276. Feeling Dugu Feng's pressure, Fu Junzuo immediately released her own aura, which was in a stalemate with Dugu Feng's aura. A cool breeze blew around the two of them, stirring up a huge cloud of dust. But very quickly, Fu Junzuo's aura changed. It was as if she was executing a sword move, strengthening on one side and weakening on the other. She seemed to be attacking and luring Dugu Feng's chi. And this method was the human chess technique of the sword-y technique, which had changed after Sei Ito's guidance. Sure enough, Dugu Feng immediately let out a cry under the change of aura. Her figure fluttered and arrived in front of Fu Junzuo. She used the long sword in her hand to display the blue sky underworld sword art, which was passed down in the Dugu clan. She was prepared to use a strong attack to break the opponent's possible counterattack. However, Fu Junzuo's reaction was beyond Dugu Feng's expectations. She didn't dodge the blue sky underworld sword art. Instead, she seemed to be risking her life, aiming for a weak point of the sword and thrusting her sword at Dugu Feng's body. These weak points of the sword were the flaws of the blue sky underworld sword art, and the exposed spots were her own vital points. Dugu Feng knew that she would be the one at a disadvantage even if she were to trade injuries for injuries. She didn't dare to take it head-on. She immediately twisted her body to avoid Fu Junzuo's sword thrusts and swung her sword to block. But to Dugu Feng's surprise, the long sword in Fu Junzuo's hand suddenly turned. It was as if the sharp stab, just now, was an illusion. It nimbly circled to Dugu Feng's side and stabbed at the most uncomfortable part of her body. The most troublesome part of the sword-y technique was the calculation of every step. As long as the enemy fell into the calculation of the sword-y technique, they would be restrained and feel extremely uncomfortable unless they were injured or forcefully interrupted the attack of the sword-y technique. Until she was killed by the sword-y technique, Dugu Feng, who had fallen into Fu Junzuo's trap, felt what it meant to feel uncomfortable and sullen. "Yeah!" Dugu Feng, who was forced into a corner, shouted angrily. She ignored the silver-white sword light and still forcefully thrusted her blue sky underworld sword out. Clang! Instantly, there was a soft sound. Dugu Feng and Fu Junzuo, who had always been entangled together, separated for the first time. However, unlike Fu Junzuo, who was completely unscathed, Dugu Feng's left arm had a thin wound. Blood was slowly flowing out from the wound. "Is that the E-sword technique?" Dugu Feng frowned and asked. "Yes," Fu Junzuo said, as if his words were gold. "You're the Rakshasa's daughter, Fu Junzuo?" Dugu Feng asked in astonishment. "Yes," Fu Junzuo affirmed again. "Aren't you dead?" Dugu Feng replied almost instinctively. She immediately realized that she had gone overboard with her words. With an embarrassed expression, she apologized. "Sorry, I didn't mean it. It's nothing." Fu Junzuo shook his head. "I really didn't expect that. Even you have fallen into the clutches of this guy." Dugu Feng glanced sideways at Ito Sei, who was sitting cross-legged with Wei Jinjin on a square cloth, as if he was watching a play. Dugu Feng said as she glanced at Ito Sei. Fu Junzuo looked at Sei Ito, who was not far away, and revealed smile. "Forget it. I can't be bothered with him. Let's continue." Dugu Feng pouted. After saying that, his figure moved again. He rushed in front of Fu Junzuo. The sword light in his hand flashed rapidly, creating sword shadows that enveloped Fu Junzuo's body. "You won't succeed if you want to take advantage of my distraction." Fu Junzuo waved his sword to block, and stabbed forward as he spoke with a smile. Aya, it doesn't matter. As long as I can seize the initiative, it will be fine. Dugu Feng's figure fluttered as she used her superb movement technique to surround Fu Junzuo and attack. Fu Junzuo smiled lightly and ignored Dugu Feng's words. Instead, she recalled the words that Sei Ito had said when he gave her pointers, and she started to follow the main points of those words. The so-called E-sword art is a technique of calculation. If it is broken down, it can be roughly divided into 3 categories: potential calculation, human calculation, and form calculation. The so-called potential calculation starts from the competition of aura. The specific calculation method is to make use of the interaction between the aura to stimulate the opponent and lure the opponent to attack. This will cause the opponent to reveal a flaw under the influence of the aura. The opponent will then attack according to the predetermined attack route and method. The human calculation is based on the aura sensing. The martial theory and martial form are the meridian's calculation method. The specific performance method is to use the spiritual perception to sense the opponent's aura changes and circulation path, to detect the opponent's attack direction, and even to understand the opponent's martial art style and think of what the opponent is thinking. After that, the opponent will be one step ahead of the opponent to destroy the opponent's attack and take the opportunity to reverse the situation. As for form calculation, it needs to combine the current situation, the environment, the opponent's condition, and many other factors to form a calculation basis to calculate the opponent's method. In terms of the amount of calculation, it is far beyond the other 2 calculations. Human calculation. Looking at the 2 of them fighting, Sei Ito said thoughtfully, I wonder if Fu Junzo will be able to come up with a human calculation's ultimate move after my specious pointers. Air control circle, and use a heaven-defying battle method like those experts in the world of the strongest disciple in history. Just as Sei Ito's thoughts were wandering, and his imagination was running wild, the situation of the 2 of them suddenly changed. Fu Junzuo suddenly attacked Dugu Feng's sky sword, which he had just swung halfway, and struck it away. Then, he turned the sword around and slashed at Dugu Feng's body. Not good. Seeing this, Dugu Feng deeply understood that if she didn't think of a counterattack, she would definitely fall into Fu Junzuo's trap. Her expression changed, and her heart trembled. However, just as Dugu Feng dodged backward, Fu Junzuo seemed to have expected it. He executed an outstanding light body technique that wasn't inferior to Dugu Feng's and chased after her. He blocked all of Dugu Feng's movements, and when the 2 of them finally stopped due to the stagnation of their breathing, he pressed the tip of his sword against Dugu Feng's throat. I lost, Dugu Feng said sullenly. Clap, 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 clap. Not bad, not bad. Sei Ito stood up from the square cloth and clapped his hands to attract the attention of the 2 of them as he praised with a smile. Dugu Feng, who had just lost and was feeling depressed, lightly snorted and turned her head away, ignoring Sei Ito. Sei Ito didn't care about this. He waved his hand and put away the square cloth on the ground. Then, he walked over to Dugu Feng with Wei Jinjin and grabbed her hand. With a thought, he brought Dugu Feng, Fu Junzo, and Wei Jinjin away from the desolate northern region of the Rubik's Cube continent and into the ecological city in the south. As he brought the 3 of them to stroll around the ultra-modern and magical ecological city, he introduced this world to Dugu Feng and broadened her horizons. So that's how it is. Dugu Feng, who did not know what to think, said with a look of understanding on her face. Then, she pulled Fu Junzuo and Wei Jinjin to run around the streets, looking at all the things that she had never seen in the world of Great Tang. She even found the virtual reality game system, and after a few matches with the players using various abilities and martial arts in the arena, she became even more engrossed in the game, challenging all the players in the arena like a little lunatic. With no other choice, Sei Ito could only leave the engrossed Dugu Feng behind and arrange for Wei Jinjin to take care of her. Only then did he bring Fu Junzo, who wasn't that passionate about virtual reality games, out of the Rubik's Cube world and back to the carriage. Since it's just the 2 of us, let's not do any self-guided tour and just use instant movement, Sei Ito said to Fu Junzuo. Okay. Fu Junzuo nodded in agreement. Then, Sei Ito put away the carriage, wrapped his hand around Fu Junzuo's waist, and used instant movement to move towards Xiangyang City. Using this exaggerated method of movement, Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo quickly appeared in Xiangyang City. Give me the information on the passionate young noble, Ho Shibai, Sei Ito ordered as he brought Fu Junzuo to the In Sunflower Sect stronghold in Xiangyang City. Yes, the disciple stationed in the stronghold replied and had someone report on Ho Shibai's situation. In a brothel, Sei Ito said in amusement as he looked at the information on the slip of paper in his hand. Then, he crushed the slip of paper and got up to leave the stronghold with Fu Junzuo. They walked toward the brothel where the passionate young noble, Ho Shibai, was. The brothel Ho Shibai was in was called Yihong Courtyard, and it was the largest brothel in Xiangyang City. It was located in the northern part of Xiangyang City, not far from the In Sunflower Sect stronghold in the southern part. Therefore, it didn't take long for the two of them to arrive at the entrance of Yihong Courtyard. Sei Ito looked at the three-story wooden building in front of him, which was the Yihong Courtyard. Then, he walked in with Fu Junzuo. "Oh, dear guest, you've come. It's been a while since we last met." As soon as they entered the hall of Yihong Courtyard, the middle-aged brothel keeper seemed to be very familiar with Sei Ito. She stepped forward and took his arm, waving the silk handkerchief in her hand as she smiled charmingly. "Which girl are you going to play with today? Let's find Xiang Xiang." Sei Ito's hand turned and fell directly on the brothel keeper's, but kneading it as he said with a smile. The Xiang Xiang she spoke of was the Yihong Courtyard's #1 girl, and also the girl Ho Shibai had asked for. "I'm sorry, sir. Xiang has a guest today, so she can't serve you. How about Lu Yuan?" The brothel keeper said with an awkward expression. "I don't want anyone today, just Xiang Xiang. Take me there." Sei Ito made a dissatisfied expression and said in a deep voice, This. The brothel keeper's face was full of awkwardness, and she couldn't say anything. Tisk, Fu Junzuo was even more straightforward when he saw this. He directly pulled out half of the long sword in his hand, shining the cold light on the brothel keeper's face. Seeing this, how could the brothel keeper not understand what was going on? She didn't dare to hesitate for even half a moment. With a forced smile on her face, she took Sei Ito and Fu Junzuo to the 3rd floor and stopped in front of a room with a faint sound. Creak. The brothel keeper reached out and pushed open the door. You're tuning into the Warrior Lore YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.